players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
It's time to begin the knockout stages. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sunday of UEFA eEURO 2020. My name is Harry Chan and thank you so much for joining us today. And joining me is Stuart Wesley, aka Wezza. Wes, a wonderful action-packed Saturday we had yesterday throughout the group stages. We now have our quarter-finalists, 8 of them ready to go head-to-head today. First of all, how are you doing? Are you excited for today? And second of all, surely it will be a good day of PES action today.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you know, if yesterday was anything to go by, today's going to be full of action. We saw upsets, we saw knockouts, we saw goals, we saw saves, we saw penalties. You know, we saw absolutely everything. And you know, with the knockout stages coming today, I think we're in for even more of what we had yesterday. So I'm very excited, very hyped for today's festivities.
Well, if you were unfortunate not to be able to catch yesterday's action, don't worry. We have a complete recap of exactly what happened yesterday. We have all the goals, just an incredible amount of action. And as you said, we kicked it off with a bang, and really the surprise package of the day, Wes, was Romania. We almost doubted them coming into this tournament. Yes, they qualified ahead of Portugal in Group B, but we never really expected them to make the knockout stages, but I think they shocked the world in doing so.
Yeah, I mean, I was completely taken aback with how good they were, and again, you know, the fact they lost their first game took themselves to the kind of the last tiebreaker, you know, and to win it in the fashion that they did with that, you know, very quick golden goal. I think they caught everybody by surprise, and I think that, you know, first game of the day today, they're up against it again against the Netherlands, but I think they're up to the challenge.
Of course, the likes of Croatia also making the round of 8, I suppose, the quarterfinals. We have 8 nations remaining. We're down from 55 throughout the qualification phase. All 55 nations participated. We're now down to the final 8. The likely lads of Spain were certainly there, but Germany had a bit of a nightmare yesterday, didn't they, Wes?
Yeah, they did. They didn't really reach the level that they are probably accustomed to, and you know, when you meet a Spain that are in such good form and in the way that they play this game, they've been superb. As you can see on your screen as well, you know, we didn't really speak about Italy, you know, but they've got themselves through to the knockout phases as well. They did fantastically well to bring it back from a 2-goal deficit against Serbia. And yeah, there's been a lot of surprises, and I think we're in for a few more today.
Yeah, Serbia also making the quarterfinals as expected, maybe not via the route that we would have expected them to. And well, that was one of the free kicks that helped Romania knock out Germany in the end. It took 90 minutes of the second game, but only 2 minutes in golden goal. They could not be separated after 2 games of pairs, went to golden goal, just took 2 minutes. So an incredible game, and really an incredible performance. I suppose a little disappointing though, Wes, for Turkey, considering we had high hopes for them coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and again, it showed resiliency more from Serbia. As you can see the goal here that we picked out yesterday, the kind of teed up volley. But, you know, it took Serbia a while to get off and running. But again, as a result, it did cost Turkey. And as you can see, one of the nail-biting penalties that we saw from Dejan Lovren, and it was a huge penalty save, which saw Croatia get themselves through. And they've given themselves pretty much a very tasty tie with France in the quarters. You see here Israel as well, that were, you know, again, they were, you know, 7 minutes away from being knocked out, get themselves an equaliser, and took it to a golden goal game. And again, that game also finished in a very lengthy penalty shootout as well.
Yes, 2 sets of 90 minutes worth of golden goal. 2 nations qualifying for the quarterfinals via the penalty spot. Here are the final 8 nations we will have today battling in the quarterfinals. Netherlands versus Romania, Spain versus Serbia, Italy versus Israel, and France versus Croatia. A couple of teams there, where's a couple of nations which actually were in the same qualification group, Spain and Serbia being one of them, and France and Croatia being the other. So these 2 nations will know each other very, very well. Should set us up nicely for some good games.
Yeah, definitely. It should set us up quite well for some very tightly contested games. You know, you can see any one of these games going the full distance today, and you know, and that's only the quarterfinals. We're yet to figure out our semi-final and our final. So if we've got games that are going the full length in the quarters, Lord knows how it's going to pan out in the semis and the final.
Yeah, a bit of a different format for you all today. We'll talk you through the process. Don't worry about it. Now, I think it's only fair to say and to show you all exactly the Booking.com schedule for today, so you guys can plan your schedule around the matches you want to watch. All the quarterfinals today look to be jam-packed. We start very, very shortly with Netherlands taking on Romania, the surprise package of yesterday in Romania. And Netherlands, who will have high hopes to go throughout the tournament. Following that, Spain versus Serbia, 2 nations that know each other very, very well in both the eFootball Pro League and, of course, throughout the qualification campaign as well. Italy versus Israel for a chance to make the semi-finals, to face either France or Croatia. That comes a little bit later on today, so you can plan your schedule accordingly. You won't want to miss any of the games. There are some really tasty matches, and then of course we have the semi-finals later on today, where it's going to be, again, it's going to be a great day. Is there a particular match in there? I think I know the one you're probably going to pick out, but is there a particular match maybe that whets your appetite more than the others?
Well, I think from a competitive standpoint, you know, if I was looking at a game to pick out, it's going to be Spain versus Serbia. But as we've said, at this stage, there's kind of narrative across all of these games. You know, I'm quite interested to see our first game as well between the Netherlands and Romania. Didn't really see the best of the Netherlands yesterday, but they still got through their stage. Through their group, and Romania again, they had that power of recovery. They got themselves through. They gritted their teeth and they battled hard, and now we're going into game one of quarterfinal one, and it's going to be a pretty interesting tie.
So we'll shelf the other quarterfinals for a while. We'll just talk about Romania versus Netherlands. It's our first featured match of today. I think you summed it up perfectly. I don't think we saw the best of Netherlands yesterday. Yes, they made it through the winner's side of their group, so it's, you know, relatively simple for them, but it's not the high-scoring performances we expected out of them. Do you think Irma and do you think Panias of Romania will be able to maybe surprise them early on today? It's an early game for them. It's an early kickoff. They are the first match of the day. Do you think maybe that might surprise the Netherlands coming into this match?
Yeah, I think it may just catch them a little bit cold. We know the experience that the Netherlands possess in their side, but again, that Romania showing from yesterday, it shows they can score goals. It shows if they get into difficulty, they know exactly where to get themselves out of trouble. And I think that might catch them cold a little bit for the Netherlands. But, you know, we may see kind of a handbrake taken off of the Dutch bus, if you will. We may see that get some momentum and roll.
I think this is a fairy tale story for Romania. I think it's only fair to you all that we show you the players who are representing the Netherlands, the players who are representing Romania. They fought so hard since all the way back in January throughout the qualification process. Let's meet them. Let's meet the players from the Netherlands and Romania.
Ciao, numele meu este Urmă Constantin Adrian, am 23 de ani și reprezint România. Gamer tagul meu este NGU Urmă 43. Are semnat Never Give Up Urmă 43.
Hi, my name is Cristian Radu, my gamer tag is Paneas88 and I'm representing Romania.
Joc în eSport de 10 ani și sunt un jucător profesionist din PES 2017.
I played this game for almost 20 years now. My teammate is a very strong player. It's a great honor to play amongst him.
Este un jucător foarte talentat, foarte bun, care m-a ajutat foarte mult în a îmbunătăți jocul meu. Drumul nostru înspre turneul final a fost unul foarte greu, având o grupă grea cu jucători foarte buni și jucători profesioniști, precum Portugalia, Slovenia, Scoția, Liechtenstein.
Adrian Urma played very well. He beat Portugal 2 times.
Dar datorită colegilor mei din națională am reușit să trecem grupa de pe primul loc și suntem foarte mândri.
It's a very nice feeling to represent your country. I hope we will do well in the finals.
Eu cred că să câștigi eEURO 2020 ar fi cel mai mare vis al meu și în același timp ar fi o onoare să reușim să aducem trofeul eEURO 2020 în țara noastră, România.
My name is Eldridge O'Neill, also known as E_C_O'Neill.
My name is Jos Sonneveld, also known as Indominator, and I am representing the Netherlands.
I've been playing esports competitively since 2013. I'm a professional player for Manchester United FC as well and compete in eFootball Pro.
I've been competing in several national and international tournaments. When I was younger, I always had the ambition to play for the Dutch national team as a footballer, but to be wearing this orange shirt through this way is like a dream come true.
We were pretty confident in our skills, and we already said before when we knew the groups that we should top the group. There were some tough games. I think that the toughest one was against Sweden. In the end, we won that game.
My teammate Aldrich is a very tactical and mentally strong player. He has a similar way of playing style, which is good for us as a team.
He's a very strong player, and I can have my faith and put my belief in him, so that's good. Indominator and I are known as very great players in the world. And the thing is, we have never won a big competition. It's always almost.
Very great if we could win the eEURO 2020 tournament. Personally, I think that will be my biggest achievement in my life.
Hopefully we can achieve this goal, and we will celebrate this hugely.
Well, there are the representative wares of Romania and the Netherlands. Two very contrasting storylines. On the one side, you have the Netherlands, who I think you put it perfectly before we came back from those VTs. Always the bridesmaids. You think back to eFootball Pro last season, so close, but were pipped at the post by the AS Monaco boys, who are representing France at this knockout stage of the eEUROs. And then on the Romanian side, really, it's a fairy tale story. They've already proven that they can do the giant killings in this tournament. They've already taken out Germany. Up next is the Netherlands. Do you think they can do it? That's the real question.
Well, like we've pointed out before, this is very much a David versus Goliath. But you know, we know how that fable ends, and I think Romania do stand half a chance if they can get into the Netherlands early. It may expose that kind of possession game that we saw yesterday, and you know, quite rightly, as kind of Eldridge has pointed out in the video there, him and Indominator have always been known as the guys that have nearly got to a final, have nearly got a game across the line, have nearly won something. You know, we hear about Spain before they had their golden generation in real football. Kind of feels like we've got the Dutch equivalent of that in virtual football, and you know, it'll be interesting to see whether they can get through. You know, if they do get through, they've got a hell of a semi-final ahead of them. But let's not discount this Romania side. We've seen them pull several rabbits out of hats in yesterday's gameplay. So, you know, I think it's really up there, and I think this one will go the distance.
Would you say this is a tougher test for Romania? And this is not discrediting Germany at all, because obviously the German squad, very good, solid set of players, but this Dutch setup, it's just Indominator and O'Neill. They can work in tandem. They've worked in tandem in the past. Would you say, because this is such a close-knit pairing of players, would you argue maybe that this is more of a difficult task for Romania to overthrow?
I think so. I think, you know, you can have too many cooks will spoil the broth, as the saying goes, and I think with the Netherlands, they have that ability to just have one person talk to another person and be able to work on tactics and be able to get through any type of kind of difficulties that they may have. And I think it's the style of play that is the critical part here, is that Irma's strength and Panias' strength yesterday was when they had the ball, they were able to pass and move. The issue is going to be is that they need to get the ball off this Netherlands team, because they like to hold the ball, they like to keep possession. We saw 60-70% worth of possession yesterday. Granted, there wasn't a lot of damage, but they didn't really need to do that much damage. They got one goal, or they got a goal or two, and that was it. They didn't need to do much else. So I think it's going to be kind of a very much a fire and ice scenario here as to who comes out on top.
And one thing we haven't pointed out to the viewers who are just joining us yet is the fact it's actually a switch up of format from the group stages. There's no aggregate score anymore, so you can't, you know, just bank on winning the first game 5-0 and then sitting back and defending. It's a best of 3 matches. So if you win the first 2 matches of PES, obviously you switch sides from home to away in the second, and vice versa. you have a chance of just going through 2-0. However, if you do win that second game after losing the first, again, or vice versa, you then have to go to a tie-breaking game. So there's no sort of aggregate score to worry about. Do you think maybe that helps or hinders Romania here in the fact that even if they lose the first game, they have a chance of coming back in the series as a whole?
I think it actually helps them in a bit of a strange way. They're able to kind of throw off the shackles if they do lose that first game. They're able to throw the shackles off and go for broke in the second and potentially third game. I think it'll kind of hinder the teams who were very defensive in their play styles yesterday. You know, you look at Israel later on today. That's where that type of change in the structure of that series, that's where that's going to come into real play. But obviously, of course, first things first, we've got Netherlands versus Romania, and I can't wait.
Of course, if your eyes are wandering to other quarterfinals coming on later today, you can head on over to eEURO2020.com. All the information you need on your favourite nations is right there. But now it's start time for the Netherlands and Romania. They take centre stage for the first time today. It will be Netherlands attacking from left to right. They are the home nation in this first game of this best of three. Eldridge O'Neill up first against Panias, who yesterday actually proved to be quite a worthy competitor for his adversaries. And something that you picked up from that little message from Romania is the fact that he feels, in Irma being one of the more experienced players, that Panias has actually helped his playstyle and helped him himself improve his game and really almost sharpen the sword that Romania have to bring against the Netherlands here.
Yeah, and that's the strange part of this, is that these star players that we're so used to seeing, it sometimes needs a fresh set of eyes to take a look at what you're playing with and actually improve your game. You know, I've had several sessions with other people who have highlighted to me kind of flaws in my own eFootball PES game, and all of a sudden it does make you that much of a better player. And again, the fact that Irma's, you know, highlighting the fact that Panias has showed him some key aspects to his game that he can improve, I think it's a wonderful sentiment, but it also highlights the type of player that Panias is.
Well, it will be a difficult task in front of Panias here. He has the Manchester United player Eldridge O'Neill to go up against in game number one. A great player and a strong player in his own right, but I don't think we saw the best of him yesterday. Had to play very, very possession-based against Montenegro. It got the job done, but certainly not in the fashion that maybe some of the Dutch fans at home would have expected. But it got the job done, Wes, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. In these knockout phases, these knockout games, you just need to get the job done. You know, come hell or high water, you need to find a way. And this Dutch team has found a way during the groups, as we see Van der Beek.
Yeah, real chance here for the Netherlands. Van der Beek is, well, trying to steal his way through. Shouts in the stadium for maybe a penalty to be given, but it's a bit early for that sort of nonsense, says the referee. So it was a fair play. Panias, though, continues the charge, but once again, one of his players drifting offside. It's been an eventful opening few moments here, Wes, and it's pretty much the type of game that we expected. We didn't really expect Panias to just sort of roll over and show his belly, but Eldridge with the majority of possession so far. Yeah,
it just seems to try and just be getting himself into the game. I feel that there's, strangely, I feel there's a bit of nervous energy. They are first game of the knockout phases. Nobody kind of wants to make themselves a fool. But I don't think neither one of them really wants to give anything away here as Panias is trying to build up through midfield.
Marin. Some nervous heads in the stadium at the moment. But that relief is quickly cleared as Memphis Depay with some really nice control is able to retain possession. Van der Beek, who has been a regular starter for Eldridge. His compatriot in Dominator prefers to bring him off the bench, but that's where the subtle differences lie in this type of competition, with nations having so many players behind the sticks to choose from. They can differ in ideas. It's swung in, headed down. Van der Beek and Berghuis both trying to chase the ball there. De Roon. And this is good territory here for Eldridge. This will frustrate Panias as a ball is drilled in and he's brought down in the area. The referee, well, he's having none of it. That's a contentious decision. And Panias, I feel, has just gotten away with one.
Yeah, he's got a big slice of fortune there that the ref hasn't given that. Could have been a very early chance for our first open play penalty decision, but he's now found himself in the final third, and Panias is looking to try and really have a double sucker punch here, try and get a goal, but it's cleared away by Eldridge. And you can see from the shape that Romania are taking, you can see that their defensive midfielder is just sinking back into that, trying to make it a 5 at the back.
Memphis Depay is charging down that far side. Will result only in a corner as half-time is on the horizon. It's been a good game so far. Swung into the front post. I think Virgil was the target. Second bite of the cherry here for Eldridge. And for the Netherlands, here is Van Dijk. To De Jong. This will be a free kick now. In a really promising area. It's the captain who wins it. And, well, we've seen some fantastic goals from set pieces in the group stages by the Netherlands. Memphis Depay really being set piece specialist. It's him who steps up and it's off the underside of the bar. And it's not found its way in.
I'll tell you what, it's a cracking hit from the free kick. On another day, that spins over the line and it's 1-0 to the Netherlands. However, Romania just trying to kind of get it to half-time here. There's only 7 minutes left. You can see, again, what we highlighted yesterday. You can see there's defensive movements from Eldridge in terms of his defensive duties and his formation changes. It's something for Panias to be really careful of here.
Knocking on the door is Eldridge. Cleared away now by Romania and Panias. It was Memphis Depay who stepped up. We said he was a bit of a specialist from set pieces. Someone that the Netherlands turn to time and time again. Marin now for Romania. This would be against the run of play. Defended well. Stan Hsu. Best bit of pressure Romania have had all half. Cut out though by the captain, Van Dijk. Just 1 minute of injury time added on. And we move into the second half here, Wes.
Yeah, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. It's a really stubborn performance from Romania at the moment. They've not allowed anything apart from that free kick opportunity to really trouble them. He's happy for Eldridge to have the ball, and instead it's Panias who's trying to get something going, attacking here, but he hasn't had that much possession. He's going to need to make some of these opportunities and some of this territory really count.
You feel like that maybe a low-scoring performance. Yes, we, don't count aggregate score anymore, but the longer that this goes on without the Netherlands finding a goal, it would benefit Panias. And that he will always have time to try and find that killer blow. A reminder, it's not aggregate score anymore, so if this is tied at the end of 90, we go to extra time and then to penalties to decide a winner if it's needed from this first game of this best-of-3 series. The Netherlands attacking from right to left now. Luke de Jong. Muscled off the ball, and somehow Eldridge does not lock on. And that allows Chipchu maybe to come running. Stan Hsu there with Puskas as well. Nice turn in the area from Panias. It's in! Goal for Romania. They score the first goal of the knockout stages in eEURO 2020. Against the run of play, Panias steps up. The Netherlands, Wes, well, they're well and truly shocked.
It's like we said, they needed to do something in possession of the ball. They needed something with this territory. They needed to do something. And it's a brilliant work move. You can tell when that ball goes in to that left side, you can tell that there's almost a sense of panic and dread with Eldridge. And it's that turn back. There's no pressure from the defender. And it allows Romania the space to get a shot away. It's this little cut back here. You notice just in the slow-mo here, it's that turn back there. There's no immediate pressure from De Vrij. And it's a brilliant finish from Puskas, and it's a goal ahead for Romania, and it's a perfect bit of game plan from them. They don't now need to go and push. Panias' game plan to allow Eldridge the ball kind of has bore some fruit here, and now you can see there's an attacking switch from Eldridge, which means there's going to be a bit more pressure applied from the Netherlands.
I feel maybe that Eldridge might have just lost his head after not locking onto the ball in that counter-attacking phase. Panius, though, made the most of it, and now the onus is on Eldridge, as this is, again, no longer a situation of legs and aggregate score. We have to have a winner in game number 1. And that's a foul by Romania, maybe just to stop the counter-attack. What do you see Eldridge having a change here, Wes? I know it's always a difficult question for me to ask, and I almost feel like I'm throwing you under the bus in these types of situations, but it's hard for me at the moment to see much that Eldridge is doing differently since the goal, because obviously he hasn't had the ball as much, but what can he change here?
Well, I think that one of the main things is as he gets an opportunity here.
Barbel is on,
free
and
kick
I
given.
think this one will be a free kick again in a similar situation. A bit too close. That one could, on a different day, maybe be given as a foul inside the box, but just watch out for Memphis Depay here again.
Watch out for the short.
Blind, short to De Jong, tackled. We'll come back to the question, Wes. What can Eldridge do differently?
Well, I think the key strength for Romania at the moment is their ability to get the ball in attacking areas, but then having the ability to turn. Eldridge needs to kind of put that attacking line under some pressure, because at the moment, as you can see here, he's getting the ball, he's getting passes off. That's the strength that they're having. It's if you can limit your opponent's ability to move through the gears and move through the attacking phases, it stops that attacking threat. And more often than not, Eldridge is going to get an opportunity to counter-attack. The issue that Eldridge seems to have at the moment is he's got not a lot of bodies going forward. And, you know, Luke de Jong, who was so good yesterday, largely nullified. Memphis Depay has had a free kick hit the bar, and on another day that goes in. Needs to get something going here.
Luke de Jong with a real chance here. Memphis Depay might come back to Eldridge here again. Barbel shielding the ball. Chance on that far side to whip one in. It's largely disappointing, though. As we tick over the 70th minute, now's the time where these super subs start to come into play. Steven Bergwijn introduced, as is Quincy Promes. And these are the changes that need to be effective here for Eldridge. Down 1-0 in the first game. De Jong goes for a goal. Straight at Pontelemon. Maybe a shot in frustration there, Wes.
Yeah, and it's more positive, though, from Eldridge. He's switched to gegenpress, which is allowing more of a press across the field, and it's bearing a bit of fruit here. As you can see, space is starting to open up here.
Bergwijn in the box, muscled off the ball. 78th minute now. Blind ricochets off a Romanian player. Darun to Promes, to Bergwijn! He's taken down in the box! And the referee has pointed to the spot. He's gone down off of, well, minimal contact. And it's Promes to equalise for the Netherlands. Steps up, strikes it. And it's the equaliser in the 80th minute. The sub that we said needed to make the difference, Wes, has certainly done so from the spot.
Yeah, you can see the pressure building from Eldridge. That attacking switch in tactics allowed him more pressure. You can see he's absolutely hauled down. Minimal contact. I'm not sure whether you saw just how much contact there was there. Both hands on the back of the Dutch forward. And a cool head prevails. As Quincy drives it into the back of the net, and now all of a sudden the game complexion changes again. There's 10 in-game minutes. Do you stick or do you twist? I think in this scenario, if I'm Romania, I'd give it half a chance, half an opportunity. There's nothing wrong with going for a bit of a gamble here.
Watch out for the kick-off attack, something Romania shell-shocked Germany with in golden goal. Real chance here for Panius, crosses it. Couldn't find a Romanian shirt there, and, well, watch out for the rapid counter now from the Netherlands. They might fancy going on to win this first game. Darun. Ball is just behind Blind, and Luckily for the Netherlands, Romania can't fashion a counter. Here's Ryan Babel! The flag stays down. And Eldridge, just 6 in-game minutes ago, was down 1-0. With 5 minutes to go, it looks like he's going to go on and win it.
I'll tell you what, that was borderline, but that right centre-back of Romania just plays on Ryan Babel. You can see the hands are going up for where they should be. There's an offside call that's tried to get there. There was a bit of manual goalkeeping there, but you give Ryan Babel, you give Eldridge that type of opportunity from that distance, he isn't going to miss. And again, tie swings again. All of a sudden, you'll now see Eldridge go back to his defensive shell. And the last few minutes of an attack here, hopefully from Romania, they could potentially get themselves an equaliser, but it's going to prove very difficult now.
Especially as they've given the ball away. We saw Eldridge yesterday in the group stages to secure qualification for the knockouts for Netherlands against Montenegro, against Arti. Real possession football being displayed. Here is Steven Bergwijn just darting down this near side. Make no bones about it, this ball isn't going anywhere near the goal. He just needs it away from Romanian players. The high press has to come in from Panias, but at this point, Wes, it's a foregone conclusion, barring, well, a massive mistake, and that might just be one. There's time for one last attack here for Panias. Finds the man, does he? No, he doesn't. Van Dijk steps in, and Netherlands, they go 1-0 up in the series. What a game.
Yeah, I think it's a fair result given how that game was turning out. You could see the possession was king, and it was only through those substitutions. It was a smart play. We've seen it so many times in eFootball PES, how important your substitute bench is. And again, to full effect from the Netherlands, they've made that work. And I think it was a bit of a cynical foul from Romania. Maybe they sensed that goal was coming and the penalty just kind of delayed the inevitable. But you could sense as soon as that goal went in, that kind of confidence went from Romania. And again, it was a brilliant through ball from Eldridge to make it 2-1.
Well, we'll take a look at the replays from the match, and I'm quite actually excited to see the penalty decision. I mean, it started with the first shot in anger. Memphis Depay really catching everyone off guard, but for me, the penalty seemed very, very contentious. Take nothing away, though, from Eldridge. Really good for his money. This goal from Panias opened the scoring, but I need to see that penalty decision again, Wes, because I'm still not convinced.
Well, for me personally, it was a stonewall. It was an absolute stonewall. On eFootball PES, if you double tap your tackle button, you will end up throwing out both arms to try and haul your your attacker down. And I've seen it now. It's very, very clear. But what was also clear was how cool this penalty was under pressure. Finds the back of the net and set the comeback rolling.
Set it rolling indeed. And then Babel, it's another contentious decision. Was he onside? The linesman says yes, and you can see it there. Times his run absolutely perfectly, maybe a millisecond earlier. And that one is flagged by the assistant referee. Here are the match stats delivered by FedEx. 61% possession for the Netherlands. The only shot of the game for Romania was their goal. So you could say, based on the stats alone, where it's probably a fair result in game one.
Yeah, certainly. I think the one that kind of rings true from the match stats is just how accurate these shots were. You know, we saw so many teams yesterday being very wasteful with opportunities and not getting shots on target, whereas we've seen two teams there. Granted, Romania's was only their one goal, but again, it took some composure to get that finish on target. And the same goes for Eldridge. The amount of pressure he put that team under to have 5 shots and all of them be on target means you're testing the keeper at all times. So, you know, I think that's the kind of the stat to really take home from that. And the fact that 60% possession or 61% possession for the Netherlands as well. Again, possession proving to be king at this point.
Yeah, Pantilimon certainly coming under fire. Do you think, for those tuning in for the first time, just seeing Romania's performance in that one game, do you think that does them justice? Because Panias was leading for, you know, a good 60 or so in-game minutes of that match, but just fell short in the last 10 or so.
Yeah, I mean, I described it in the commentary. It's a case that was a really stubborn performance from Romania. It's almost like they know what the job is, they know what they're trying to do and what they have to do, but it's executing under pressure, in game time, in game management, and I think it kind of undersold how good Panias was as an opponent, but I think Eldridge will probably tell you that's probably one of his toughest games so far.
It's almost unfortunate, really, isn't it, for Panias that we don't get to see, as we take a look at some of the results at home, a lot closer from the poll, Wes, than I thought it would be. It's almost unfortunate for Panias that we're not continuing the aggregate score. You know, the rules change here in the knockout stages. It's best of 3. It's only the game wins that matter. So throw the aggregate score out the window. It's almost unfortunate for him, isn't it? Because that 1-goal deficit going into, you know, a game against Indominator for Irma, who we're about to see, he would almost fancy that game, wouldn't he? It's almost very unfortunate for Romania.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we do have the best of 3 rule today, and yeah, that would be slightly unfortunate, or it is slightly unfortunate for them. But I think Irma is still going to relish a challenge against Indominator. I think that's going to be a fascinating watch. There's no doubt about this. It's going to be a tactical game plan from Indominator, but he still has to, with the rule change, I think it also hinders the Netherlands now. They can't come out and just play defensive. They have to go and score goals. They have to go and push the kind of game to get in front in the first place. So I think it kind of hinders the Dutch a little bit here, and I think we could see some fireworks in this game.
Yeah, it will be, of course, a third game if Romania were to win the next match. We're just waiting to jump into it, and worth reminding you, of course, this isn't just a short-term rule change. This wasn't sprung on the players. They all knew this format coming into the tournament, so it's not like we've just thrown up a curveball to these nations last minute. Should be a really nice game though coming up. Let's try and set the scene for those first-time watchers of eFootball, Pez. Indominator, captain of Celtic FC in the eFootball Pro League, hasn't had the season he's wanted so far. Last season fell short with Dutch teammate Eldridge O'Neill at the final hurdle. They've been known as the nearly men of PES Esports for quite some time, and well, he comes up against Irma, who really has been the star man for Romania so far.
Yeah, he really has, and you can see NGU in his username. He's said in the opening video package that it stands for never give up. He's going to need that mentality here as Depay gets through and free on the wing, crosses the ball in and cleared away by Irma.
Early pressure then on the Romanian side, who have switched to the home nation in the stadium. Goes for the acrobatic at the front post. Not sure that's the, well, intended type of finish that Virgil will look for. And Indominator, I mean, I've had the chance to even commentate events with him as well. He's such a great PES mind. He has a chance here for maybe a chance early on within the first 5 in-game minutes, but his mind is constantly thinking about tactics. So something for Irma to worry about here. Maybe there's a chance in behind. He snatched it away. And that's what De Jong can bring. The assassin just sneaking in behind like a ninja. The goalkeeper maybe dwelled on it, Wes, but I mean, it's a mistake at the back for Romania.
Yeah, you can see, and you could see from the previous move, you can see that Indominator was looking for that inside ball, that inside trickery. And to be fair, there's 2 options and there's 2 ideas to this. You're either looking for an inside pass where the defender doesn't track it, or you're looking for an inside pass where the defender does track it, but he ends up getting a ricochet. And to be honest, Indominator has to be live to that ball. So it is a tap-in for De Jong, and it's a bit of a blow for Romania, but they're coming back quick.
Definitely a defensive mistake, but you're right, take nothing away from Indominator. He forced the chance, and well, the Netherlands, they might smell blood, and Indominator really wants to prove his worth here. Look out for Gini Wijnaldum here through, pretty much, and it's a second. 2 goals for the Netherlands, and the Indominator is turning up on the big stage. We've seen it time and time again. Can the Netherlands go all the way? They had to get past Romania first, but well, they have 1 foot in the semi-finals.
But you can see the issue there. That was Romania's left back has gone out to meet the challenge. What's then happened is that defensive line has then had to shift across, which has then left so much space out on the left, and again finds Berghuis in the middle, and 2-0. I mean, it's complete defensive collapse there for Irma. He will not be happy with it, but Indominator certainly will be. He's 2-0 up. This is pretty much his to lose now in terms of the way that Indominator will play this game. I'd imagine it will just be very possession-based. He won't want to lose the ball. And again, like we said yesterday, it's win at all costs. You know, the Dutch will happily see this out if they can.
Well, it's nothing like the Irma that we saw yesterday so far. Granted, hasn't had too many opportunities to get the ball in his possession, but I think now we have to see what Irma is really made of. We've seen him blow teams out of the water. You think about his game yesterday against Bosnia and Herzegovina, winning by almost a cricket score. Now we have to see the other side, the professional side of Irma. What can he do to try and get his head back in this game number 2? He will, of course, have heard the result of the first game. Would have been watching with anticipation as his teammate has left him with quite the task to do. And Dominator, though, passing the ball around very well now. Darun. Wijnaldum, who, of course, set up that goal we just saw, which made things very, very complicated for Romania. I say complicated, Wes. It's only complicated because they can't get the ball right now. The task is simple: score 2 and you're back in the game.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. It's like we said, they are, you know, Romania are the most damaging when they have the ball. The issue is trying to get that ball back and seize on the mistake. Now Irma has the ball. He's going to have to do something with it. He's got 5 men up, and he's going to need to find a pass. And again, it's a bit lackluster compared to what it was yesterday. You know, those passes aren't as crisp. And meanwhile, the Netherlands are through again here.
De Jong wrestled off the ball very physically. The referee happy to let that one go. We're still in the first half, of course, in this game too. Marin, well,
that ball, and you can see it now. They're in the final third.
Ball asks a lot of Wijnaldum, but he gets there. Darun. Berghuis looking for De Jong. Might have just been offside, but either way, it's Romania. And Irma now with the ball. Chipchiu. Stanciu. Look at the run being made here by Ivan. Just slightly too late is the pass. I suppose the benefit, if anything, of being 2-0 down for Irma right now, Wes, is the fact that it is still in the first half. He still has another half of PES to play.
Yes, there's still plenty of time there to try and get yourself back in the game. We saw 2 goals in 7 minutes in the first game. So, you know, there are goals and there are opportunities. It's just a case of whether you can find the right passes at the right times. Good little bit of play there, trying to get yourself into the box, but nothing doing again. And, you know, for those at home, if you're looking at, you know, what defensive shape or what shapes that these guys are playing, you can see the radar at the bottom of the screen. It's always good to look at that during goal kicks or free kicks or set pieces. It'll give you an idea of what formations these guys are playing. And it's quite interesting to see the types of setups that we've really got going on here.
Oftentimes as well, if they are playing fluid formations, you will see them have several set tactics. We saw Eldridge in the first game employ several different formations, as you astutely pointed out, Wes, as we enter the half. Most players at this tournament and in PES in general will favour certain formations for possession, for attacking, for defending. Each possession, or each formation I should say, has their merits. And in Dominator, again, one of those players that will know the game inside and out. He's played PES for so many years, just lacking that major title under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's an incredibly experienced player indeed. And we talk about the kind of the fluid nature of formations. It can sometimes be, even if you're not playing with a fluid formation, you have the ability to switch in-game without a pause. And the kind of the great thing that will give Jos and Eldridge is that it stops the opponent from being able to make a change if they don't have that set up.
What can Irma do here? Really trying to push the pace. He needs to. Really needs to. In this second half. Some early changes here in the second half. And, well, when you look at possession, no doubt that will be an attacking one for Romania. But it's just nothing like we've seen of Irma in the group stages here in the knockouts. And, well, he needs to step it up fairly soon. Otherwise, we will be seeing the fairy tale come to an abrupt end here. Here's a chance for a counter. Plays one more into Ivan. Through one-on-one. Really needs to score this. And he does. Now we've got a game on our hands.
That was the goal he needed. It was really good play. You'll see here, as he starts this off, there's 3 men moving forward. And again, it's Van Dijk that is left in trying to mark what felt like a phantom body. He completely leaves the runner and it allows Puskas to get the ball in. And it is that man again. Is he? I believe it was Ivan again. Yep, it is that man Ivan again. And all of a sudden, game on here for Romania. They could see a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, but I'm sure Indominator will be wanting to get that digger and shut the light down as Depay makes his way in.
Memphis Depay reinstates the 2-goal cushion. Just as Irma saw light at the end of the tunnel, Memphis shoots those hopes down. 2-goal cushion reinstated.
They always say you're most vulnerable when you've scored. As everybody starts to relax, everyone just takes a moment to breathe. And the Dominator was not happy with conceding that, you can tell. And it was a wonderful bit of play here. De Jong finding an inside ball. Depay all alone, a little bit of manual goalkeeping, but again, he's took the shot early, which means that Irma can't set himself. And Depay reinstates that Dutch lead.
Well, 30 in-game minutes for Irma to get 2 more. Wants an immediate reply here, won't get it though. Or will he? Puskas has a chance here. Nothing doing. The Dominator slams the door shut once more. And it's back to that possession style of football now for a Dominator. Almost losing the ball there, but well, he's lost it here once again. The press from Romania, very high. Look out for Puskas here! Rifles it home. And the goal heavens have just opened up on us here, Wes. So many goals now back-to-back. And the important thing for Romania is that Irma has got one back.
It's brilliant play as well. Again, it's Romania using the ball as we said they needed to. They need to. When they have possession here, they've got to be able to use it. It's a great finish into the corner. Keeper would be an all ends up. And again, now Irma needs to be careful not to concede too quickly from the kickoff. Needs to be very careful.
Well, of course, pause is in session here, so these 2 nations will be making their changes. No doubt for Indominator it will be just some maybe fresh legs in the midfield to counter this. That might be a contender for goal of the day, Wes, purely based on the fact it was so precise and so accurate, but also had the power to push it past the keeper, who was beaten at his near post.
Yeah, it was a great finish, all things considered, but it's defensive frailties again for Irma.
Oh, Luke de Jong here is onside. It's in. Goals galore. 4-2. And Luke de Jong holds his run so well. He was offside for just a moment. Has the patience, cool as you like. Irma just cannot seem to defend after he scores.
Yeah, but you can see there, like you said, you saw that kind of double movement. It was from de Jong goes too early, realises he's gone, stops his run, allows it to get back on side. And again, in terms of the finish, the reason why you go low and the reason why you only tap it at that type of distance is because, again, with controlled shots, they just trickle in. They always find the corners of the goal. So, again, if you are a budding eFootball PES player out there and you want to know some of the tricks of the trade, that is one of them. Keep your shots low when you're at that type of distance and when the keeper is out of his goal.
Of course, anything on target there probably would have beaten the keeper. He was lost at sea. Irma brought him out to try and close down the angle. Here is Puskas. Ivan has got one already. But the ball really needs to keep finding the net here for Irma. Here's a nice back heel to set up Puskas. It'll be a corner. I think the goalkeeper might have had it covered even if the defender doesn't get in the way. This pass here was absolutely lovely.
Maybe potentially one of the skills of the day there. Neat little back heel. Just didn't get a finish in the end.
So again, more changes to come in here. A reminder, if Netherlands were able to hold on to this score, they would win the best of 3 series 2-0, would advance to be our first semi-finalists of eEURO 2020. Keep your messages coming in. Hashtag eEURO 2020. You can vote, of course, on eEURO2020.com/poll on every single match you'll see today. Romania corner. Oh, it rattles off the bar. Not done yet! There's hope! There's life in Romania yet! Ivan, the not so terrible, gets his second. And how does this one find the net, Wes?
I'll tell you what, it was ricochets, it was not really cleared properly. And I go back to the first word I used to describe Romania's gameplay. They're stubborn. They won't go away. And if they can just defend these last 15 minutes and get themselves a goal, they'll take it to extra time and they'll take it that one step further. They're not out of this by a long shot, but they've only got, what, 13 game minutes plus stoppage time. They're going to need something special.
Well, well, well. 4-3. And Dominator still in the driver's seat in this series and in this game too. 53% of you thought that Netherlands would take this one and advance to the semi-finals. Right now that looks good. But Irma recently has been in the ascendancy and all of a sudden there's a few mistakes creeping in here for Indominator.
Oh, we've seen from the gameplay with Celtic in eFootball Pro that Celtic have sometimes been prone to a little bit of a late collapse. Hopefully it doesn't befell their captain here. But Irma will do everything in his powers to try and unsettle him as neat little early ball.
Into Puskas. Man is here as well. Puskas! Vital block. That one was destined to find the pay dirt, but well, that block by Virgil van Dijk might just win them the game.
It's not over yet, though. Here comes the corner to come.
Change to an out swing and out into the box. Looking for the far post. Overhit, you could say, and that's a waste. Really big waste there by Irma. That will turn possession over to the Netherlands, and with only 5 in-game minutes to go, they'd be lucky to get one more chance. Although that's a mistake. Chance, real chance now for Romania! It's in! It's 4-4! Irma's done it! It's a mistake by the Netherlands. And it's in.
There's just 2 things to say about that. One, it's almost comical defending from Indominator, and we've seen it before. No sooner did we say, hopefully he doesn't have a bad thing befall him, and all of a sudden he goes and gives it away. A pretty innocuous throwing, but again, it's stubborn from Romania. It's that determination. They are not giving up.
Well, there were questions about the Netherlands. Again, they are still in the driver's seat of this series. This will, though, if it stays 4-4 in game 2, go to extra time and penalties. But Irma from 4-2 down to make it 4-4. The Dutch defence is crumbling. Irma might just fancy winning this one in regulation.
He may just. I mean, we talked about, you know, in the early going, when we talked about, you know, the Netherlands being the nearly men or being the bridesmaids. They may not even make it to the wedding at this point.
Still chance for one more Dutch goal. Berghuis, Memphis Depay, De Jong on the overlap, hesitated just a moment. Blind. 5 minutes of added time, so Dominator for now can afford to go back and prevent one last Romanian chance. Look at that ball to Hateboer. Luke De Jong with a turn. The finish, too central. And Irma, I think now, will be happy to just take this one to extra time and potentially penalties. And there it is to make it official. 4-4 in regular time. We will wait for the players to resume the match. But now we move into our first extra time, I believe, Wes, if you excuse golden goal, of the entire tournament. And what that means, if I'm right in saying, these players actually get an extra substitution now. So a fourth substitution can be brought on. And when you think about the depth of subs for both of these nations, you would argue that the Netherlands should, and I say should, have the advantage there.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the strength in depth and talent that's on the bench for the Netherlands. You've got to point to them as potentially having the stronger bench and the stronger opportunity to finish this game out. The ability to bring on an extra forward, the ability to bring on a midfielder to shore up that midfield. You know, hats off to Romania for getting themselves back to even this part of the game. And again, I'm not too sure how much Romania have got left in the tank here. I mean, emotionally, you must be drained. Psychologically, from the Netherlands standpoint, you know, you were winning 4-2. This game was home and hosed. You were, you know, into the semi-finals. And now all of a sudden you find yourself in extra time where Irma looks like he's trying to get through straight away. It's a free kick given. Foul on Puskas.
Well, the fairy tale just keeps on ticking for Romania. They're not done just yet. Into extra time we go. It's a standard extra time set of rules. Irma with the goal! It's 5-4, Wes! And Hadji has kept the fairy tale going once more.
Well, you've got to look at that skill, just that tiniest bit of skill. And it was, he knew that there wasn't the right angle to shoot. He knew that it would have just hit everybody. And instead he takes that moment. It's that clear point of clarity that he's found the back of the net and he found the right angle. And again, you know, if you're looking for players for Romania's standpoint to have in and amongst your ranks, Yanis Hadji is one of those players.
What can Dominator respond with? Irma goes ahead for the first time in this match. Hateboer on the far side. Can cross one in here maybe, looking for Luke De Jong. Will almost be salvaged by the Netherlands, but the referee's going to pull this one back for a foul. Now's the time maybe to compose ourselves here, Wes. We still have a lot of extra time to come. But that must be a great sigh of relief almost for Irma. Finally going in front.
It's a huge goal. And you know, the thing, if you're an eFootball PES player, you'll know more than most that these passages of extra time go incredibly quickly, and 9 times out of 10 there's no extra timers.
Yeah, Barbel
tries to get through again,
trying to sneak in behind there,
but they go quicker than everybody thinks. So I would imagine you're going to have a lot of panic from Indominator at the moment in terms of trying to get himself back into the game.
De Jong, Depay, tackled by Irma and Grigor. We're approaching the end of the first period of extra time. Irma might just fancy a second here in extra time. Puskas trying to go around the back of Van Dijk. The Dutch captain having none of it, but Dominator just keeps giving the ball away in these treacherous situations. We saw it towards the latter stages of the second half. 2 defensive errors from the Dutch defence and from Dominator really led to this situation. And Irma, he's pushing forward here, he's pushing the pace. It's Ivan! Saved.
He had to take the shot there. He had to. There's no option on in the middle. You can see he was thinking about whether there was an option there. He realised there wasn't. The best thing you can do there, take a shot. Maybe it gets a ricochet. Maybe it gets parried into the end of the, back to a player in the box and it goes in. If it goes off someone's hip, if it goes off an arm, it's not going to matter for Romania at this point. And just the key thing here as well, I know that we haven't really highlighted this yet. Stamina is a massively important factor here because this extra time that goes into it, defenders are tired. If you've used all your substitutions, the likes of Virgil van Dijk at the back, they're not going to have that first touch that they had at the start of the game. You could see more errors from anywhere on this pitch. Romania, have got a pretty important corner here. They can throw caution to the wind here. They really could at this corner because there's no stoppage time left.
This will be the last chance of the first period of extra time. Looks like it'll be an outswinger. Look for the front post, maybe. More Dutch calamity at the back. Oh, that was nervy. It goes wide, but it could have easily gone in. They survive just, and it's still 5-4. That was nervy.
Well, the arms went up in the virtual studio from both of us. I generally thought that had gone in. It was a big old deflection that took it out of play. But again, this clock is going to tick very quickly. Irma's done superbly.
What a ball that is. Puskas against Van Dijk. Potentially against the Dutch keeper as well. Oh, he went for the chip. He went for it. But just about the keeper stretches his arms. Irma looks dangerous here every time he comes forward. And the Dominator doesn't seem to have the response.
In these types of moments, anywhere will do. Any type of opportunity you can try. It's audacious to be doing that in extra time, but again, it's an opportunity. Didn't have a lot on and had Van Dijk coming clear.
Depay, De Jong. Romanian keepers out smartly. And Dominator won't get many more like those chances, Wes, and some of them have to be a little bit more accurate than that one.
Yeah, most definitely. You're up against the keeper in Tata Asano, that very, very good goalkeeper from the French league, I believe. But he's keeping goal here. Although he's 5-4 in the game, he's not had too much to do apart from pick the ball out the back of the net.
Irma with the ball now will surely just run this one to the corner. Actually has a 4-on-4 at the Dutch defence. Needs to be very wary because Dominator has turned that red bar all the way up. He's going ultra attacking. He has to at this point. We're into stoppage time of extra time. There is none. We're going to a game 3, a deciding game 3 between Romania and the Netherlands. The fairy tale continues. It's 5-4, from 4-2 down to 5-4. Wow, what a game 2.
Massive and a brilliant fight back. 4-2 down. The stats will obviously tell the story. We'll see some highlights here, or we will in a moment, but it was chock full of highlights. There was so much, and again, just showing resiliency, from Irma to get himself back in the game, to haul himself up by his bootstraps, whatever type of analogy or saying you want to come out with, literally dug himself out of a foxhole and got himself over the line. It was eerily reminiscent of that golden goal yesterday against Germany. It was very quick in extra time, and he managed to just recover from some calamitous errors at the back. And for the openness, as you can see, the line shift from that defensive line just allowed Wijnaldum to have the space to put it into Berghuis to make it 2-0. And we, in the back of my head, it was dead and buried. It was gone. But resiliency all around here. It was a brilliant little ball in there. And it's that man, Ivan, who's been the thorn in many team sides. And again, it just looked every time that Irma would score, Dominator goes up the other end and would continue to score. And it was only after he'd arrested that slide did Irma get himself back into the game. It's a wonderful game to watch.
A good thing for us, Wes, I'm hearing in my ear right now that the deciding game 3 will be a rematch between Dominator and Irma. So we get to run it back, we get to see it once more as we look over again some of the highlights, and that was the goal to make it 4-2. From then on in the 70th minute, 4-2, a 2-goal advantage really should be made certain. You can argue this one unfortunate maybe, and Dominator never really had control of this situation. based on how his defenders reacted. But the resulting goal to equalise, it came from a Dutch throw. He really should be doing better here. He just hesitated, didn't he? And unfortunately for him, he played it straight into the path of not one, but two Romanian players. And then this, just 2 minutes into extra time, was the difference maker.
It's that dummy. It's that key dummy just to allow himself an angle. If you look there as well, 12 shots from Romania, 90% shot accuracy. Again, tested the keeper to the absolute hilt. And again, although possession was there for Indominator, we said it time and time again, and we will continue to say it time and time again, possession counts for nothing if you don't put the ball in the back of the net. And although we put it in 4 times, Romania very much took a Kevin Keegan-esque approach to the game and just wanted to outscore the opposition, and that's all Irma could do. It was just score more than Indominator. And now we're in game 3. It's a completely completely different set of circumstances. You know, you could argue, as we're kind of seeing from some of the other casters, we're back to 0-0. We're back to square one. There is no going to be any pressure on Irma to try and win a game. It's now just a case of, can you beat Indominator? And vice versa for Indominator. There's no more, I have to defend a lead. It's go out and win the game. That's all you got to do.
Is the pressure on Indominator more than Irma here?
I think so. I think if you look at how Romania have conducted themselves, if you look at the way that they are looking at this tournament, and in terms of the route that they have travelled, I think they are looking at this as a free hit. They're seeing this as one of the games of the tournament. They're looking at this as just, let's see how far we can get. We'll put our names up in lights. We'll get it. You know, we'll get our names on the map, so to speak. Whereas the Netherlands, we forget that the Dutch Federation came out and chose Jos and Eldridge. There wasn't a qualification procedure. There was just those two guys getting picked. There's a lot of pressure on those two boys.
We want you to. We went out, we handpicked them. Obviously, the Manchester United player, Eldridge O'Neill, the Celtic FC captain, Indominator. Right now, are staring down the barrel of a gun. I mean, it's fair to say, you know, at this point, it's just a best of one, and both teams are even. But it's almost not like that at all, based on how Irma was able to come back in that game too. The psychological advantage here in this tie-breaking, deciding game 3 is most certainly in the favour of Romania, and we could be about to witness, Wes, another giant killing from Romania. And the thought of that in my mind is just thinking back to the draw show where we said that, you know, the nature of the eEURO competition is we might see these minnows come through. And this is, you know, not calling Romania minnows or calling Irma, because we know how experienced he can be, you know, a new face in the scene by any means. But it's just the potential to have knocked out Germany and then within a game of knocking out Netherlands in the knockout stages. They're definitely the surprise packages of the tournament.
Yeah, and without doubt, they have been the surprise package. You know, I started off yesterday's broadcast by calling, Bosnia will probably take them out and that'll be that. Completely turned every type of form book on their head, and now all of a sudden we're in this scenario where we are staring down the barrel of another high-profile knockout.
I mean, it would be, Wes, technically the third team, because if you think back to the groups, they were drawn in a group with Portugal, and Portugal couldn't beat them in groups. Yeah, and that's it. I mean, we've seen just how good and resourceful this team can be. You know, they don't really have a star player in their ranks. You could maybe argue Yanis Hadji, but they don't really utilise him. Now you can see from the poll. Look at this, Wes.
You can see there the whole swing of momentum.
You know what that is? That's recency bias, is what that is. They haven't seen the first game with Eldridge, but look at that, the swing. It was 53% of you at home, and don't forget, you can head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll. You can vote on all the games you're seeing today. 56% of you now. It was 53% in favour of the Netherlands. 56% of you now at home think Romania will go on to win this deciding game 3. And to be honest with you, I don't blame you. I know it's a bit of recency bias, but I don't blame you based on the way that game 2 went.
Yeah, because it just, if anything, for Irma, and I'll try to talk about this on the kind of the mental standpoint. For Irma now knows that if he goes goals behind, he knows that he can get those goals back against Indominator. For Indominator, he knows that if he takes a lead, he's got to be ultra careful now, because he knows that Irma can strike back. So you've got to think there's wind in the Romanian sails right now, and the Netherlands could be flagging a little bit. And it is the pressure of the tournament. It's not just you know, it's not just turning up and playing. We said this yesterday, you know, it's all well and good. You know, you don't just get sore thumbs, you get tiredness, you feel pressure, you feel fatigue. And these guys are no different. And I think Irma here is going to have a big old job on his hands. You can see he's gone ultra defensive very, very quickly just to steady the ship. He may even try and take this extra time or even penalties. We just don't know yet.
Well, here we go then. The first match of the knockout stages goes to a deciding game 3. The winner of this match takes it all. It's Indominator of the Netherlands attacking from left to right. They will be the home nation in the stadium, so they'll have the virtual crowds backing. But Irma will not care about that one bit at all. Here comes Indominator to start off the first half quite brightly. And would you say early attacks here, Wes, mean a lot? I know we just saw, you know, Irma come back from both 2-0 and 4-2 down, but would you say Indominator, a key start for him, would be huge? Here is Berghuis. Can't get it before the byline. Would you say first attacks mean anything? You know, taking the first strike on goal would be a huge mark on the game early on?
I think so. I think the earlier you can get your first attack or first successful attack, the better. You know, your players are full stamina, you know, or they're near enough full stamina. They're going to be probably at their best. They're going to be throughout the rest of the game. You can see that the first touches of defenders are a lot better. You can see that the passing in midfield is a lot crisper, whereas tired legs will kick in later on in the game. So, you know, take your chances early and then go from there. You've got to really take your opportunities very quickly here, and the quicker Irma can get in to Indominator, the better, and vice versa for Indominator. He's got caliber of players. He's got Memphis Depay, he's got Berghuis, he's got Ryan Barber, he's got loads of players. It's just a case of what can he do with them.
Well, look at this, a mistake maybe from the Dutch defence. They were able to right the wrong there, though, and now they can maybe charge down this near side with Luc de Jong. De Roon. Berghuis with a nice run in behind. Tackled in the box, fairly, says the referee. Comes back to De Roon. Oh, de Jong in behind, but too many Romanian bodies there. Made it too difficult for Indominator. And it's back to square one.
I think the thing Romania needs to be careful of is that, and I've just noticed it in that passage of play there, but it's great from a broadcast standpoint. You can see these types of things, you know, with cold blood running through your veins. But Depay is peeling off of that defender at the side. So if that cutback is on, Depay is going to be free. So Romania needs to be very careful.
Of course, those runs in behind for Memphis Depay will be something that Indominator will look to exploit. Here he is. On the ball now, trying to combine with Wijnaldum, who gets a sore one. And that will allow the ball to run all the way through to the Romanian keeper. But Irma has not started this game 3 as he might have hoped. Memphis Depay now. It's been all Dutch attack so far. Dumfries. De Roon was the target, but Irma steps in. Now what can we see? What can we see from this counter? Irma has a man over near side. The ball is behind him. Puskas has a chance to square it. He goes for goal. And the fairy tale is extended once more. It's Romania now with one foot in the semi-finals of eEURO 2020. 1-0, Wes. You're laughing, but it's absolutely incredible scenes.
Yeah, I mean, the guys at home wouldn't have seen this, but I was furiously pointing
I saw the
down
gesticulation
to where Puskas was, because he was so well open, and I thought the chance had gone, because you saw the Dutch defence just slide over to his side, but it still was free. And again, the confidence to take that shot on from that angle. It wasn't, you know, normally you'd see players try and cut it across and find a loose man. Instead, it was the confidence and the brashness to take that on and say, no, I'm going to take this gamble that's good for the neck. I'm going to take the lead. And again, we're saying about possession. You know, we saw it famously a while ago with Barcelona and Celtic, where, you know, it was a Celtic victory. It was 2-0 in real football, where it was, you know, Barcelona had 80-something odd possession, whereas it means absolutely nothing, does possession, unless you do something with it. I'm going to sound like a broken record at some point during today.
The limbs were everywhere while you were trying to point out Puskas. Look out for Indominator, though, with Berghuis. Lovely back heel to De Jong. What a find. It's De Jong with the finish, but credit the assist here, Wes, because this is great vision, great skill, great execution, and a great comeback.
Yeah, great piece of skill, that is. Brilliant little back heel. And again, it's that kind of penetration we've been asking for. It's the back heel, which just opens it up for Luke De Jong. And Tatarusanu just caught out his near post here. We're disappointed, the goalkeeper, but again, Indominator's not going to care. He's back level, and again, something for his trouble, really, of getting possession up so high. He now has a goal to his name, and again, now Irma's got to regroup.
So it's as you were. Ivan to Puskas, back to Ivan. Puskas again. Well, the referee's had a look at that one. Has waved it away. Now, Stanciu. Marian to Chipshu. Puskas. It's 2-1. Romania back in front. Puskas with his second. And half-time approaches.
You can see he was using the shielding of the defender. I mean, Van Dijk was just nowhere. Wasn't touch tight, wasn't against the defender. Nice little interplay here. And again, it's just that neat little touch that takes it out, gives him enough space. Zoe has no chance to get to that. And Romania, again, take the lead. And the longer this game goes on, I just get the feeling that Irma is just out to outscore his opponent, whereas Indominator is just trying to control the game. It's a really interesting watch here.
Well, there seems like a metaphorical shootout between these two nations so far. Irma clearly the happier of the two to take it on. Will it end in a literal shootout? That remains to be seen. Maybe just expecting Van Dijk to step across his man to prevent that chance even happening, but just a bit of hesitation once again from the Dutch defence. They've been less than impressive, and look at this, Ivan's in once again to make it 3! It's 3-1! Romania are shocking the Netherlands here in the quarter-finals. Indominator with a big comeback ahead of him here. Is it possible, Wes? I don't think so.
That's the thing about this game. There are such things as timing and precision. And he could have just played that ball immediately. And we've seen Irma do it where the ball hasn't quite gone through to the man. It's then just bobbled out and it's just gone for a throw. It hasn't really been a chance. Instead, he waited. He waited for the run of Ivan. And all of a sudden, finds himself 3-1 up. And what a time to score as well. Added time at half-time. He's only got 45 minutes virtually, and they're in the semi-final.
And he gets the kick-off in the second half, so no chance maybe even for Indominator to try and get an immediate response. He will get possession back here, but because of the second half kick-off being in Romania's favour, that will certainly play on the mind of Indominator, who just seems to be forcing things here. Needs to settle down. The same rules apply to Indominator that applied to Irma in game number 2. He still has a second half to get 2 goals back. He's proven he can score at the very least 4 against Irma, as he showed in game number 2. So this one is not over by a long stretch. Here is De Jong, tackled by the Romanian defence. Van der Beek, nice to find De Jong.
Huge block.
A tight angle. It was a good block. Headed in. Good touch by Babel, but he is offside. The Romanian bodies on the line at the moment for Irma have just been absolutely relentless and impossible for Indominator to find a way past.
Well, he's starting to build his own yellow wall here. There's only 55 minutes on the clock here. He needs to be careful he doesn't go too defensive too early. But at the moment, seems to be in control, but slide tackles are starting to come in. Needs to be careful. Don't want to lose your defensive shape, not at this time. And just managed to get the ball free and clear. And surprising for me that Matthias de Ligt is not playing. I suppose it's Nathan Ake is the preferred option to go with Virgil van Dijk, but it's quite surprising he's not in the starting lineup.
suppose it's a bit late to be thinking about those kind of changes at the back, as the damage has already been done for Romania. But one thing I have noticed for Irma, no nonsense defending. If it's in a troublesome situation, he gets it out, gets it up the other end of the pitch. It really is no nonsense.
Yeah, you can see he's just starting to throw in little challenges around the place now. Starting to just stop, right, using that physicality that we've always talked about with stat balance players. Just finding the right ways to get about it here. Is a nice little dummy in through to Puskas.
Lets it run. Here is Puskas with one to find. Can he find him? Goes for the chip, actually, I think. Not sure if that was a cross or a shot. Either way, it trickles out of play, and you say, I suppose to use the terminology, Wes, he's making a bit more of a scrappy game of eFootball PES here. Would you say that benefits Irma and Romania here, being 2 goals up, or do you think that might lead to more opportunities for the Netherlands?
Well, if he's engaging in the dark arts, he needs to engage in it at the right part of the field. You know, if it's in Dominator's half, you throw in a tackle or two. You know, if you're at the back, you make sure you don't throw in a challenge. Instead, use the body. You know, use a body. You know, a body kind of shot almost to get your players on the ball. So, you know, if he's bringing him down, say here, around these types of areas, you should be okay. Anywhere nearer to goal, and I think you're going to cause yourself more problems. But you can see there he's just pushing. He's pushing Dominator into the places that Irma wants him. So it's more a case that he's almost convinced Dominator to play the game that Irma's used to.
Good bit of territory here for Irma. Dominator trying to press, and, well, smartly, Irma is just going to play this all the way back, and now Irma can start to frustrate Dominator and maybe start to pull and, well, force mistakes such as those by the Dutch backline. Maybe Dominator putting that out on purpose. Do you think, Wes, maybe to change some things formation-wise, purely based on the fact of pause is cued here as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got to change something. He's got 19 minutes, and we are in a shootout scenario. He needs 2 goals, or his country are out, and he's got to do something.
Surprised the referee's not pulled that one back for the late challenge. Clearly happy that no contact was made. And Dominator, unfortunately, is not taking good enough care of the ball. And as it stands, we are 15 in-game minutes away from another giant killing from Romania. They've taken out Portugal in the groups, qualified ahead of them. They've taken Germany out on golden goal. And they are on the brink, Wes, of knocking out the Netherlands. That's 3 massive e-footballing nations dispatched by Irma and Romania, and they come here once again. Van Dijk finally stepping in.
You can see the interesting thing at the bottom of your screen here, and Dominator has gone all-out attack, meaning that an additional centre-back goes up and opts as a kind of an auxiliary centre-forward. It's going to leave a gap, though, as Dominator cuts it out again. And you can also see, on the flip side of that, Romania have gone all-out defence, which means that they're just going to sink back into a defensive shell, which, again, it's gonna be a very interesting last 5-10 minutes here.
Well, it's going to afford the territory, Wes, to the Netherlands, but because there are so many bodies back, they might find it hard to break down the yellow wall. Barbel finds De Jong, it's in!
You say that, Harry, and lo and behold.
There's hope yet for the Dutch team. Still much to do, but De Jong now on a hat-trick, in Dominator just the 1 goal behind.
You can see it's good plays, patient from Dominator, and again it's the pressure from Irma. He's pulled the centre back out of where they naturally sit, so he hasn't tracked the runner. It leaves De Jong wide open. You can see De Jong's movement just pulls out to the left hand side of your screen there. Wonderful outside of the boot finish, and 5 minutes for a very nervy end to this game.
Well, 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 Irma, how's your nerves? Cannot afford to give the ball away here, because a player of Dominator's nature will know that there's still one last chance available in this game. If Irma makes a mistake, if Irma slips whatsoever, There will be a chance for Netherlands still to keep their eEURO 2020 hopes alive. As it stands, Romania going through, but there's the mistake we're talking about.
Yeah, we can see there it's just creeping in.
It's a terrible touch by Depay though, Wes.
Time's not on his side.
1 minute added on. I think Romania, they've done it. The Netherlands out in the quarterfinals. Romania are into the semi-finals. It's another giant killing by Romania. From 1-0 down in the series, they come back and win the best of three. 2-1 after a 3-2 victory in game number 3. Well, well, well. What do we say about that, Wes? We almost prophesized it in speaking about the Netherlands and Eldridge and in Dominator, in the fact that they are, you know, these nearly men. They've never really had the titles that maybe their skill level deserves. But here they are once again at a major tournament, out in an earlier round than they would have hoped.
Well, here's the thing. You can have all of the talent in the world, but I don't think anybody ever deserves anything, especially with how they played today. I mean, you look at how good Romania were, and again, it's those powers of recovery, and you've got to, as Adam is kind of prophesizing here, you've got to talk about the mentality that's there. It seems like there's a fragility somewhere within this Dutch side. I mean, it was a great goal there from De Jong, but again, it was just crumbled again. Irma just finding space, finding times, a lovely touch in here, and just finds enough space, gets it past the goalkeeper. And I'll be honest, that's kind of Irma when he's got those shackles off. Lovely through ball for the kind of eventual game winner of a goal. But there was too little too late really from Indominator at this point, and you've got to talk, as much as we're talking about the Netherlands and their fragility, and we talk about that side of things, you've got to praise the mentality of Romania and their willingness to go that extra mile and to get themselves across the line.
Well, Irma and Panius strike again. You can see here the match stats delivered by FedEx. 100% shot accuracy across the board. And once again, the possession stats going the way of the Netherlands. The pass accuracy from Romania, naturally a little bit lower based on the fact they had lower percent possession as well. But you guys at home were right. You voted on the poll. You switched your bases after game 2. You hedged your bets, metaphorically speaking, on Romania. And, well, you were right. You saw it coming. And unfortunately for the Netherlands, they saw it coming as well. And the Dutchies are out in the quarterfinals. Congratulations to Romania. They will be our first semi-finalist. And the question we have to ask now, Wes, is can Romania go all the way and win the whole thing?
Well, we've seen some magical kind of Cinderella stories in world football in tournaments gone by. You know, the most obvious one is Greece and their European travels. I mean, as I believe Lee alluded to yesterday, it wasn't the most fancy football, but even here though, we're getting a really good showing from this Romanian side. It's not dross football, it's not 5 at the back, it's none of this. It's actual really good football, and it's the ability to really put the screws to your opponents. And you know, you've got to say, if you're Spain or Serbia, you're looking across the side of this draw, I don't think you're wanting to be playing Romania at this point.
Certainly not. We of course have more quarterfinals to come after this. You can use the hashtag eEURO 2020 to let us know your thoughts. What a crazy first quarterfinal that was. But let's briefly, before we do, we actually have an interview with the man from Romania. It's Panius. Panius, my friend, can you hear me? Oh, looks like he can't hear us. I mean, we can see his beautiful face. Obviously, very happy to be in the semi-finals there. You can see him smiling, but it doesn't look like we're quite ready. But then let's look ahead quickly then, Wes, to the quarterfinals. Working from home, guys, it can be quite tricky. The next quarterfinals, Spain and Serbia. Huge game for both nations. Yeah,
I mean, it sets up wonderfully for the other boys to review and to take care of. But Spain versus Serbia, it's got that heavyweight clash of it. I think anything that involves Spain is considered a heavyweight clash. But you look at the Serbian setup and the way that they've conducted themselves, they managed to get themselves off the floor. They had a bit of a stop and start against Italy. in the group stage, but they managed to get themselves out. They managed to get themselves into the knockouts. And, you know, speaking to some of the Spanish lads before or just after the broadcast had finished yesterday, not really fancying it against Serbia. They feel it's a difficult tie, and as it should be. They are a wonderfully put together team. But if anybody can bypass them, that stubborn Serbian defence, it's going to be Spain.
Well, hopefully we'll get that interview with Panias sorted very, very soon. But let's look elsewhere in the bracket. We still have the likes of Spain, as you just mentioned, Serbia as well. Those two go head-to-head next. We obviously have the likes of France as well, who you think will probably fancy themselves now that the likes of the Netherlands are out of the running. I mean, we can't count out Romania, of course. They are our first semi-finalist, but France now must be thinking, as Adam actually brought up at the top of the show, or the end of the show yesterday, I should say, their side of the bracket, less of a shark tank than that top side of the semi-finals.
True, indeed. I mean, it is that type of draw that's kind of panned out. I mean, we know the confidence levels of the French team. We know how much they fancy themselves. They always go out to win and go out to really kind of go and really go far into tournaments. However, I wouldn't overlook Italy, given their attacking prowess that was shown yesterday. I wouldn't discount Israel for their defensive prowess that was yesterday. And I wouldn't discount Croatia for how much attacking flair they had. You know, as you've rightly pointed out so many times, knocking out Portugal in the playoff group, showing resiliency to get through. You know, I don't think it's as much of a gimme. It's an easier side, no doubt, but it's not easy. It's just easier. That's the key difference for me.
Well, I think Romania have just proven to us that there are no easy games. A reminder to you all of the fixture list we have coming up next. Spain versus Serbia. That is slightly later than billed, but we will still have it coming up next. And then later on, Italy taking on Israel. And then we have semi-final action after our final quarter-final later on. Do not go anywhere. Make sure you stay here. Stay tuned. All the information you need is on eEURO2020.com. Wes, thanks so much for joining me for that one. We'll be back for the third quarter-final. Hopefully it will be as action-packed as that one. For now, we're thrown to a very quick break, and I mean a very quick one. And when we come back, we'll have the second quarter-final.
Players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Into it, Adam. They made us wait, didn't they, with that one? What a game. What a series we just had with Romania pipping on.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to go next on, to be honest, because that was an absolute barnstormer, wasn't it?
Well, luckily, we have an absolute cracking game coming up. It is going to be Spain versus Serbia. Potential for a lot of goals. There's a lot of history already in this tournament between these teams. They did face each other in the qualifying groups originally, and it was Serbia that came out on top. And Spain are going to want a bit of revenge for that, because they were forced to go through the entire playoff series because of that single defeat back in March. And Adam, I think there's a bit of revenge required for this one.
Yeah, you can talk about revenge. It's a difficult one to actually predict because, as you said, Serbia actually topped that group with Spain in the qualifiers. But as of yesterday, Spain actually had possibly an easier route through to this stage now with 2 victories. It was plain sailing, beating Germany, of course, another big name in the tournament, 4-2. Whereas it was a lot more difficult for Serbia, and they actually sneaked through with a 4-3 victory over Turkey in that tiebreaker match. So really hard one to call.
Yeah, they were forced through it. They really were forced through it. Obviously, as you say, Serbia, they've got goals. And both these teams are capable of scoring a lot of goals. And we kind of alluded to this yesterday. It tends to be, when you have these two high-scoring teams that clash, they just counter each other out, and suddenly we get some sort of low-scoring game. I'm hoping it doesn't happen that way. Let's not have a repeat of the match from last night, but I expect to see a little bit more from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got to look at the personnel involved. From the Spanish point of view, you've got the 3 lads from Bayern Munich in eFootball Pro, of course, in Mestre, Alex Alguacil, and Jose as well, who's been in tremendous form in qualifying, and the partner as well, who plays for Barcelona. So, you know, you've got huge names on the Spanish side. And we touched on yesterday the Serbian contingent with the likes of Roxa and of course Kepa, but you know, another couple of players who haven't actually played as of yet in Baskovac and RM Raka as well, who we are yet to see really what they can bring to the table. Possibly they may get thrown in. It certainly would be a deep end to be thrown in at against Spain, but you never know.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Because obviously Kepa is, say, the best player for Serbia. However, he lost both his games yesterday 3-2, and it was Roxa that ended up stepping up for it. And that's just the whole thing, right? This is a best of 3. It is a team game. It's not all one person. Everybody needs to step up. The teammates need to step up and try and work it. We don't know who's going to play for Spain today. We don't know who's going to play for Serbia today. Obviously, we haven't seen Jose actually take part yet. He didn't play yesterday, as far as I remember. Whether he just wasn't available or whether they just felt they'd go with Alex, because Alex, we heard from yesterday in the interview, certainly brimming with confidence because they were the first team to go through, and they had an easy day yesterday.
They did have an easy day, and Alex always is one of the most confident lads on the tour, believes in his own ability, believes in his own ethos, and that kind of runs through the Spanish contingent. They're all very composed and comfortable in their style of play. It's going to be the Serbia selection that's going to interest me more than anything, to see whether we do see the other two players come in at all. As you said, Roxa was brilliant in that second game, winning 2-0 to turn around the 3-2 defeat that Kepa suffered against Turkey. So all to play for sure.
Well, we've got the information coming in. So Roxa will be playing the first game for Serbia, and he is up against Jose. So Jose coming in now into the tournament. Maybe saving the big guns for the quarterfinals. Who knows? We'll see how this one's going to play out.
It's possible that they actually played in the qualifying, because Jose, of course, might have been playing against Roxa in that situation. Maybe there's a bit of revenge up for grabs there. You never know.
Well, we are going to get into the game. We'll get things going as soon as possible. The Spanish fans out there are certainly cheering them on. Next to France, I would say, certainly favourites within this tournament, and now looking obviously at the brackets, just seeing Holland going out. They're going to be very nervous because they have this history. They have lost to Serbia before. Serbia certainly very capable coming into this tournament of causing an upset, and Roxa was the man that did it for them yesterday.
Yeah, he was indeed. Roxa, of course, playing for FC Nantes in the eFootball Pro, and Jose for Bayern Munich, as touched on already. So they have huge, big tournament experience between the pair of them. But it's an early chance here for Jose. A stunning fingertip stop there from the goalkeeper.
Yeah, obviously the Spanish colours prevalent, the red, while Serbia playing in the white. That's a little flick in, but the keeper will meet it. An early chance. My God, a nearly chance given away. The keeper. Oh my word! What a disastrous start for Serbia. I was just wondering what the keeper was doing there, and that is a moment.
Well, we touched on whether Jose would come in to the Spanish team for today after not playing or not featuring really at all yesterday, and well, he's shown what he can do. What a stunning opening 5 minutes from him, and he's had Roxa completely shell-shocked here.
I don't even know what he was thinking. I mean, obviously there was the danger of the player next to the keeper, right? So he didn't want to pass it close, which is what he tried to do. And then he's like, I need to clear it. Panic, straight to the man in the middle.
I mean, that's some volley.
Yeah, hit it first time, no messing. So Spain will take the lead, 1-0. Jose, just about the dream start. He can have this one for Isco. 6 minutes gone. We were talking about the early goals yesterday. They can be punishing. Let's see whether he can turn things around. He did start off ultra defensive. Obviously, we're going to see the Spanish player doing the same from the kickoff. That's a great through ball. The defender meets him. And this time, it's a clean clearance for Spain.
Indeed it was, and we're only in the second game of today. Plenty to go in terms of those 90 minutes of action, but we could have just seen the Sokar goal of the day already. It was some hit on the volley after a real defensive mix-up at the back for Serbia. 10 minutes gone here, and it has been pretty much all Spain. Roxa needs a big response now.
Yeah, the cheeky little flick. Almost got the intercept, but Spain will keep possession. And this could be the story of the game. We'll find out, of course. Last time they did meet in March, it was 3-2 in the first matchup to Serbia, and then 2-2 later on in the month. So plenty of goals to be had. Don't expect this scoreline to stay stagnant at 1-0. And that's a great through ball. Spain are already away. He's got the pace. Has he got the legs? Can he get the finish? No, it's just come back off the post. No, oh, it's just gone wide.
A hair's breadth away from a second there for Spain as Morata burst through the rear guard, and it was a great stop in the end, tipped onto the crossbar by the looks of things, and then the follow-up coming in, headed just the wrong side of the post, and Serbia living incredibly dangerously right now, but they've got a chance for an instant response from that attack down this left-hand side, and it will be Kolarov to possibly swing it into the danger area. That he does, in towards the far post, but headed away brilliantly. I think it was PK in there. And now a chance to counter. This is end-to-end, ebbing and flowing. What a great game so far, Lou.
Yeah, both looking deadly on the counter-attack, that's for sure. As Roxa will now have to slow things down and work it down the wing. Left wing worked out for him once. He's just given that ball cleanly away. Now Rodrigo looking for Morata. We saw Morata doing massive things for Alex Aguasil yesterday. Getting, I think, a hat-trick for him. This time, though, it will be a simple clearance. As I say that, the keeper just can't seem to clear his lines at the moment. The Spanish putting a lot of pressure on. A little nudge in the box, nothing given.
Yeah, that was a risky moment there, hard in the mouth for the Serbian fans there. It looks like the two teams are starting with a 4-3-3, looking at the graphics at the bottom of the screen, as Serbia start to build another attack, and it switches out towards the right-hand side. Real chance here for Serbia for 1-1, and he's done it. What a great response from Roxa. 26 minutes gone, and it is well and truly game lit on fire.
That's exactly the reply he needed. After an early goal, you've got to get something back in that first half. Just give yourself that confidence. And Roxa seems to be oozing with confidence this tournament. Had a fantastic day yesterday and seems to be continuing on that this morning. You never know how a player's going to be from day to day, but looks like his confidence is still rock solid. Not going to get motion by the mistake. It was a clear player mistake that caused that first goal, but he's corrected that now and can just reset his mind, and more importantly, just won the ball back from the kickoff. That's a great start, but he's lost it already.
A goal apiece from two of the most creative midfield players on the pitch. Isco, of course, for Spain, and Tadic for Serbia. And that was a naughty, naughty challenge there coming in on Morata. And it will be a free kick to be taken by Jose. And Busquets stands over it. 81% passes completed for Serbia, compared to only 61 for Spain, which is a little bit surprising as he plays it back towards Busquets. And now Azpilicueta picks it up. Plays a lovely 1-2 down the right-hand side. Chance to cross it into the danger area. Headed goal was off the crossbar. How on earth has that not gone in, Lee?
Oh, my word. And how did he not get the rebound? It's not cleared yet, but it's gone for a corner, I believe, now. That's just, oh, look how close it was. Off the crossbar, off the post, and then out. Well, that's what you call riding your luck. Let's see whether he can get away with it. The corner's still set. What's he going to change here? Just had a little change of something, which is why we're seeing the screen going black. That's when he's just adjusting the take-up. So it's going to be an in-swinger. Cleared by the first man, though. No messing. Serbia have got a couple of those big lads in there. You've got to hit it well to get past them. And now Mitrovic will play it forward. Milinkovic-Savic for Roxa through the middle. Should work it well at the moment, but it's looking good. The build-up play here for Roxa. He's definitely got his confidence back.
Yeah, he has, and they've got another chance here. Just overhit on the pass. Something that, of course, Serbia utilised a lot yesterday was the physical attributes of Mitrovic up top. Be interesting to see whether they continue with that game plan. I think you picked out, Lee, a couple of moments with the long ball over the top, and he was certainly the target man.
We'll see whether it continues. There it is, sends it. Tries to put a stamp on it. Didn't quite work out this time, though. Has to just recover. Maybe reading into the almost direct play that the Spanish player Jose is working. The keeper's got to be quick to that one, and will beat Morata in the chase as it's launched back upfield. He's not hanging around here. He's starting to send it. I think he's starting to realise exactly how the Spanish play. Obviously, we've had almost a halves game, so he stopped doing the short defensive passing and build-up. Instead, he's sending it to the big men.
Yeah, there's certainly no risk-taking after that early goal conceded, after that pretty horrific defensive error But yeah, he certainly shored things up a bit at the back, and going forwards also looking much more promising since the equalising goal. It's definitely far more even now as we tick towards the end of the first half after a very fast start for Spain.
I mean, it is one thing I would say that the Serbian team will have going for them within this game is obviously we have the stat balancing going on, and the physicality is the difference. Well, there never has been a lot of physicality on a Spanish team. They've always been fairly short but very athletic players. But Serbia, absolutely, they got some big boys in there, and I think Roxa's realising the potential that he has. Yeah,
it's something that Barcelona possibly suffered from in the eFootball Pro. Similar sort of players, similar sort of gameplay as well. When they go up against the likes of FC Nantes, believe it or not, who Roxa plays for, as the ball gets played in and headed away. It looks like that might have gone out for a corner. This is a big chance here for Serbia, for the big men again.
Seeing if he can pick out Mitrovic in there, or where's he going to go? Switching it out was Tadic. Who's going to take it this time? Kolarov, of course, with that left foot. Swings it in nicely. There is the header. The keeper met it. Oh, and he's very unlucky there. Lalic almost on it. It hasn't been cleared yet. Milinkovic-Savic, the man from Lazio, trying to work it through. Was he Lazio or Napoli? Damn it, I can't remember now. I've actually questioned myself now. But either way,
I zoned out anyway with your commentary, so I wasn't really paying attention. End of the first half, and it was it was quicker than we usually get, Lee.
He is Lazio. I was right. My first choice.
Go with the gut.
I know, right? I was thinking, hang on, it was definitely light blue. Anyway, Roxa, after the first sort of pressure, and honestly pressuring on himself, has certainly got himself back into this game nicely. And you've got to argue he's starting to look the more dangerous as this game is progressing. In this second half now, he's attacking from left to right. It is going to be Spain, Jose, though, that will win the ball back, but instantly loses it. Roxa starting to apply that pressure and turn the screws.
Yeah, 50 minutes gone. As you said, it was all Spain for the opening 10 to 15 minutes or so in that first half. But since then, Serbia have really come on strong and are looking like the dominant force here. And Jose's got some questions to answer here.
Well, that's a really bad position to lose the ball. He's got the big man in the box. There's another one arriving. He can just go for the cutback. That's what he's looking for. Oh, he tried to go straight for goal in the near post. And, well, the keeper wasn't going to get beaten in that tight an angle. But you've got to respect the chance he went for.
It's feeling like a sinking tide here at the moment for Spain. They've really got to do something to change things because they are suffering here. Free kick, corner kick, sorry, to be taken in. It's in towards the near post. And it's headed wide. Another chance comes and goes for Serbia. And Roxa is looking in tip-top form in this second quarter-final today so far.
And he's looking deadly from the corners as well. He's obviously got those big plays. He knows he's got a big chance and the corners come up there. We'll see whether Spain can unlock something here as Azpilicueta works it down the right wing, looking to try and swing something in. Gets it to Sol, looking for the cutback. There is the chance. The cutback's on. Oh, the tap-in. The keeper saves it twice. I think the second one, he knew nothing about it. It just simply hit him on the ground.
How on earth did Suso not score there? Lovely play from Azpilicueta down the right-hand side. And the ball came across. The first shot was saved brilliantly by the goalkeeper, but surely Suso should have turned home the rebound. But again, found the Serbian number one in red-hot form. Let off there for Serbia.
Headed through Roxa. Oh, defensive error. The Spanish player's going to latch onto it, but the defenders are back in numbers. It's still Spain on the attack, though, as he tries to liven off. Another defensive error. Disaster. Oh, my word. It's a calamity after calamity. What in the world was going on at the back there? That was about 3 or 4 errors in back-to-back.
Well, we said that Suso should have put Spain 2-1 up just seconds earlier. He now turns provider, and the cross was turned home by Rodrigo by the looks of things. But really, Lee, that was, as you said, a real defensive calamitous period of play there. What on earth was going through his head as it ricocheted past 2 defenders and just a simple tap in the centre of the goal.
I believe clown fiesta is the esports term when things like that go so badly wrong. And I think now it's around about 3 or 4 tackles that just, I don't know whether you could say he rode his luck. In terms of the fact they kept going.
A real player makes his own luck, Lee.
Indeed. But we're back, and of course Serbia are trailing once again, arguably against the run of play, despite Spain's big chance they just had a moment ago. But it's not done yet, because Serbia are looking to cut this one back. Can't quite get rid of it just yet, and it's still under pressure. But Spain will ride it out, and looks like they're going to try and play it out from the back.
Up towards Morata, now out towards Isco on the right-hand side. Good challenge, though, coming in. And Serbia come again, looking to respond for the second time in this match, because they were on top for large periods, but they find themselves behind. But it's in towards the near post, and brilliant defending again, this time by Piqué.
Mitrovic was there for the tap-in, but luckily, as you say, Piqué gets in front of it. Cut through once again. Is still really working that left wing at the moment. Trying to get something through, maybe go through the middle. Try a cheeky chip in there. Oh, for the header! The keeper came to collect. It was a massive goalkeeping error there. There was no reason to come off his line like he did. And Luka Jovic will just tap it in. The Real Madrid man.
Well, this is a game of mistakes so far, as the goalkeeper came to collect. Didn't get anywhere near it, but the defender as well left it for the goalkeeper. They were both in no man's land, and it just dropped onto the head of the Serbian international, and he powered the header into an empty net, and it is all square again. What a great game we've got here.
A quick reply as well, much required. Again, though both Spanish goals have come from big Serbian mistakes by Roxa. So the fact that he's still kept himself in this game is a credit to himself. Like to shake off that mental berating yourself effectively when you make these errors, to get yourself back in there, and you can just like, I'm right, it's now I got a chance, now I'm back in it. I've managed to fix his errors, but we are seeing tired legs on the back now, so keep your eyes on those fitness bars, because we're starting to see some very tired players out there. There's a real strong challenge in the box comes through, but it will simply go for a goal kick. No messing with the shoulder barge.
Yeah, and you mentioned tired legs, and that is, of course, the cause of a lot of the bad touches we're starting to see creep into the game, and those bad touches cause errors, cause goals, cause drama, and potentially almost another one there, as Serbia, of course, went more attacking for that second goal, but it seems to have evened itself out a little bit here now, as we're all back to square one again.
Chance for a break for Spain, but it was quickly dealt with, and Alcacer's going nowhere there, as he goes back to Dimitrov. Oxa, nice little bit of skill there, reading the interception, just sidesteps it, and now Kolarov, oh my god, Kolarov is dead to the world. He's got nothing left at all. He's been, the bursts of pace he's been giving down that left wing are gone. That was a solid 2-footer from Rodri.
Counters on.
Spain counter.
It's out towards Isco on the left-hand side, plays it into Asensio. Now tries to sneak it through. Good defending in the end. Just managed to get a stud to the ball to divert it away from the Spanish striker. Busquets finds Isco again on the halfway line. Now Mitrovic picks it up. He's got numbers to the left and right. He goes to the right for Jovic, but going to go all the way through to the goalkeeper. Chance goes away. It looks like we might be destined for the first draw of the day in this one.
I think he just saw the run a little too late, and in the end, Jovic just checked his run to make sure he wasn't offside. You could see what he was going for. Just a couple of moments remaining in this game. It's been a lively one, that's for sure. But Roxa has met the challenge of Jose coming in as one of their star players. And now, with a final chance, you know what? Fling it all out there in the dying moments. Leave it on the field. Don't come into this game thinking you should have done more. And, well, I guess he's going to be thinking that, because obviously the errors that he created, but he has corrected those errors. Both players were defensive for a brief moment there, so it looks like they're happy for a draw in this game. Of course, it will go to extra time penalties, which is what I think they're both looking towards now.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. To get to extra time now, they can go again almost completely afresh, and I believe they get an extra substitution as well. And there you go, Tadic coming off, and Divkovic coming on for Serbia. Doesn't look like Spain have used their substitution yet, as Asensio picks it up, and he looks to turn towards goal. It's a free kick in a fairly dangerous position, and Lee, I believe we saw a goal from Pjanic yesterday from a similar sort of range.
This is Bosnia range, wasn't it? This was the goal of the day yesterday.
In fact, it was literally right there.
Let's see if he fancies it. It was top bins yesterday. It's Busquets. He's just going to play it short instead. I don't think Busquets really had it in him to go for a belter like we saw yesterday.
Bit of an anti-climax there, Lee.
But there may be a fancy finish to it nonetheless, as Rodri tries to work it in. Rodrigo couldn't quite manage to get it through. And now the danger's on. Serbia on the counter. Zivkovic has to just hold things up at the moment. Isn't such a physical player, but Matic absolutely is. Now the left wing, well, Kolarov was there, but Kolarov's dead to this world right now. I'm surprised he didn't get substituted off, because he's already in the red. Not a lot left. And this is a beautiful little through ball. Just goes wide.
Oh, what a chance. You mentioned Kolarov, fatigued. He is a mere passenger at this moment in time. And Spain came again down that side. It's come off the outside of the post. And much like David Alaba was used yesterday for Austria, they've utilised Kolarov almost too much. If you go into extra time, you're then going to struggle, as we see the Spanish change now coming in. I think Thiago, the man to be withdrawn. And it's going to be interesting to see whether Spain actually look to attack down their right-hand side to utilise that fatigue from Kolarov.
I think, was that an individual instructor I just saw for Kolarov there to remove tight marking on Isco? It looked like it.
It looked like it.
Yeah.
And, it makes sense. It does make sense, because if you go too tight with, when your energy levels are low, you're going to get turned very easily. And it's gone all the way out of play for a goal kick. Yeah, certainly something that the players will look to do as the tired legs creep in.
Yeah, I mean, Wes has pointed out in our internal chat, obviously Kolarov is being kept on because he is the free kick master. So if there's a chance, and we have seen some wonder kicks, that
he's got a wicked left foot, that man.
Absolutely. But this is a chance for Serbia building just after half-time, sorry. Just before half-time, I get my words out correctly, and I was right the first time. I keep second-guessing myself today. I don't know what's going on. That's a great ball through, but the keeper's there.
I hate to harp on about it, but if I'd gone with my gut with 3x3, we would be all right.
The gift that keeps on giving, the 3x3. Here we go, though. Serbia switch sides and almost bursting through from the kickoff there, as Spain were just a little bit napping from the start. But now 15 minutes is all that remains in regulation time before we hit penalties between Roxa and Jose. Spain versus Serbia. Serbia on the push.
We said it was going to be a tight game in terms of certainly no walk-away winners, as both teams are so tremendously well matched. And we are level and almost destined for penalties, as the punch clear sets Spain away on another counter-attack. But good challenge coming in. And it's going to be a throw on that far touchline. 9 minutes is all that stands between Jose and Roxa going to penalties, as Rodri now picks the ball up and finds Rodrigo, one of the goal scorers, of course, in that first half of the 90 minutes. Now Thiago, the man who came on in this extra time period, just can't sneak it through, and the chance goes away.
I'm not going to lie, I'm seeing a little bit of panic, a little bit of fluster in Roxa's defence every time he gets back there. And then it's sort of getting to the point, it's just like, I am just going to boot it clear, because I don't want none of this to go wrong once again. This time, tries a offensive through ball, didn't quite work out for him. 5 minutes is all that remains now as Spain go on the attack. They've got 4 forward at the moment, with 6 Serbian defenders back there, and Roxa will win it back and clear the danger through to Zivkovic. Counter-attack opportunity here as he feeds it through the middle, looking for a runner, finds one. Not going to be quick enough though. Ramos is back there. Talking of physical players, he is definitely one at the back for Spain. But they now have a chance as they push forward. Asensio through the middle. Oh, the keeper's quick to it. He had to be.
That was the moment to win it in extra time. We will now go straight to penalties, and the drama already in today's action in the first two quarterfinals has been epic. What are we going to see here? Who is going to take a 1-0 lead in this best of three?
Oh, he's egging it for the right side. He really wants it, and he gets it. I mean, that was sort of baiting it a little too hard, and a fantastic penalty for Spain there to slot it right against the post.
It was indeed. Can Serbia and Roxa respond here? We saw some questionable penalty taking yesterday, but the two today so far, in this game anyway, have been absolutely clinical.
Spot on penalty. Now Spain once again. Asensio, where will he go? This time Roxa, no funny business, but my word, you don't save those, do you?
Penalty of the day for sure, as Mitrovic steps up. Captain, fantastic. He was brilliant yesterday, but he's missed. He's put it straight down the middle, and Spain have the advantage.
Can they put the game to bed? Still a couple of penalties to go, but if they can get themselves to 3-1, the pressure will very much be on. He's missed it. A save from the keeper. Serbian keeper stepping up when needed. Now to convert it to level things back up.
Huge pressure penalty for Roxa. Can he level the scores? It's another tremendous save from the Spanish goalkeeper. Advantage
right
Spain continues.
That's a really good save. I mean, that was a precise penalty. It was in the bottom right-hand corner. You can't argue about it. He just guessed it right. Great save. And now Roxa once again has to keep himself in it. This time it is the defender, and it will be saved. Nicely done again. He has to get himself a goal here, though, or the pressure's on. He could be out of the tournament with the next kick.
Yeah, if he doesn't score here, Spain can win it with their next spot kick from 12 yards. It's Jovic. Steps up, number 19. It's another tremendous save, you have to say, because it wasn't a bad penalty.
The first win in this best-of-3 series. Spain to convert from the spot. We'll take it to 1-0. And we'll see whether Serbia, well, they're going to have another game to try and come back from this one, but the pressure very much on here from the spot. Oh, it's saved again, and Serbia are not done this time. They have a chance to redeem themselves and level the things up to 2-2, but if he doesn't score, they're done. Oh, my word.
It's a real lifeline. It's a real lifeline for Serbia, but they have to do what they have failed to do 3 times already in this spot kick session, and he's missed it again. And Spain have won the first in the best of 3 in the most dramatic of circumstances.
What an incredible game. 2 errors from Serbia create 2 goals for Spain, but every time Roxa had an answer to it, but he just failed at the last in the penalty shootout. Just couldn't quite have an answer. 2-1 Spain will win the first matchup. It is a best-of-3 series. The aggregate score does not count. There'll be nothing carrying over. Good job because they drew. It does mean it is simply Spain are 1-0 up in the series. And, of course, just need one more game to take it. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. It was just such a defensive squabble, and look at that. I mean, it was a good hit. It was a good hit, but it was an open goal.
Yeah, it was a great hit, but you've only got to look at the mistake that caused it. And we touched on in-game comms that the mistakes coming late in the game were due to the tight legs, etc., and the panic setting in. But you can't make excuses for that after 5 minutes in the game. But he responded well, Roxa, and he obviously drew himself level on the 25th minute. A lovely flowing move and a great finish with the outside of the left boot there.
In Spain, they hit the bar, they hit the post, they hit everything. They tried the best to put the game to bed. This one, I couldn't believe it never went in. Double save from the keeper. We got another moment in a moment where it just comes off the post and the bar. It's flicking off everything. But again, defensive errors, defensive errors, defensive errors. That's the story for Serbia.
Yeah, both goals coming from defensive errors, as you highlighted. Well taken, don't get me wrong, but you've only got to question Roxa defensively. It'd be interesting to see how the two players approach the next game as another defensive error, really a combination of a defensive error and a goalkeeping error to allow him too much space to get the head in, and that was the moment that sent Spain into a 1-0 lead in this best of three. Well, the FedEx stats of the day shows that obviously it was a pretty entertaining thing. 16 shots between the two teams, 70% accuracy as well for Spain with those 10 shots. So they're going to be pretty disappointed that they didn't, that it actually went to a penalty shootout in the end because of the amount of chances they had. Yeah, they probably should have in full time. Looking at the stats anyway, it's difficult to do that in eFootball PES 2020. Like I said, it'd be interesting to see who the two players are chosen next. I would imagine we're going to see Kepa for Serbia, and I also would imagine we're going to see Alex Alguacil in for Spain as well. But you never know. As I said, we've got the likes of the Palmer and Mestre as well for Spain, and yeah, let's wait and see. Yeah, we'll see who's going to step up for them. Obviously, it is a best-of-3 series, so you know what? If Serbia come out on top of this one, we could have a Game 3, just as we saw in the Romania-Holland game. If you missed that one, an absolute cracker coming out from Romania, knocking the nearly men out of the tournament, bless them. Holland, once again, bow out in the quarterfinals. You know, as an Englishman, we can feel your pain. I can have a bit of sympathy with them, to be honest. Yeah, we certainly can. We've been the nearly men for nearly 100 years, so. Yeah, even I'm not old enough to remember the 1966 World Cup. It's been that long since we did anything. It is going to be Kepa starting out as we expected for Serbia, and he will be up against Mestre. So it's the two we expected. Maybe we're thinking Alex Alguacil is going to come in here, though. I would have expected that to kind of get the job done in two. Maybe they're looking, if it does go to that third game, then they'll bring Alex in for that all-important tiebreaker. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, Mestre is still a fantastic talent for Bayern Munich. But I would have thought Alex would have come in for this one. Yeah, I mean, we don't know, obviously, like we say, they've got to be history. They've played each other before. Serbia came out on top. We don't know how that went, and maybe there's something Mestre's better against Kepa in the past. Exactly, yeah exactly. Kepa's obviously, there's something in there. I mean, these guys have played each other countless times across multiple tournaments, so they're well aware of each other's abilities and who can do better against that player. Obviously, we saw it yesterday with the French team. Full ultra defensive setups targeted at players. Like we may well see something like that, but obviously Serbia need to come out on top and get themselves a win here to stay in the tournament. They do, and we're going to have to question the mentality of Kepa yet again, because he didn't have a great day yesterday in terms of holding lead. So if he does go in front, can he hold it? Because if he lets another one go and we go into a third decisive well, we won't go into a third decisive game because it will of course be 2-0 to Spain. So that is the big question on Kepa's shoulders right now. Yeah, possible squad rotation, as Wes has pointed out, because both Palmer and Alex did play yesterday. They're just, they got 4 fantastic players within that Spanish lineup. They can just rotate through. Whether they've just saved these guys for today, or whether we'll see more of them later on. Obviously, Spain at the moment 1-0 up, looking with one toe in the semi-finals. But Kepa had a fantastic performance yesterday. Did lose both his games 3-2, but we know he's certainly a capable player. Serbia playing in the red, Spain in the white. Yeah, we touched on squad rotation. Of course, it is a very, very long and grueling day, both physically and mentally in terms of concentration. So possibly that might be why, as the first shot in anger comes in, the squad rotations may be in place as it's in towards Mitrovic again, the danger man. It's just too overhit, but certainly, Lee, looks like a game plan to target the big man early on. Yeah, get those physical stats in action, go for the big man. Almost working out for them, just a little too heavy a hit there. I think the keeper would have...
Still looking to work the angles down the left wing. He's got a big chance here just to go for the cutback, but nicely shepherded out by Kepa.
10 minutes gone here. Serbia 0, Spain 0. Of course, Spain winning the first game. It went all the way through to a penalty shootout in which Jose was the victor. Now it's Mestre's turn to turn the screw and try and win this one.
Not really a shot in anger coming out from Spain in the opening 15. More importantly, no errors for Serbia to cause those chances. That one flicked off the defender's heels, but the keeper will clear it. And look at that, sends it. Is he offside or not? I don't know, but oh, it was a poor first touch that gave it anyway. I wasn't too sure, but Mitrovic, very sloppy in his first touch.
Yeah, he had acres of space. All he had to do was control the ball, and he had a good 4, even 5 meters between him and the last defender just to race through on goal. It wasn't to be, but that certainly goes down as probably, even though we didn't even have a shot, the biggest chance of the game so far. Not quite the enthralling spectacle that we saw in that first game, but we've still got time late.
Yeah, there's only 20 minutes gone, and let's not forget that Spain are coming into this one with a lead, so there's no reason for them to put too much pressure on themselves looking for those early goals. Meanwhile, Kepa needs... Oh, my word. That's...
Oh, naughty.
That's a physical one.
Prison sentence.
Absolutely nowhere near the ball. Really late. It's going to be at least a card. Yep, a booking for Milinkovic.
Just welcoming Morata to the game there. As Azpilicueta finds Rodrigo. Now back to Rodri. Now finds Isco. Great interception from Nemanja Matic, but Spain have it back here. They're pressing, looking for the opening goal of the day here.
Working well. Some really good defending coming out from Kepa at the moment, but that ball just a little straight. Wanted to try and work the angles, but wins it back in an important position now in the midfield. He's got a lot of options open, looking for the left, looking for the right. Where's he going to go? Straight through the middle. He's got one off to the right. Just tries to go for goal and just pulls it wide.
We saw that so many times yesterday, flash into the back of the net from very similar positions. Unfortunately, he just couldn't quite get the whip that was needed to bring that inside the post, but promising stuff again for Serbia, and looks like Kepa is on top at the moment.
Certainly putting the pressure on still. Yet to see a real shot from Spain as they try and work it forward. That's going to get challenged in the midfield once again, and the defenders are there to clean up for Kepa as he sends it down the wing. And almost a loose pass in the middle, and it will in the end be given away, but he wins it back in style, tries to set it through the middle, and we're going to go pull back now. The defender, the goal referee would give play on, but that was a very late tackle, and it's going to be a Serbian free kick.
Yeah, this game is far from pretty at the moment. We're seeing the grueling tactical side that you of course still need to have if you're going to go all the way in a competition. You can't always play right at the peak. This wonderful flowing football that we know and love. This side of the game is just as important, as Mitrovic now has the chance to swing it into the danger area, but they need him in the centre because he's the target man. Now finds Tadic. Wonderful little maestro he is. The left foot shot. How on earth does he put that wide? Biggest chance of the match, and it's a gilt-edge opportunity wasted.
And a beautiful little shuffle of the feet as well as he tries to reposition, but again, another massive chance. We just had a glimpse of the possession stats there, sorry, the pass stats. 68% pass complete for Kepa right now, and that just shows how direct a style football he is trying to play right now. He's just sending that ball and trying to get the big men on the end of it. Doesn't care whether it doesn't quite connect or not, just launching those through balls. You can see how quick the game he's trying to play against Spain, and it's working so far. He is getting the chances.
Yeah, very direct, very physical, and Spain are struggling to come to terms with it at the moment, but important for them. It's still level, of course, that gilt-edge opportunity from Tadic. He just snatched at the shot. Will he get a better opportunity in this first half? I doubt it.
I just wonder if it's purely down to how confident he is that he will win the ball back, because so far we've seen Kepa being fantastic in the midfield and defence at getting that ball back at the moment. He's just trying to draw the Spanish players towards his defenders as he now goes for looking for that counter-attack, but the back four is solid as you like for Spain. That is, if there's any physical players, they're all at the back for Spain, and that's where he needs them at the moment as Serbia continue to put the pressure on, but Spain finally look to build an attack of their own through the middle.
1-0 to Spain in the best of three. This is the second game. We are deadlocked at 0-0. This is so hard to call at this moment in time as the referee brings the first half to an end in this stalemate second game. It's had a lot of action, but not in front of goal.
You know, I think I figured Kepa's defensive tactic out. My players are bigger than yours. I'm just going to run into you. And mine will stand up, yours will go on the floor. That seems to be how it's going.
It seems to be working, Lee. So hard to complain with that.
Well, Mestre from the kickoff, looking to try and get something here as he works it through. There is a runner, but again, put on the floor, put on the floor. And it's like watching the old Chicago Bulls versus Detroit Pistons. There's a bit of history for you that nobody will ever get. At the moment, though, Kepa working his way through once again. Big chance here, and it's flicked off the rear end of the Spanish defender for a corner. And we saw how deadly Serbia were from the corners in the previous matchup.
Yeah, with the result of this game, questions will be asked about squad rotation, of course, as Serbia haven't utilised the other two players in their team, whereas Spain seem to be sharing the responsibility across the tournament so far. And it seems to be the main man, Kepa, or the main men, should you say, Kepa, and Roxa as the header comes in. The collar-off cross was not dealt with defensively from a Spanish point of view, and really, it's another chance that on another day, Kepa scores.
Keeper had to be hot on his heels there, De Gea, making sure it's clear. Let's have a look at what Kepa's going to do this time as he swings it back in. This time it's dealt with, no problem.
Corner to be taken on the far touchline. It's in towards the near post. Great defensive header. He just put everything on the line to block the attack as Tadic now picks it up. Plays it in towards Mitrovic again. How many more chances are Serbia going to spurn? Spain are living dangerously.
They're living on the edge. Just flicks up out of position. Wasn't quite able to do it, but the corners are causing so many problems right now. And you can see there's no Spanish players there. When it gets cleared, it's only going to a Serbia player and it's coming right back down their throats. Finally, Spain will get the ball away, but, well, it's not really getting any further, is it? The physicality working well for Serbia right now as they keep the pressure on Kepa. But all this pressure has still yet to get himself a goal. It's eluded him so far. Will this be the chance? Again, it goes wide.
Oh, it's starting to feel like one of those games for Serbia, and you've got to start to wonder whether your luck is just not going to be in. And we know in eFootball PES 2020 that momentum can be a huge thing. If you do not take your chances at this level, you bet that the opposition is going to get at least one chance between now and the end. And I wouldn't be surprised if Spain were able to overcome this task because of how, you'd have to say, poor in front of goal Serbia have been.
Yeah, they've had the chances, but they've squandered them so often. But this direct football is working well for Kepa. That tackle, though, works through. And I think for Spain, he just needs to get a hold of the ball, get a bit of passage of play going, which is what he's trying. You know, the ticky-tacky that the Spanish teams are fabled for just hasn't been really able to get going because Serbia, oh, that's a late one. That is a late one. Okay, it's a little far out possibly for a shot though, I think.
Well, based on yesterday, you never know, Lee, but that was certainly taking one for the team. You have to say there, from a Spanish point of view, as Nemanja Matic is up over the ball, plays it in towards Mitrovic again, who's been ever present in this game so far. And now Rodrigo turns and tries to set Morata on his merry way, but it's just breaking down every single time, and wave after wave of Serbian pressure. Can they finally make it pay, or will Spain manage to sneak something on the counter? Morata pops it off to Koke, but it breaks down again.
I think it'd be a real sucker punch if Spain were to come out on top in this match so far. That's a great ball through, just offside a fraction. No, he'd strayed well off. He had strayed well off. He wasn't a clear chance, but of course you will be if you're that far ahead of the defensive line. 70 minutes gone. His time running out. Pressure on Kepa now. Obviously, it is classed as 0-0 this matchup, so it will go extra time and penalties regardless. But currently, with Spain leading 1-0 in the series, he's going to want to do it in regular time.
Yeah, I touched on the mentality of Kepa and whether we possibly might have to have questioned it after yesterday and the leads he let slip. But this is a mentality question of a whole different ball game, because he's had so many chances and he's not been able to take them. Is he now going to start suffering from why am I not in front?
Indeed. Well, Maestro, big chance opening up here down the left wing. Man in the middle looking for Morata. Can't get it across. The defender's there. This time it is cleared. No defensive errors for Serbia. And now a direct counter themselves, but it's picked up in the midfield by Spain.
It's possible yesterday is playing on Kepa's mind, which means that he's snatching at shots that he'd usually just calmly stroke home. But they come again here, Serbia, through Mitrovic. Back to Jovic. Now Busquets picks it off him, but can't find Morata. It's a late challenge. Referee waves away the appeals as Rodrigo twists and turns. Can't get away from the Serbian defender, but that's another mistake. Is this another calamitous goal here? What a save from the goalkeeper. It looked for all the world to see it was going to sail into the top right-hand corner. Not to be.
It was just opening up, and you just thought for a moment, are we really about to see a Spanish goal against the run of play? It is still a corner. As you can see, the players just going to be adjusting exactly what's going on. Expect to see some substitutions coming in here for both teams. Now, some tired legs start to show. We'll see exactly what's going to change.
Yeah, it was a lovely dummy that to get the shot away, but we talked about momentum, and that momentum has well and truly shifted back in Spanish favour. They've been under the cosh for large periods in this match, but now with only 8 minutes to go, they look like they could be on top.
Oh, and a Kepa steps in. A counter from the corner, possibly, as they try and break down the left wing. Milinkovic-Savic can burst through. He's got to switch the play, though. Lends it down the left wing. Jovic's going to run it into the corner. And now the Spanish players are getting back. It's just going to go for a throw, which will reset the play. But Serbia, they hold on after a small bit of pressure from Spain. It's actually a free kick. I mean, you know, that's a problem. There's a lot of big men. Look at them sticking out.
Yeah, it was a cheeky little flick on the ankles of Jovic, and the referee gave the free kick. Nothing doing so far, but it's ricochet back, pinball, and fired up. Just 4 minutes remaining. Are we going to see a late dramatic winner here?
Controls it, keeps it. Spain struggling to get out of their own box at the moment as Kepa once again puts the pressure on for Serbia. It's a corner once again, and the big men are going to be stacking out in the box. 88 minutes gone on the clock. Can we see a dying header in regular time, or will we be going extra time? Will Kepa be able to put this to bed? He's put so much pressure on. Oh, he's deflected. Clear. Oh, just about gets out. Scrambled out by the Spanish defenders to the halfway line.
The camera angle there had us all fooled. It looked like it was going to pop back out to Mitrovic just to turn home into an empty net. But what a stop that was, right at the death. A goal then would have surely been the winner. But as it stands, we have just 4 minutes of added on time thanks to the fourth official down on that technical area. But it looks like we are heading for another extra time here. Too close to call, and we called it, Lee, at the start of the day.
It's not quite done. There's a couple of minutes remaining. And she's going to put the pressure on, but now that's it. The Spanish clearance. It's full time, final whistle. And now we have 30 minutes of extra time. It's not goal and goal. It is going to be a straight extra time. Chances for goals. Oh, we just had one penalty shootout. Will we be leading to another? Kepa's put so much pressure on in this matchup, but just couldn't find the net.
Well, well, well. Where do we start from a Serbian point of view? Because they had wave after wave of attacks, and the chances just came and went. And you'd in any other game, you'd think your luck's out, and it can only be one winner, and that's the opposition. But we just haven't seen really anything from a Spanish point of view.
Yeah, I mean, they had the shot in the, 75th minute. That was it. That's all I remember. I don't think I saw any other chances from Mestre. He's up against it with Kepa. Kepa's clearly come on a mission for Serbia, and that's the mission he's on. He knows it's in his hands to keep Serbia in the tournament. He was the front man yesterday. He played all the first games. Today he's playing the second games. It was Roxa was the save yesterday. Roxa came so close, went to penalties, and out he went on 2-1 in the penalties. But now it's all on Kepa. The physicality of Serbia was working well, but the question is, what have they got left in the locker? Because Spain have been defending for so long, they haven't been making those bursting runs. They haven't drained themselves physically. As another one spins wide, I don't think that's spun off the heel of a defender, possibly. Let's have a little look at the shot. Well, I think he just spun it wide.
You asked the question, will we see Spain come out in extra time with fresher legs? And the answer so far has been business as usual. It's been Serbia dominating, but Spain, of course, now have the ball through Sala. Now Rodrigo picks it up, plays it through in towards the penalty spot, but hacked away. We just need to see more from Spain going forwards. They seem to be... I know they're 1-0 up, of course, and maybe the game plan is to stifle the game and try and nick it in a penalty shootout or the odd mistake. You never know.
Well, we're seeing mistakes there. Serbia finally struggling to clear the lines, but Spain putting a bit of pressure on from the kickoff. Didn't quite work out as he wants it, though. As now we see, once again, Serbia on the press. Trying to go direct style. That's a good through ball. Just checked out at the last for Spain. Almost certainly would have been a clear one-on-one.
100 minutes on the clock. Serbia 0, Spain 0. It only tells half of the story because it's been largely dominated by Serbia. Can they finally unlock the defence? Yes, they can. Manual goalkeeping, not to be on this occasion. It did not pay off. But that ball over the top has caused Spain problems time and time again today. And finally, Kepa's able to take one of the chances.
Oh, my word. Finally, justice is done, I feel, in this game. This has been all Kepa, all game long. And at last, in the 102nd minute, he breaks the deadlock. Luka Jovic. And you see, he's been playing that direct style, and finally it works out for him. As you see, manual goalkeeper sent it to the right, thought he was going to snatch the early shot, but cool as you like. Considering the chances he's had, that was some pretty cool under pressure finishing. Just runs it in, a simple tap to the corner in the end. And Serbia at last have their goal, and now we'll see how Spain respond to it.
It's Mitrovic who's been in the headline, certainly in this game so far, as being the danger man, but it's now Jovic who actually turned, or looking like turning into the hero, as he's evaded the defenders' watchful eye as they were focusing on Mitrovic. Can Spain finally respond? We haven't seen, other than that 75th minute chance, anything from Spain put my teeth back in, there we go, from an attacking point of view.
Yeah, Mesra's not had an answer for Kepa so far. Kepa came out from the outset and just barged his way through the Spanish players. Half-time and extra time, 15 minutes remain for Kepa to maintain his lead and take this to a game 3. As Serbia look to fight back in this one. And in fairness, they were always chasing it in the first matchup, but Roxa certainly put a lot of pressure on. And in all honesty, the goals that he let in were kind of his own fault. So we haven't seen a great deal from Spain, I feel, today so far.
No, not enough from me. And we question the selection. Possibly we saw something in qualification which would suggest that Mestre would be the best match for Kepa going into this one, but it hasn't looked like that so far.
From the outset, Spain, there's a massive chance on the left wing. Oh, gone wide. Did the keeper have hands with? Did it come off the defender? I couldn't tell. But Spain have to be scoring that. I think it just
flashed all the way wide. Oh, it's a big chance. It's a huge chance, Lee, and he hasn't had too many. So he may not get a better opportunity.
And Kepa taking his time for the first time from the goal kick there, realising no reason to rush, no reason to push it, but he's going straight through the middle and keeping that pressure on. I was somewhat surprised to see that pass after he'd already slowed things down, but maybe trying to catch the Spanish player Mestre off guard. And again, look at that, just how cleanly and easily he's winning it in the midfield.
Yeah, it's far too easy right now for Serbia. And as soon as Spain get the ball back, it's wrestled off them again.
I just wonder, Adam, think of yesterday, think of Kepa. He had 2-0 leads and he was giving it away and losing 3-2. I'm just thinking, you know what, I probably shouldn't play defensive. I should just keep playing the way I am, because every time I try and slow things down, it goes wrong for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And almost a horrendous error there at the back, and that would have been some turn up for the books, as Serbia were looking like for a split second there, like it was going to be 2-0.
My word, that would have been the howler of the tournament, that's for sure. That's normally reserved for England goalkeepers.
We'd have to invent a new award for that one.
Oh my word, De Gea just having a moment there. I mean, he had a moment like that in this season, right? He had a bit of a moment, but I think some changes are afoot, and Mestre's going to throw caution to the wind and go for it. We're just waiting to see exactly what changes will come through here. What do you think he's going to do? Is he going to? I mean, he's got to go attacking. He's got to go all out attack.
Well, you'd expect him to go attacking from that sense of it, but he needs to change the personnel, because whatever he's doing at this moment in time, it's not paying off. We've seen nothing in that attacking third. He needs to get some more physicality up top. I'm trying to think of who's on the Spanish bench, to be honest, because as you alluded to at the start, they're not blessed with huge height and physicality. Morata's probably one of their best, but he's already on.
He's won it. He's won it back. Kepa has kept a hold of the ball. He can lay it off. Have a shot into the top corner. De Gea saves. It's still not dealt with. Finally, it goes to the hands of De Gea. He's got to send it. He's got 3 minutes remaining here, but it's instantly Kepa that wins it back, and that is the story of the game. Every time it touches the midfield, Kepa gets it, and Mestre can do nothing about it.
Yeah, of course, we are all doing this from our respective homes, so when we are in studios, we can usually see what's going on tactically, formations and personnel. But unfortunately, without that information, we can't see what's going on. It is just a pause. It has finished here. 1-0 to Serbia. And it is well and truly honours even. Where do we go from here now, Lee?
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost certain we're going to see Kepa playing once again. He looks like a man on a mission right now. I think the fact that it was only 1-0 is somewhat surprising. The chances they had throughout that. I mean, if you think of the amount of chances that he missed, that he really should have scored, and Mestre looked like a rabbit in the headlights. I hate to say it, but he really did, because Kepa was just on a mission that game.
Yeah, as I said, it could have been 5-6. He missed some, not just half chances, he missed some huge chances, and you felt like it was going to be one of those days where he was going to get sucker punched, he was going to let in a last-minute goal, and a mistake due to fatigue from all that high-intensity pressing game that he was playing. Just never materialised. I'm really surprised for a player of Mestre's ability that he just offered nothing in an attacking sense.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing the clear game plan, and now obviously you guys at home are starting to vote with your heads maybe and not the hearts. I don't know. 57% now thinking Serbia will come in. Maybe as Harry said earlier, it's people tuning in and seeing Kepa's act.
Tadic fed Mitrovic there. Another chance came and went, and as we said, it got to the 60th, 70th minute, and we started to think it's just not your day. And he was able just to nick it in extra time, as Spain had one real big chance and a huge save from the goalkeeper. I think Morata was the player taking the shot, and another chance came and went right at the death, and we thought that that rebound was going to come back out to the onrushing Mitrovic. Wasn't to be, and then into extra time.
Interesting that he didn't play Asensio from the start, went with Suso instead. Maybe a question there, but again, that was the goal in the end, and it was a long time in coming, but it was taken coolly. He could have snatched it, could have rushed it, considering the chances he'd had and chance he missed. 13 shots to 2. My word. Yeah. And that and 80% accuracy, that went up a lot, considering he was playing such direct football. That just shows the dominance that Serbia had in that game. I just wonder who they're going to put up against Kepa in this third matchup. I'm almost certain it's going to be Kepa and not Roxa playing. Yeah,
I would imagine so, and I'd have to look at Alex to come in, because they need something, certainly. And interestingly about that goal, we touched on in comms the manual goalkeeping side of it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but the best players often can tell from an attacking point of view when manual goalkeeping is going to come in. And if he sort of came across to that near post, he just waited, delayed the shot, it left the whole goal wide open, just a calm finish in. And that goes to show, especially considering the chances he'd missed, and he snatched it a lot, he did really well on that occasion.
Yeah, I believe it was Roxa in the first game that made a great save, using the keeper manually, getting it across the side. So, like you say, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If it doesn't, I mean, it was a clear-cut chance for him anyway. So, the fact that it didn't, it doesn't really change anything. So, game 3, Serbia fight back, bite back. And the first game went to a penalty shootout. I just wonder who is feeling the more confident right now. Kepa certainly is going to be brimming after that one. He just dominated, manhandled Mestre. I don't think we're going to see Mestre up against him again. I think he wants to have a break in a shower after that one, because he was sweating bullets trying to defend all those shots.
Yeah, he was in a real battle for sure. And it's weird because he looked a little bit out of his depth almost. And I'm not too sure. Because
I'm seeing the third matchup here, and it surprised me. I'm not going to lie.
Mestre's back in.
Mestre's back in, and he's up against Roxa.
I mean, that's left me, as well as you, considering our faces are on screen, a little bit perplexed, because I wasn't sure about. Possibly, I can see the Roxa, coming in, because he was probably the better out of the two players yesterday, actually. But to go with Mestre again, well, I'm not too sure. He may prove me wrong. Like I said, he's still a fantastic player. He plays for Bayern Munich. He's been there, done that. He's got great experience, but I just am surprised that Alex hasn't come in. Maybe there's something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. Never know.
I just wonder whether they've decided it now, or this was decided before the series began. And now they're thinking, oh, damn it, Kepa's really hot today. I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll get fed the stats, some information. We'll sort of probe League Ops to see if we can get any of that information away. Yeah. Because from our perspective, you've got to be thinking, you just saw that match thinking, why the hell is Kepa not playing?
Yeah, it might still stem back. We keep touching on it. It might still stem back to the qualification when Serbia actually toppled Spain. Maybe Mestre did something. I don't have that information here. Maybe he was part of the reason why in that matchup, maybe he did something that was great, and equally maybe why Roxa has been chosen there. Maybe he was the reason why they topped the group. You never know.
Well, it's definitely going to change things, and you guys are voting on the poll. Maybe that'll change. Maybe the Spanish fans will be back in there going, we got this, boys. But do not discount Roxa. If you think to the game that he lost on penalties, he came back from a goal down every time 2-2. And those both goals were really his defensive errors rather than the other players' fortunes sort of benefiting from it. So Roxa certainly is the man that can do it. He did it yesterday for Serbia when required, when Kepa couldn't. So absolutely has it in his locker to come out on top against Mestria.
Yeah, and you've got to remember as well, from a Spanish point of view, one of the benefits of playing again straight away is that you are, even though you lost the game, you are still fresh, you're up to speed, you don't have to rely on the opening, because often they can get caught cold. Coming in the first 5 to 10 minutes, we've seen so many times how many early goals we have because they're not quite at the races at this highest level. Maybe that's another reason why they've gone with Mestre again. Yeah,
who knows? Who knows? We could debate it all day. We're just going to wait for the game to get ready. Let's keep debating it. Keep debating it. I'm just very surprised that Kepa isn't playing. After 13 shots to 2, you're going to be thinking, oh, let me go again. Or maybe he just threw his all at that game and he's got nothing left. I don't know.
Well, that selection there, as you can see, has affected the polls, Lee.
I mean, they're still loving it. I feel that there's still some Kepa bias in this vote. But 31% to 69%, Serbia fans are getting their heads in there, and everybody else is watching this one. Obviously, Serbia, you know, they had some tough matches yesterday. Spain came sailing through the group. Serbia had to go at it.
Yeah, and as you touched on, Roxa was one of the main reasons why they are here. But I think more importantly, the selection from the Spanish point of view is more of the reason possibly for the poll. Maybe they've seen a weakness in that last game from Mestre that might have swayed that. Could be proved completely wrong, and he may go and win 4-0. You never know. Like I said, he does have the ability to do that. Yeah, it's just it's an interesting one. We'll have to wait and see. Hindsight is probably the best thing we can have after this.
Well, it looks like the game's just about ready to go. Roxa, the man of experience, perhaps, is what they're leaning on here in the inaugural eEURO 2020 tournament for eFootball PES. Spain coming into this one, I would say, as the favourites, maybe in the top half of the bracket, but they are up against it here. France, meanwhile, obviously down at the bottom. The tournament favourites are going to be feeling very confident watching this, but they themselves had a tricky moment yesterday, so let's not jump our guns. And obviously the Romanians, looking to see who they're going to be facing in the semi-final from this leg, are going to be licking their lips because they played fantastic against the Dutch earlier today. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, back underway. It is the Spaniards in their home strip and Serbia in the white, and it's Serbia on the attack instantly, tries to cut it in, and it will be cleared.
Tadic now plays it in towards the danger area, and the first shot in anger comes from Serbia, and it's almost like a complete repeat of that last game with Serbia doing all the early pressing. It's a wicked shot there on the left peg, and it's going to be a corner, and they are dangerous from set pieces with that physicality advantage. As it's headed away, now fired back in, but that is up and over the top. And Lee, that was the first real chance, and it was a big one.
Yeah, that's the pressure that they wanted there. Roxa starting off strong and getting himself involved early, which we didn't see against the game earlier on. But if you think back to that game, while it was 2-2, it was Roxa that dominated it. It was Roxa that dominated it for the large portion of the game. But now Mestre, after being contained for 120 minutes in the previous game against Kepa, comes straight the blocks at 5 minutes and gets himself a wonderful goal from the wing.
Well, Mestre might just have answered all of the critics inside the opening 5 minutes. It was a wonderful run from Rodrigo, and many people were talking behind the scenes about the experience that Roxa had over Kepa, and of course his performances yesterday for the reason behind his inclusion in this final match. But a little bit of inexperience almost coming through, it seemed, for such an old head defensively, and it allowed a free run And Mestre made no mistake 6 minutes in. And for something he couldn't do in all of 120 minutes almost, he's done inside 6 minutes.
I got to feel that Roxa was just looking around and looking for like, oh, where's he going to pass it? Where's he going to pass it? Didn't expect, because you just don't see that many wing runs. Obviously, Rodrigo certainly capable of doing that. So Spain find themselves in the lead, and poor old Roxa is up against it once again. He had to come back from a goal down twice in the first leg, which may be playing in the back of his mind. He knows he can do it. And I think for Mestre, I think he's been let off the leash. I think he's just been contained and pressured so much by Kepa. He's thinking, right, this is it. I'm going at him from the start.
Oh, he's in again here.
My word. How did that not go in? He did the perfect little double touch, completely did the keeper, and then hit the post.
He should be 2-0 up, Lee. We had one chance for Jajic inside 4 minutes for Serbia. And then since then, it's been a Spanish onslaught, and the inquest may continue as Spain are in again here. Is in towards Isco. Great defending from Roxa, who's living incredibly dangerously at this moment in time. The counter's now on, and he switches play out towards Dusan Tadic. And now the Spanish players get back, but it's back to the playmaker again. They're lining up here, Serbia, out towards Kolarov. Utilised so many times. Lovely footwork there. The referee plays a good advantage. Still in the danger area. They can't clear their lines here, Spain. Can they make them pay? No, they can't. Great save in the end.
The pressure from Serbia back on. It's where it needs to be, but he's got to be careful about this counter-attack that Mestre's finally been able to develop for Spain. He's been contained for so long that I just feel that the bottle top has been released, and Mestre's exploding onto the pitch right now. And chances, well, that's a late one. Very, very late one on Tadic there. Oh, my word. Could that be red?
We touched on a lack of physicality from a Spanish point of view. They were certainly, Isco was certainly proving that they're up for the battle today.
Well, Roxa not able to do anything from the free kick. And now the counter's on. There's only one man ahead of him, though, so not really going to go very far, whereas Roxa's Serbian players are still very much ahead. 5 of them in around the box. Finds one. Slips it back. It's a beautiful drag-back finish there. And Roxa's back in control. 1-1. Mitrovic finds the net.
Yeah, it's that man again. Mitrovic. We've seen so many times yesterday. Just jinking onto his favourite right foot on the edge of the area and applying a calm finish into the far corner. And for all of Spain's dominance, we're back level again.
Well, he had to do this again, Roxa. Will there be a chance for Roxa to actually get in the lead for once in these games instead of having to chase it all the time? He's certainly got it, the ability to do it. Mestre, 5-minute goal. I think it was within like 3 or 4 minutes last time, wasn't it? So he's ruining those early goal chances, but that'll be a goal kick. That's exactly what he wanted from the kickoff there. Doesn't need to go ultra defensive anymore. Can just get himself back in control, and that's what he's gonna do. That's gonna get picked up. It's gone off for a throw though, and Serbia will have the ball.
Kolarov to throw from that near touchline, and Serbia break again here. A lot of numbers back for Spain, but good interchange there on the edge of the area. Finds the danger man again. Now Jajic from the edge of the area. What a finish! We may have seen another goal of the day contender. It opened up, caressed into the far corner, and on the biggest stage of the season so far, he's produced an absolute wonder strike here, Roxa.
That was exactly what we were talking about yesterday. Hit it, hit it, hit it. And he had the chance. It opened up for him. It just rolls back beautifully. And you know what? Just have a go, and perfectly places it, curls it into that corner. De Gea beaten. And he just, look at that. De Gea just stepped to the right, which completely put him out of position. He didn't have the chance, the speed to scurry across to the left-hand side. I don't know whether that was Mestre just repositioning. I think that was just simply the AI moving him over to the left, because that was the position he should have been in. It was the correct position after all. And for once, we see Roxa in the lead. and he's won the ball once again from the kickoff.
Well, there's that mental strength of Roxa, showing the years of experience and possibly the reason for his selection ahead of Kepa for this final game in the best of three. Of course, Spain winning the first as it just drops onto the top of the net. And I just can't call it at the moment.
Well, Roxa certainly pulling it about, starting to put the pressure on. By all rights, you know, you score a goal, you should be under pressure from the kickoff, but he won that back and had a shot within a moment. Oh my God! Oh, he got a little lucky there, did Mestre, because Roxa win the ball back. That's one of those chances you see happen when you first start playing the game and you just can't clear the ball and you're like, oh, I just gave the ball straight away to whatever person you happen to have queued up against, and you're just like, well, I'm not playing anymore. But that's not the case.
The league give up. Well, none of these players will be giving up at this moment in time as we tick towards the end of the first half. It's been toing and froing like the tides of the sea at the moment. Just can't call it. Spain went 1-0 up, and deservedly so. But Serbia came back, but there's a mistake and a chance for an equaliser. Oh, what are they doing at the back?
Well, it was Roxa that made the two defensive errors previously. Let's not dwell on the ball back there. I think is probably the best case for him. I've got to assume that Kepa's in his ear, talking to him during this matchup and thinking, oh, don't do that, don't do that. Well, don't do that. But this time the keeper meets it. Mitrovic is there, and we'll get the ball cleared out as we approach half-time.
It was another mistake there from Roxa, and Spain were in again, and they're in again here through Rodrigo, the goal scorer. What a finish! We are seeing goal after goal, which might be contenders for goal of the day, because that is an absolute thunderstrike again.
Burst in the net with the power. He hit that one absolutely through the middle, but the keeper, well, he's not going to save that. That was a thunderbolt. A thunderbolt coming up from Mestre, and just as we approach half-time, 2-2, just as it was in the first leg for Roxa, he is getting some deja vu once again and thinking, surely this can't go to penalties. We have a whole half ahead of us, though, Adam. This game is cooking up to be a stormer.
It really, really is. We said we can't call it right at the start of the day, and we are into the third game, Lee, and we still can't call it. We've no idea.
Well, we're getting some skill of the day, some goals of the day. It's all coming from this matchup at the moment. That one, that will not be a contender. A corner given early for Serbia here. They have a lot of pressure from the height and physicality. They send one in, it's cleared, but it's only gone to the edge of the box. He tries to send it in, it collects a leg, and it will bobble kindly for De Gea.
I thought we were going to see another absolute bolt from the blue again, or bolt from the white on this occasion, but it wasn't to be. It took a few deflections en route to take the sting off the ball before it nestled into the gloves of David De Gea. But Serbia come again. It's just got a little bit frantic now as we tick towards the final third of this final third game, as Morata finds Rodrigo. One back though by Serbia. Nemanja Matic brings it away, gives it away again though.
Thought we were about to get a 3-by-3 moment there for a second, but Serbia.
I'm saving that for later.
Foul from Spain there, but not going to count for much. It was back in their own half, so a little bit of afters on Matic as he goes down, the captain. So Serbia, plenty of time, no need to panic. 1-1 in this best of three series. Winner takes it all, goes through to the semi-finals versus Romania. They're sat waiting. Oh, the cutback was there. It's still loose. Really? It's found the corner, and Serbia back in the lead.
Well, 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 it's that man again, Mitrovic. They just can't keep him down. He's the second of the day. It comes from a defensive error, you have to say again. It ricocheted, bobbled around. They couldn't get it clear, and it fell to that man. And from that distance, he is doing nothing but putting Serbia 3-2 up. Is that it, though, Lee? That's the question, because there's still plenty of time here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a massive error. There's no doubt about it. It looked like a beautiful cutback, and it was there, and it was so well stopped. But They just couldn't clear their feet. And unfortunately for Mestre, he finds himself now 3-2 down with pressure play on him. Just 25-30 minutes to go within this game. Roxa needs to try and maintain this lead. He had many three-goal matches yesterday against Italy. And I think it was Turkey they played later on. I may be wrong with that one, I can't remember.
Yeah, he did. He won 2-0 in the second game to win 4-3 on aggregate. As they're in again here, though. Yeah, he's got to do what Kepa couldn't do and hold a lead yesterday.
And that may just be why he's in this position in the first place. Just a better defensive player, but at the moment, it's looking like Mestre on the attack. He's got to go for the cutback. Is he just going to try and run it? The hat-trick chance, but I think after running it from the wing at the start of the game, he's thinking, I can just do that again. I can just do it again. It's always in the back of your mind. It's like, what worked last time? Right, let's try that. This time, though, Roxa met him. It's a corner for Spain.
Yeah, just wonder whether he could have pulled the trigger. He did the dummy shot in the end to try and fool the goalkeeper, who was not fooled. Had he pulled the trigger, we might be a different story, but it's gone in. It's been smuggled home. It might be an own goal here. Wheel drama. The referee looks to have given it. Or is he giving a free kick on the goalkeeper?
That's an own goal. That's his own player.
It's turned home. It's surely going to be a goal. The referee I've just seen point back to the halfway line. It looks to have been given.
Wow, 3-3. An own goal for Serbia. You don't see it too often. But it's happened here, and, well, they're going to be kicking themselves now, Roxa. He's got to go again. He's led this game multiple times, but now he's got to really put the pressure on.
64 minutes gone here. 3-3. Are we going to see any more goals to possibly win this game, or are we going to go all the way through to extra time and possible penalties?
Mestre in control. Let's see what he can do as he tries to drive it forward. That's a great ball forward, cut out well, but it's gone straight back to the Spanish player. Gets himself a bit of space, just a small tug on the shoulder, I think, was what did him in the end. And Roxa still struggling to get it clear, and it's getting very messy in the middle of the park, Adam.
Kolarov can't get anywhere near Rodrigo. It's played through. It's a real chance here for Spain to win it, possibly. Oh, he's just taken too many touches, and it's gone all the way through to the goalkeeper, and that's fired downfield. As you said, Lee, it's got very frantic now. Both teams know that a mistake here could be curtains for their tournament.
Well, the goalkeeper, bit of panic moments there, to head out for a throw-in. Just 18 minutes to go in this game. Launches it down the wing. Inside, Roxa looking to cut it through. That's a great little turn. Finds himself space. Looks to lose the man. It goes full swing. Oh, he swung a leg at it. He's put it wide.
How on earth has that not nestled into the back of the onion bag? Because the defender tried to make the block, but he left space open at that near post. And David De Gea is a very happy man.
Just 15 minutes to go for extra time and penalties. This game will be concluded. 10 minutes of real time. Mestre for Spain on the attack. Started off with a beautiful goal from Rodrigo. Can't quite muscle it through. And Serbia once again on the counter. Down the left wing, as it's so often been with Kolarov. Working it into Mitrovic, who looks dead on his feet right now. They've got to look towards the front men. They can't get past that Spanish defence.
Resolute for probably the first time today from a defensive point of view. But now they turn down the other end. Oh, it's a late challenge. The referee plays a good advantage, though. It's Rodrigo. Now he brings it back, I think, for that earlier infringement. Another nasty challenge.
Rodri had nothing there. I could see even when he went down. It's based on the fact he's just dead on his feet right now. Yeah. absolutely run ragged. 10 minutes to go. Chance for a real supreme effort from Spain here. I think he's going to play it short. Looks like he will do. Finds his man. That's Azpilicueta, but that's well cut out by Serbia. And now they can try and set some counter down the left wing. Jovic tries to lay it back there. Gets it floored. The keeper's come. Oh, had to come off his line, De Gea, because Jovic was clean through.
Yeah, did really well there, the goalkeeper. Right now, these players have just got to get the ball into the danger areas, because with all the fatigue that's running around through the two sets of teams, heavy touches will be ever present, and they may gift you just that one chance to nick it right at the death. None of these teams want a penalty shootout lottery. Can Serbia win it in normal time? It's off the foot of the post. Should that have been the moment?
Well, De Gea is stepping up when he needed, because for all the world, you just thought when you saw that little flick in, it had to be nestled in the net. Near post was where he went. Don't know whether he could have gone for far post with a header, but it's a corner. There's still pressure on them. Serbia get the big men forward, start stacking out that box. Look towards the man on the penalty spot as well. May well aim towards him and see if he can launch something in there. It's going straight in. De Gea gets an arm to it. It's still cleared. He's going to get a clear shot. A headed clearance. It's a panic clearance, but it works out well. Serbia still have the ball, though, on the attack.
A goal will surely be enough to see Serbia into the semi-finals. 4 minutes of added on time. It looks like they're just recycling it one more time for this last chance, or are they happy to? It looks like they're happy to go for a penalty shootout here. They do not want to play this game out in an attacking sense of the situation. They want to go all the way to penalties. He's going to go all the way to the corner here. Kolarov wins the throw, and the lottery of the penalty shootout is just seconds away.
Well, 4th minute, will he go for the shot? Extra time beckons. Will try and flick it in. The header's there. It's fell for him. Oh, the massive save from De Gea. Almost the final kick of the game. I don't know whether they're going to get a corner out of this one. A real big chance falls for him. Little flick control, but what a save from De Gea.
This is turning into one of those performances, if they can get through it, that the fans will remember for many a year. David De Gea proving why he's one of the greatest in the world. A fingertip stop. The goalkeeper's up from the back for Serbia.
Yeah,
the drama
everyone's in the
continues.
box.
They know this is the last chance, and they've given it away.
What was that for a corner?
Continue? The goalkeeper's the referee's brought it to an end.
What kind of corner was that? You get everybody up there and then you do that for a corner? I'm not too sure on the delivery there, but we are going to extra time here. 70% of you voting for Serbia, but oh my word. Roxa's trying his best, but he's being met all the way by Mestra. And now we have just 30 minutes of action for the penalties. And some of these players are very tired out there right now, Adam.
They are indeed. 30 minutes is all that stands between them and a penalty shootout. As Sal's down the right-hand side. David De Gea, sorry to harp on about it, but I nearly fell off my chair with that last attack. That save was something else. I thought that was it.
The heart of Atletico Madrid on the Spanish team now, with Koke coming in there as well with Sal. So Azpilicueta down the right wing. Rodrigo, can he do it again? Can he deliver? Looking for the hat-trick. That's another nice little flick, but it's going to get muscled off the ball, and it's sent forward, cleared by the Serbian back four. Nemanja Matic now through the middle. Nobody challenging him, nobody going near him at the moment. But now that's a stray pass, and it's given him a real chance through the middle.
Rodrigo picks it up, tries to skip away. We said, Lee, at the start of the day that this had to go down as probably the tightest of all of the games in the bracket, and we are now sat here in the third game at 3-3 in extra time.
We knew it was going to be an absolute goal bonanza as well, and it has proved to be. 2-2 in the first leg, just a 1-0, but it was 13 shots to 2 in that 1-0. So really the goal scoreline didn't tell the entire story of Kepa's dominance for Serbia in that second leg, and now Roxa called to arms once again. Challenging out. 15 minutes is all that's left. Not a great deal, and we're starting to see some very, very tired players, which is why Roxa and Mestre are struggling to get them anything going. Who's going to have the kickoff here? I think it will be Roxa. That's going to be the chance. That's where the Spain chance just came from a moment ago. We'll see whether he can make the most of it in the opening minutes of this second half of extra time.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, wants the lottery, because no matter what you can do in the 90 and the extra time, can you do in a penalty shootout? You have a lot less control over your destiny, and you've come this far. You want to see it through, and it will be Serbia. Can they take advantage of the early pressure after the kickoff? Oh, is that a mistake? He's given it away, and he's put it wide.
Oh, he snatched at it. He snatched at it. He just didn't expect the ball to come back to him there.
No.
And he's just snatched at the shot. Otherwise, he would have passed it. I think he had Jovic stood in the middle, so absolutely would have just passed it to the middleman. Almost, if anything, he was probably going to go for the tackle instead, but yeah, just didn't expect it to come back to him there. My word. 10 minutes to go before the penalty shootout. The lottery to decide who will go through to face Romania in the semi-finals. And Mestre, he's trying to run the clock down. I think he wants to basically have the last attack of the game, the last chance of the game, not give Roxa a chance in these last 10 minutes to have an attack of his own.
Yeah, looking to suffocate Serbia in this second half of extra time, but he's given it away. And Mitrovic can play it out. And a chance to build another attack. And you'd have to say, in the latter stages of the match, Serbia have just about been on top. We mentioned a couple of huge saves from Dea. And if there is going to be a winner in this extra time period, from what we've seen, you'd have to go with Serbia. But we just can never tell at this highest level.
Well, that's not a great clearance from De Gea. Spain, just 5 minutes to go. Keep your eyes on that clock. It's running down. 4 minutes. Spain looking to move, but it's going to be Serbia that will come out on top in that tackle. But it's bustled once again for Spain as they push it through the middle. They got 3-on-3 forward, actually. Make it 4-on-3. They've got the numbers advantage. Can he find the ball? No. Cut out at the last. And now the counter's on for Serbia. Just a minute to go. They have to go for it. It's penalty shootout beckoning. No extra time given. They've got to have a shot. There's a chance for Serbia as he steps through. He's got nowhere to go. The whistle surely will go for penalties in a second, and Spain will clear it. It's a penalty shootout in the quarterfinals to find out who will face Romania. And oh, what a game we've had, Adam.
Tired legs. They're out on their feet. They've done everything. And I mean that from the gameplayer's point of view and this as well. It's just unbelievable what we've seen in quite possibly the closest quarter-final matchup we're going to see today. It's gone all the way, and it's now going to be decided on a penalty shootout. It's going to be heartbreaking for whoever gets knocked out here.
Oh, well, Roxa has already had one penalty shootout today, and he lost it, 2-1. I don't think he's going to be too impressed about having to have another one here. Oh, my word. Mestre, though, this is the first time for him. The pressure. I can imagine the adrenaline dump these players have at this situation to keep your country in this position.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, the whole weight of the nation. Here's the thing about the selection about Mestre. Possibly, he may be tipped as the best penalty taker of the contingent as well. I don't know this, of course, but it's possibly why he was selected to be in this situation, because they knew it was going to be such a tight game. Maybe they were expecting a possible penalty shootout as well.
I mean, that's some next level thinking if they're playing for a penalty shootout.
I'm reaching here, Lee.
Yeah,
give me a
definitely
break.
definitely reaching, I believe that. We'll see who's going to step up. De Gea had some absolute heroics in the matchup. We'll see whether he can rise to the occasion in this penalty shootout. He certainly did for Spain in the first leg. If you just tuned in, well, you've missed some belting games. Romania taking down Holland in an absolutely explosive matchup in a best-of-3 series. That went all the way, as well as this one. We had a 2-2 score draw in the first game between Spain and Serbia. Went to penalties. That was won by Spain 2-1 in the end. It was a close penalty shootout. And then Kepa in game 2 took it 1-0. And now we're back to the penalties. And it's starting off with a fantastic save for Serbia.
Advantage Serbia if Roxa can score here. But he's up against a man who has been in tremendous form today. David De Gea in the sticks. He's put it wide.
Oh, he was baited. Absolutely baited by Mestre, who set his goalkeeper to the right, pointed to the left and said, yes, stick it there if you can. And he puts it wide. What a disaster. This time, Mestre, where's he going? Down the middle? No, slots it in. It wasn't a well-hit penalty, but it goes in because it was guessed the wrong way by Roxa.
Well, here we are. 2 down for Spain, 1 on the score sheet, 1 down for Serbia. Can they level the scores? He's baiting him again here. Pointing to the bottom right, but leaving space to the left. Is it going to be second time around? No. Tadic fires it in. Was not phased in the slightest.
The mind games. The mind games. That's what this penalty shootout's about. Mestre, oh, no messing. Powers it home. 2-1.
That was some hit. Now, can he level the scores here? This time, side to side goes David De Gea. Serbians number 7 fires it in to the bottom right-hand corner. Honours even.
Much needed goal, that one. So 2-2. On to Mestre. Where will he place it? He's thundered them in the last 2 times, but this time it's met by Roxa. Guessing it right. It wasn't a clean hit, the first one for Spain, so not too surprising. And Mestre's at his games once again here.
Yeah, he's pointing down to the left-hand side. And this is the business end of the penalty shootout. This is where one miss, one goal can be so crucial. It's going to be Jovic. It's a goal and Serbia lead. And they know that a miss now for Spain sees Serbia into the semi-finals.
Oh, the mind games were perfect. It's going to be a quick hit from Mestre. Where will it go? Left or right? Straight down the middle. It's saved! Serbia go through. And the Spaniards are out. Heartbreak for them. But you've got to say, Serbia, I feel, deserve it.
Unbelievable what we've seen so far in this tournament. Germany out, Netherlands out, Spain out. Where do we go from here?
Well, they're going to be going through to face Romania in the semi-finals after they themselves knocked Holland out. We've had so many shocks throughout this one, Adam. But Serbia, oh my word, they pushed it to the limit. All the way. Mestre's mind games in the end. Let's have a look at some of those goals. This beautiful first goal, and we had some real highlight moments throughout this match.
Yeah, we saw some. I mean, if you could pick certain goals just for looking at one game for a tournament, it had everything. There were so many great goals in this one. Pretty much all 6 were pretty impressive, to say the least. And really going down to the penalty shootout was going to be the only way to separate these 2 teams. They were both incredible on the day, and either side would feel devastated to get knocked out in Spain's point of view, but equally Serbia deserved to go through at the same time. Both of them could have gone either way.
Fantastic goal, this one. Just sets it back, hit it, send it, stamp it, done. Beautiful stuff. And you thought, oh, okay, Serbia going to start taking control, but then this hit just before half-time completely turned it. An absolute belter into the top corner.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which was the better goal, actually, out of the 2 that Rodrigo... I think he got a hat-trick in the end. I may be wrong, but this goal was brilliant. And I think he scored one afterwards, which was equally as nice as well. But obviously that was sandwiched with a Serbia goal to put them 3-2 up after probably the only below-average goal of the day, as Mitrovic tucked home.
This one, it wasn't a Rodrigo. I mean, I guess he could try and claim credit for it, but definitely nowhere near that one. It was sadly
definitely not goal of
for
the day.
Serbia. And in the end, the penalties were saved by the Serbian. And more importantly for Roxa, redeemed after losing his first penalty shootout. But you can see, just as it was in game 2, 13 shots for Serbia, this time to 5 for Mestre. He only had 2 in the game against Gepa as well, so just 7 shots across the 2 games, whereas Serbia clocking up 26 across those 2 games. You've got to feel that justice has been served for the Serbians.
Yeah, absolutely. Over the 3 games, even though the scores were completely level, you'd have to say in terms of chances, especially I'm thinking back to the second game, the chances missed from Kepa, you'd have to say they edged the 3 games as a whole. So you'd have to say, how many times do I want to say have to say, but you have to say they probably just about deserve to go through.
You have to say it. You just have to.
You have to say it. If you say it, you have to say it.
Obviously, that moves us down to the lower half of the bracket. We now know that Romania will be placing up against Serbia. But obviously, down in the lower half of the bracket, we have Italy, Israel waiting to play out in the next matchup. And then France versus Croatia. France now hot favourites, has to be said, for the tournament, as both Spain and Germany all knocked out. Big surprises all day long here, Adam. This is the matches coming up. Italy against Israel at 1:30. And then France, Croatia. And then, of course, we're moving straight into the semi-finals at 4 o'clock. Romania versus Serbia. Impressive matches. I think we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be jumping straight into that next match. Italy versus Israel. Any last remarks, Adam?
More of the same, please. This has been incredible.
It has indeed been incredible. Let's go to a break. We'll see you in a moment for game number 3 of the day.
11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Welcome back to eEURO 2020. We are already near enough to kick off our third quarter-final. My name is Harry Channon. Joining me as ever, Stuart Wesley. We have Israel taking on Italy very, very soon. Wes, first of all, welcome back. You can see here the results of the finals bracket so far. We have our first two semi-finalists. A couple of shocks, it has to be said. Now it's time to find our second two. And we think these might be a little bit more straightforward, don't we?
Yeah, I think the way that Israel set out their stall yesterday was a little bit more defensive, a little bit more cagey to get through in their tiebreaker game. But that might have just been, a bit of a product of circumstance. I think it might have just been a case that the situation really needed that. And Italy were quite free scoring at sometimes. And to be honest, they showed that they've got some goal scoring flair within them. And but I think that Israel are not going to have enough to take this past Italy. I think Italy will find themselves in the semis, but I think Israel will make a game of it, given the way that they have been playing and the way that they can play.
I mean, we've been really impressed with the way that Italy have played so far here at the eEURO 2020 finals. We almost doubted their pedigree, but Italy being such a strong footballing nation, it's translated well into the e-footballing world as well. We have Oreld, who we were able to speak to yesterday, representing Israel. Obviously went undefeated throughout the qualification process. They scored one loss in the qualifying group, so they're not completely undefeated. Italy, though, I believe, have yet to lose a game in the eEURO competition themselves. So really tricky opponents here for Israel, Wes. And, well, Alonso Grey Fox here early on with Bonaventura trying to push in to the box towards the goal. But this will be a tricky game, really. And also, on the flip side, maybe a potential banana peel for Italy to overcome.
Well, we've seen a couple of upsets already. We'd arguably say that the two kind of underdogs, if you will, have made it through to the semi-finals already. We may see a third here, but I just think Italy are going to have enough here. They've got enough physically around the team. They've got some skillful players as well. Again, if they use kind of Ciro Immobile as a little bit of a lightning rod up front and make it a bit more joy out of this Israeli defence. However, of course, you've got Zahavi on the other side, who's going to make try and make short work of Chiellini and co at the back. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all really plays out as ball goes out of play for an Israeli throw.
A lot of interesting personnel on both sides. Obviously, the Italian stars, the likes of Dabur, who will actually get onto the ball here for Israel. And of course, don't forget, Zahavi up front was one of those key men that you look for, and one of those types of players in a stat balance mode like this that when all stats are balanced apart from the physicality aspect, he's almost, again, I want to use the same term that you just used, maybe a bit of a lightning rod and the focal point of the Israeli attack. So don't be surprised to see Oreld maybe try and target him whenever he can. Here he is on the ball at the moment, the Israeli number 7. This one will come back for an Italian free kick. A reminder to everyone at home, of course, we are straight into this quarter-final. We're a little bit behind schedule, but we still want to hear your thoughts. We want to know who you think is going to win. You can vote on the result of every single game shown here at the eEURO 2020 knockout phases. Just head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll, and you can let us know who you think is going to win. I can imagine, Wes, the poll results might be a little one-sided if people are tuning in for the first time and are maybe looking at these nations in terms of footballing ability. But, I mean, we've already seen so far in the knockout stages, that is not entirely the case. We already have Serbia, I suppose, upsetting Spain, and Romania waiting in the semi-finals as well. That one definitely an upset, and they've taken 3 big scalps so far, 2 of them here at the eEURO finals. Here comes Belotti, Zaniolo, Grey Fox here trying to score for Italy. First real chance, and well, this I think will be a foul on the Israeli man. I thought just for a moment, Wes, there was going to be a penalty in there somewhere, but good passage of play there for Alonso, and Italy look threatening.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the physical aspect. We talked about Ciro Immobile as a kind of a beacon almost. Andrea Belotti down the other end.
Heavy's in. Good save by Alonso. But that's the type of chances you might expect Oreld to feast upon in this game.
Yeah, and the thing with this, they've got a very similar makeup as Israel in terms of how Finland set up with just Timo Pukki as their real outball, as Israel clear the ball there. You look at them kind of having that talismanic figure up front, and if he doesn't have a good game, you think that Israel may kind of suffer a little bit as a result. But at the moment, they're getting Zahavi into the game. They're using Dabur as well, so it isn't just him on his own. So they're starting to move the ball about. Our Israel's looking really good here.
Play out to Dabur, and it's so close off the post. Luckily for Italy, bounces right back into the hands of Donnarumma. Both nations with really solid chances here in the first half. And Orelda's won the ball back with bits on. Sabas just let it run, unfortunately, there. 10 minutes till half-time. This has been a frantic first half, and we thought it might be one-sided in terms of Italy's favour, but, well, Orelda and Israel are really threatening here. Here comes Zahavi once again on this near side. There's a couple of men, a trio in the centre to aim for. Bitten. Dabur is tackled well by the Italian defence, and look at this counter now. Maybe Immobile can get there first. It's just maybe lacking a little bit of pace there, Wes, to latch onto the ball.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the key really is although there is physicality up front, you're looking for Immobile, you're looking for Belotti to just play players in. We saw Zanolio, who made so many darting runs yesterday, and I think he even had a hat-trick against Serbia, if I remember rightly, was a fantastic runner off the ball, and I think that's where Italy's strengths are. They've got Bernardeschi on the bench as well, I believe. So they've got weapons to use. It's just how they utilise them at the moment, being nullified by this Israeli side, and Israel just feeling their way into the game, and Orel will fancy his chances in the second half.
So the first half ends goalless. A reminder, these are best of 3 matches, so no aggregate score to worry about. It is Alonso Grey Fox representing Italy in the classic Azzurri blue. And Orelda representing Israel. Look at that, it's gone all the way through actually to Belotti. Could score, chips it over the keeper. And what a finish that is! Belotti with the deftest of touches, an amazing finish. Absolutely perfect.
Well, this is what we talk about. We talked about the coolness and presence of mind of these players. We saw it all the way through yesterday. We saw, how adrenaline was carrying players. Now that you're playing your first game of the day, or the first game of the stream almost, it's a hopeful long ball. Israeli defender loses it in the lights, but again, it's that coolness to not look to try and slot it past the keeper. Instead, loft it over the top of him. If he goes low, go high. That's it's one of those key rules in football for finishes of this ilk, and it's a brilliant finish from the Torino striker Andrea Belotti. Brilliant finish.
It's tricky to get it up and down when you're that close, not only to the goalie, but the goal itself as well. But credit the pass as well from the back, the backspin on it. I know it was on a plate for the onrushing Belotti to take it in his stride, but it was right on the money, just as the finish was. So Italy strike first in this encounter. This is quarter-final number 3. A place in the semi-finals at stake in this best-of-3 series. What do Israel have in response?
It'll be interesting to see how Israel bounce back from this. It's not really a situation where we're used to seeing them in. And of course, we saw a lot from Grey Fox yesterday in terms of his capability of keeping the ball and nullifying a game. It may be slightly unfashionable, it may be slightly on the boring side, but it's effective. It does the job. We keep saying about qualifying by any means necessary, but Israel still find a way through. Lovely touch. Again, blocked away.
The touch and the turn was there. The finish only met 8. And Azzurri defender Bonaventura now maybe can bring the ball forward. But credit to Orelda, he's responded fairly well. Still not sure that we've seen the best out of him just yet. He's had a couple of threatening attacks, but it's often in areas such as those where Alonso Grey Fox is able to step in for Italy and nullify any form of forward progress. Florenzi. And the referee's going to bring this one back. It was good shielding from Nacho, Wes, but Florenzi just a little bit too eager and actually went through the back of him there.
Again, it's a tackle just to stop any real threats coming down that left-hand side. It's 25 minutes left though, so it's going to be time for changes soon enough. As we see that Bernardeschi coming on for Florenzi, so Florenzi takes a booking and he's immediately substituted. So you can see the kind of method in their madness. They don't want to go down to 10 men. I don't believe we've seen the sending off yet in the tournament, or at least on the stream. So it's you know, it's a tactic they seem to employ where it's just take one for the team and then sub them out, and you know, you can go again.
Fair play has been at a paramount here in the virtual competition, of course. It's good to see. At the same time, you are at a disadvantage with 10 men, so it's not something that you particularly want to aim for. Italy under a bit of pressure by the high press of Israel.
Grey Fox got to be careful here, playing possession football.
And it's one back by Israel. Hemed finds Nacho. It's a bit of space here, loves it. Nice little layoff there to Solomon, but the chance has gone. Zahavi is able to win the ball back though. Look at this, Solomon on the ball once again, fresh on the pitch. Lays it off to Cohen, might look for a shot here soon. And the chance once again goes begging. You're just looking for maybe a shot there. O'Reilly coming forward once again, Zahavi. Nacho. Solomon the target. Alonso steps in and survives another attack.
Yeah, there were a couple chances there really to take a gamble. It seemed like the chance opened up for a shot at goal, which, to be fair, given the defending that we've seen, most shots are normally met by a block. So, you know, opportunities on to test the goalkeeper, you really want to at least give it half a chance. But Oriel again looking for that additional pass where it wasn't necessarily needed, and Grey Fox just trying to dummy his way down the wing. But again, it's recovered by Bitten, and again, Israel looking to just grow into this. Only 8 minutes left here.
Hemed out to Cohen. Chiellini across. O'Reilly, I think there just maybe thought that his player would lock onto the ball. Hadn't quite locked onto it just yet, so that allows Chiellini to step in and look at the blue bar in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, all the way down to the bottom for Italy. And this one's a cynical one from Cohen. He'll go into the referee's book. Nowhere near the ball. Just wanted to slow the forward progress of Alonso in this one. Whereas with just 5 in-game minutes to go, it looks like it's going to be advantage Italy in the best of 3.
Yeah, they've done. I can only describe as the absolute bare minimum here, and that's all they really need to do. 1-0 is one of the best score lines in football. You know, you come away with a victory and you get yourself across the line regardless. But you can see here Israel going all-out attack here. So again, there's that additional centre back that goes up as an auxiliary forward, and as you can see there, it's starting to get a little bit crowded up there for Israel, which means that they've got more options to play with.
Zahavi in behind. Looks to feed Solomon, who is rushing onto it. Only finds an Italian defender into the first of 2 added minutes, and Zaniolo with lots of running to do. Takes it around the keeper. Well, the crowd is screaming for a red here. I'm not sure if it'll happen, Wes, but it's certainly going to be a free kick.
No, it has been a red.
It has been a straight red for the keeper. So we were calling for it. Well, we weren't calling for it. We were respecting the fair play. But in the 92nd minute, it's our first red card. Bernardeschi. Italy want to make sure they have the final attack of the game now that the result is certain. And late drama will not contribute towards the result, but it ends Italy 1, Israel 0 in our first game of this best of 3.
Yeah, you could see the last-ditch challenge from the goalkeeper fell into the category of getting there as fast as he could. There was no way that he was going to relent. And with it being last man, it didn't make much difference, of course, because it was very much the last minute of the game. But yeah, it's a solid industrial performance from Italy. It wasn't too flashy. There wasn't too many kind of moments of brilliance apart from the goal. There was a decent kind of set of opportunities here, but it's a beautiful pinpoint pass. You talked about that backspin, it hits the ground and spins back up. It's a lovely death finish from Andrea Bellotti, and Alonso Gravehouse will be very pleased to have that one going to the back of the net and carries 1-0 lead into the second game. So it'll be interesting to see who steps up for Italy now.
Watching back that goal, you feel maybe for Aurel, because he was controlling his defender, tried to come across, maybe was trying to, you know, get goal side of Bellotti, but in the end actually went underneath the ball. Do you think maybe that's a bit of user error there, or was maybe Aurel a bit unfortunate?
It can sometimes be a little bit of a user error if you're trying to kind of super cancel. For those who, you know, you can press a button combination to unlock yourself from a pass. He's probably tried to undersell the pass, and as a result, it's then kind of stopped his defender from actually getting to the ball. So sometimes it's useful to actually use the lock-on system in the game. Other times it's more of a decision whether you unlock, and it's a little bit more risky. Sometimes the reward happens, and in that case, it didn't really happen.
Well, let's take a look then at the match stats. The majority of possession, as we expected for Italy. The pass accuracy, near enough identical. But the real key statistic, the shot accuracy percentage, only 2 out of the 3 on target for Israel, and none really troubling Donnarumma in the Italian nets. That has to change in game number 2. Otherwise, we'll be looking at a nice 2-0 sweep in the series for Italy, and Israel, unfortunately, their eEURO 2020 tournament run would end in the quarterfinals. It's another generic question for you, Wes, but I'm gonna, let you answer it however you want. What needs to change here for Israel? Because obviously we'll have a change of personnel here in game number 2. Can you see? I mean, it's just a fresh set of eyes on the squad. Maybe what's needed at the moment.
I think they need to get more out of Zahavi. I think they really need to get a lot more out of him this game. He seemed to be very much isolated for large spells of that game. Chiellini, of course, is a monster defender to really play up against. So maybe try and switch sides, maybe put him on a weaker defender, maybe line him up against Florenzi, maybe line him up across against Spinazzola. There's so many different ways that you can try and utilise him. He is your star man. You do need him in the most profitable positions, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that. As you can see that Astman is in for Israel, and MPK's in for Italy.
So the second game of this best of 3, Italy and Israel swapping sides. Astman is now in, as is NPK. And NPK has been a player for Italy that really, stood out for me throughout the qualification process. I'm still relatively new to the world of PES esports, and I know MPK plays for Genoa. You can see it in his username there. But he put in some real professional, solid performances for Italy. So if I'm Israel here, this is a bit worrying, purely based on the fact that you now have to go up against a man who knows how to play professional e-football and knows how to see out games and see out results.
Yeah, in one sense, you would look at it on paper and go, "Yep, this is a bad match."
Oh, that's a mistake. Big mistake. Zaniolo's in. He's taking it around the keeper, and it's a defensive error. A really poor touch by the Israel backline makes Astman's challenge in game number 2 so much more difficult. It's 1-0 to Italy.
I was just about to talk about the fact that it could be a hindrance being, a pro player seen as on paper, you're a pro player versus somebody who isn't a pro player. As we've seen in this tournament, pros have been struggling. But MPK, though, finding a route to goal, and it's making it, or it's taking an advantage that he knows that these Israeli defenders are weaker than any other types of defenders that are around. In terms of the first touches, the touches aren't fantastic, and he's benefited brilliantly. Dummied it round the goalkeeper that was a manual goalkeeper as well, kept his composure, and Astman has really got a hill to climb here.
So 1-0 then to Italy in the opening 10 minutes. And MPK now can just play his game, knowing that, well, if he carries on like this, Italy will be into the semi-finals. Here is Sabado for Israel. Can he get in behind? Dabur just beaten by Bonucci. That Italian defence is going to be so difficult to break down. The likes of Bonucci and Chiellini. Difficult defenders to get around. Romagnoli now going out to meet Zahavi. Referee's played an advantage here. MPK, I think, wants this play to stop purely based on the fact that Kayal, who is controlling currently, was threatening to get in behind. So just watch out for Kayal on this near side. Zahavi the target, a little too central. You can see, again, Italy here. And MPK have gone defensive, happy to sit back. Doesn't need, really, to commit too many bodies forward. But when he does, look at this. Bonaventura across to Quagliarella. 2-0. Defence into attack. Quagliarella doubles Italy's lead.
You can see it's the experienced head of Quagliarella that gets into the box, takes that gamble. It's a decent passing move from Italy to get that opportunity. You can see that MPK has worked very hard with this team. He gets a slight bit of luck. The keeper lets it go through his hands. And Quagliarella will say thank you very much. And Italy well on course to qualify for the semi-finals of eEURO 2020.
Israel staring down the barrel of elimination here in the eEURO quarter-finals. They went undefeated in the group. Asman trying to fashion a chance early on in this second game, but 2 goals down is always going to be a difficult scoreline to reverse, especially when you consider the strength of the Italian defence that we've hopped on about endlessly throughout this this final competition. Back in Group E, Israel 22 points out of 8 matches, 7 wins, 1 draw. But you feel maybe they haven't faced the competition levels that they eventually have met here in the eEURO 2020 finals. The goal before half-time would give Astman a little bit of hope, though. Played out to Chiellini, really well worked out of the back here for MPK, and as a result he has a 3-on-3 at the back. If he could just find Quagliarella. There was a man over on the far side. Instead it comes the other way. Zahavi off to Sabah. The closing down by Italy, very strong. Nice turn there for Florenzi. Unfortunately can't keep possession. Chiellini steps in once again, the enforcer at the back. Just looking for runners here. And there it is, Quagliarella will not get there before Harouche. And with just 5 in-game minutes to go for half-time, Wes, Italy look like they are sailing through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and it looks like they've pretty much nullified the attacking threat of Israel as ball goes just offside. And Italy looking dangerous on pretty much every attack here, and it's not a lot of hope down the other end for Israel. But you know, we've seen it with the likes of Romania. We've seen, you know, comebacks of a different kind, but can't really see it coming from Israel right now.
Just lacking that little bit of fizz at the moment in the attacking sense. Quagliarella, however, the old man has been looking very, very promising. Look at this, Zaniolo's in! The flag stays down. And we thought it was Israel looking for a goal before half-time. We completely forgot about this man. Zaniolo, MPK, Italy. Name a better trio. It's 3-0, a trio of goals. And Israel, their task is near enough impossible.
Yeah, well, we talked about those late runs from Zaniolo, and you'll see it here. just waiting on the penalty spot, completely unmarked. Leaves all of the work for the Israeli defence to do. It's a lovely outside of the boot, flicking to the middle, and Zaniolo says thank you very much, and off we go.
Nicolo Zaniolo for Italy. His second goal on the day. We spoke about all the hard work that Bonaventura and Quagliarella have been doing. We almost forgot about Zaniolo. That's his continuing contribution to the national squad, the virtual national squad, which has absolutely starstruck the Israeli squad at the moment. You can see the subs have come in at half-time. Something has to change here for Israel, because MPK and Italy look like a real force. And we have to look ahead now, Wes. Obviously, unless Israel can show us something in the next 15, 20 or so in-game minutes. Again, we can't completely write off a comeback, but I'm going to ask the question that I'll be asking you after the game as well. But do we think Italy maybe could be a nation that could challenge the likes of France or Croatia, who are both, actually, I should say, in the last quarter-final we're going to see following this game?
Well, I think they've got enough about them to challenge, most definitely. In terms of the calibre of players they are, sure, they may not have the same kind of tried and tested quality, but in terms of a squad itself, you look at the physicality, as we constantly mention, but it is such a deciding factor. They may have the likes of Immobile to challenge the likes of Rafael Varane, to challenge the likes of of Kramaric and co, to really kind of bully some teams. So we may see that from Italy going into the semi-finals.
Well, Israel struggling to get anything of conviction going their way in the attacking third. NPK, he's on easy street right now. He knows his teammate before him has done the job. He's doing his job. And if Astman and Israel want to continue their journey, goals have to start coming in. That's a good start. Here's Sabat. Sprays it out to De Boer. A little bit wide. Is the chance gone? Oh, great save. Donnarumma called into action for the first time, really, in this game. And that, very easily, could have been 3-1. Corner then to come in. Astman and Israel just reminding us that they are still in this competition.
I mean, we've seen some fight backs over this tournament over these 2 days. Well, you're looking for some type of recovery powers of a biblical proportion here.
And MPK, he wants more goals. Yes, he's up 3, but he's happy to attack as well. Quagliarella is looking a little leggy, but look at the men over on this near side. Florenzi chasing. Somehow gets the ball first. Belotti, back heel, Florenzi. Beautiful, beautiful goal. Somewhat fortunate, as we'll see in the replay, but it's nothing less than MPK's performance has deserved. Italy 4, Israel 0.
Yeah, and what was brilliant about that, it wasn't just the back heel skill. It wasn't just that. It's the fact that it's a manual skill as well. If you saw the orange bar come up as opposed to the traditional green bar, power bar, you'll notice that was a manual back heel. So great piece of skill and awareness from MPK. And yeah, I mean, might as well close the book on this one, and that be that.
It's a real statement to win by this type of scoreline, really convincingly in a quarter-final. Crossed in by Astman, finds absolutely no one, apart from the ball boy on the near side. This has been a real professional performance. I can't think, other than that one time that Donnarumma was called into action, that Israel were able to fashion the types of chances that we are so used to seeing them produced throughout the qualification groups, throughout even the groups here at the Euros. They were able to fashion some types of shots, even though they weren't able to always convert them into goals. We just haven't seen the output here in either match from Israel.
Yeah, they've just not really been able to get Zahavi into the game and really put any kind of pressure on the Italian backline. The Italian backline just appears just too strong. You've got Romagnoli out on the left-hand side. You've got Chiellini in the middle, and you've got Rugani, who's the younger player from Juventus. And of course, you've still got Bonucci knocking around in the Italian squad as well. So these guys have been seasoned and canny operators. It's it's a really experienced squad, and then you've got some youthful players to bring in as well. And it'll be interesting to see who really comes out of that last quarter final and provides a task or at least a challenge to Italy.
Solomon for Israel crosses in, headed away. The ball will come straight back at them though. Here is Saba looking a little leggy. Bitten. Zahavi touches. Safe hands from Donnarumma. That was a real chance to maybe get a consolation. He'll have another chance here. Real gets to the byline. Once again, Donnarumma not phased, and the strength and depth of this Italian squad in terms of defence allows so many different formation possibilities. I'll come back to that as Zahavi might have a chance here for a goal. Blocked by the Italian defence again. But when you do have that strength and depth at the back, you can maybe start to play 3 at the back or a 5 at the back. Allows different tactics to maybe unlock your opponent if you do come stuck, which is, well, something we might need to keep an eye on as Italy, no doubt now, will be progressing to the semi-finals. Astman, can he get a consolation? NPK says no. He wants another crack at maybe a 5th. Quagliarella hoofs one to Zaniolo. But this one, Wes, is in the history books. Unfortunately for Israel, it did not go the way they wanted. They will be out in the quarterfinals. Commiserations to them, and of course, congratulations for making it this far, but only the strong survive, and Italy are through in a convincing fashion. That one was a quick one.
Yeah, I suppose out of the 4 quarterfinals, it was the game that we probably expected to be kind of out in 2 games. I wasn't really expecting it going all the way. Again, it opened up with a terrible error at the back, and again, defensive frailties again showing themselves and bringing to the fore. Lovely bit of skill from Zaniolo to make it 1-0, and again, just NPK moving through the gears really through here. It was lovely passing moves, spots the man open. It's Quagliarella, and it was 2-0, and from there, just it went from being a small hill to an absolute mountain to climb for Israel.
A lot of the things you're seeing in this replay package here, Wes, it's just, for me, screams out the contrast in the 2 defences. We saw constant Italian compactness and really stout defensive work. The Israeli defence here just seemed too spread out, too far apart, and it led to so many goal-scoring opportunities, which most of the time were taken by MPK.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that type of goal there, it's, you even looked at the bottom of the screen, Italy were in a defensive mode, Israel were in an attacking mode, and it allows you just more space to play in. And again, you can see there the clinical nature of Italy. 4 shots, all on target, all were goals. They took every single chance, and that seems to be the message today, is that if you're going to come and you're going to represent your country, or you're going to play a game of eFootball PES, you have to take your chances when they're there. If you're on top, you need to finish teams off, and Italy very much resourceful, and potentially if France and Croatia go through to a 3rd game, they play 1 less game, there's less fatigue, there's less mental, they can sit back and they can kind of rest up a little bit and put their feet up for a little bit longer.
Well, with Italy through to the semi-finals, we only have 1 more semi-finalist to find. Earlier on, Romania upset the Netherlands to set up a semi-final matchup with Serbia, who took down Spain, who, I mean, they bested in the group. They've now definitively beaten them, Wes. I don't think there's a question anymore, considering Serbia pipped Spain to automatic qualification. And you can see now the updated schedule here. We will be starting France-Croatia very, very soon. We are slightly behind schedule. That is not a semi-final, even though it says semi-finals. It's a quarter-final. Don't get ahead of yourselves here, people. There aren't 3 semi-finals. But that quarter-final, France and Croatia will be coming up fairly shortly, followed by the 2 semi-finals. There will be a draw before the first semi-final to decide, as we move from best of 3s to best of 5s, who will be hosting the majority of the games, which will give the virtual players the home field advantage, of course. So, Wes, thank you very much for joining me for that third quarterfinal. When we're back, we will be covering the first semi-final. Do not go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have the final quarterfinal between France and Croatia. Don't go anywhere.
Players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
okay. They're good at doing that. They just distract me with a message over here, and then they're like, you're on the screen. How you doing, Adam? We're back. It's time for the final quarter-final of the day. It is going to be Italy through. The question is, who's going to be facing them? France or Croatia?
I was getting worried then. I thought Italy again.
Recovered myself well. I recovered myself well. It's because I had Italy on my mind. We were expecting Alfonso, but it looks like he's not appearing.
Yeah, we've got France and Croatia coming up next. Possibly, you'd think on paper, one of the easiest of the quarterfinals to predict. But of course, we saw France struggle against Austria in the group stages. But Croatia certainly struggled as well getting through. They snuck through against Montenegro, I believe, on the 5-4 sudden death penalties in the last stage. So, yeah.
Yeah, schedule for today, of course, we're about to start this one. We are about 10 minutes behind schedule, but that's fine. France-Croatia will be kicking off in just a moment. And then we'll be jumping into the semi-finals starting at a hard time at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock Central European Summer Time. And, of course, the grand finals at 6:15, which will be a best of 5. Then the semi-finals will be a best of 3. We're still in best of 3 territory. And, of course, let's start talking about what are and what were, from the very beginning, the tournament favourites, France. We've just seen a couple of other tournament favourites, the likes of Spain, getting blown out in penalties.
Yeah,
Can we see Croatia cause an upset?
I'm going to say I think not, but we have seen, just due to the fact that the level of talent on the other side of the bracket, I felt was a little bit higher. Having said that, you can't ever write any teams off. They're here by merit, of course. They have got through, beating Luxembourg and Montenegro, like I said, and they only lost 3-2 to the Netherlands as well in their opening fixture. So they're still certainly a team to be considered up there.
Yeah, and we should remember, obviously, that Croatia were in France's group in the opening qualifiers for this tournament. They finished second in that group, and the only team they lost to within that group was indeed France. So they have a bit of work to do here, it's safe to say, to try and get themselves back into it. Of course, Özmakabi coming into this one as probably the best player within the tournament, the best player within EPES, in fairness. And he is going to be playing the first game against, is it Zana? Zana, isn't it?
Zana 18, yeah.
I think it was Jana, I think is what Wonderboy was referring them to.
Yeah, certainly Özmakabi will go down as favourite for this one. France kicking, of course, from left to right in their home strip as we get things underway.
Well, they're already getting themselves a chance early on. Of course, as you mentioned, Croatia, they went through, I think it was like the 9th or 10th penalty in a bit of a crazy matchup. No nonsense tackling there. Straight through, and it's set up a great chance for Kramaric. Immediately try and get a shot off. It does go into the side netting, but I think he's going to get dragged back. No, was just simply a missed shot.
Well, as we said, if anyone was under the illusion that this was going to be a complete one-sided affair for France, that is a warning sign there for Özmakabi.
Now, I wonder how the style's going to work here, because as we saw previously against Özmakabi, that they were basically playing ultra defensive, and I am seeing a fairly defensive setup from Croatia here, but as it starts, well, they do have themselves a good couple of chances, the opening couple of chances in the first 10 minutes here, and they're still on the go.
Yeah, they are, and I've noticed they're very narrow as well, something that is probably there to counteract Özmakabi's strengths, which is quick, fast-flowing football, but straight through the middle as well often. He likes to utilise the centre forward and pin balls off around him, getting numbers forwards. So possibly that might be the reason why we're seeing a narrow setup from Croatia, but certainly they're giving as good as they're getting so far.
Oh, a very cheap free kick there, I think, on a dangerous position. Kurt Zuma just going straight through the back of him, plying the trade, exactly what he learnt at Chelsea. Yellow card for him. As Jana with Modric. Oh, fantastic effort. Just about saved by the keeper.
Not really sure how that managed to go for a corner. It sort of ricocheted and looked like it was going in or over or back out onto the field, and somehow they've got a corner, and they've got another one here on the near touchline, crossed in towards the near post, headed up over the goalkeeper, and it looked like, did that come off the crossbar again?
Looked like it. So pressure in the early 15 minutes for the French superstar. See, of course, he's got Lockfee as his teammate, so he's certainly capable of it. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They have a fantastic team. It's not just a solo effort this time around. As Maccabeel will work it down the right wing. Cut out nicely by Jana, but it is judged to have gone out for a throw-in. And France on the attack.
But Croatia going through the tiebreaker third game en route to these quarterfinals. France with just the 2 games needed to make their way through to this stage after a 2-0 victory against Austria, as Antoine Griezmann tried to profit off a bit of slack defending there, but not to be on this occasion, and France just starting to get into the game. But in terms of momentum and certainly gameplay so far, you'd have to say Croatia are edging it.
Yeah, honestly, Jana's come out the blocks, all guns blazing here. Wants to get himself an early goal. That would set him up really nicely. Looking for the cutback, finds it, gets a little pass through, lays it in, a header, goal! Fantastic worked goal from Jana. Absolutely deserved at the start of this matchup.
We said that they were on top, and after 26 minutes, they have made their territory pay. It was a great piece of football down the right-hand side. The cross came in, the header like a bullet from a gun, and Croatia and Jana lead the world champion as Maccabeel in France.
Really nicely worked, and you can't say that he didn't have players back there. He just manhandled them. That pass clearly cut through. Zuma's arm not quite catching it, and just slots it into the corner there. And Areola, no chance in the sticks. Maybe Hugo Lloris would have saved it, eh?
Maybe. Well. We've seen some upsets and shocks so far in this competition, but if this were to happen, it would have to go down as the greatest of the tournament.
Well,
long way to go,
it was the World Cup final, right? In the last World Cup, Croatia-France.
I believe it was, because Croatia knocked England out in the semis, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yes, they did indeed. And
not that I need reminding of that again.
Belgium. So, yeah, exactly. So, you know, there's real-life history as well as esports history being made here. Chance as Jana still playing relatively defensive, by the way. We don't know exactly how the tactics are laying out for them. We'll try and get as much as he can. Where's the spotter on the bylines right now, just trying to figure it all out. But if you're up against it.
I'm just thinking, if you remember us Maccabeel in the game against Austria, he was nullified to a 0-0. As he's in again here, though, chance for Sissoko, pulls it back. Fakir straight at the goalkeeper. Yeah, he was nullified to a 0-0 in that first game, and it was actually Lockfee who managed to win 2-0 in the second game to send France through. So we're seeing a similar pattern. It seems to be as Maccabeel might be struggling at the moment in terms of form.
Absolutely, that looked like it was going to be a clean break, but he does get dispatched. As now they send the ball through. Pogba in the midfield looking for an outing, goes out wide to Sissoko, who's got players forward, goes to Mbappe. Obviously talking about stat squashing, balancing out. It doesn't mean he's not this absolute sprinting god that he's known for in real life, but this is a massive chance. Kramaric open. He's got a player on the right-hand side if he needs him. Tries to go for it against Areola and will just about gets away with it.
Oh, Willie Roux, that missed opportunity just 2 minutes before the end of the first half. What a time it would have been to score, and that was a huge moment to go 2-0 up against the current reigning eFootball PES world champion. Oh, Jana.
I just wonder how much of a god this makes Modric in the middle, because obviously he's only a little unit, doesn't have the physical stats, but doesn't have the pace anymore. But that's another great header coming in. Croatia, of course, they've got the big men up front. They've got the wizard of Modric in the middle, who ordinarily would be a fairly slow player these days, because obviously he's, what, 36 now. He's going to have pace.
He is indeed, and of course, as Maccabeel playing for AS Monaco in eFootball Pro, a different set of players completely to France, and possibly taking a bit of time to adjust here. Free kick to be taken by Modric. Fired in, headed away. Croatia, more of the same, if you're in that camp, because not only have they nullified France, but they've looked pretty impressive going the other way, and they're down the left-hand side again here. Barisic in towards Kramaric, now pulls it back to the edge of the area, but just can't quite pull the trigger. And a first real chance to counter for France, but again, he's giving it away.
Oof, that's a vicious tackle. Been given play on, and he's going to take it. Fekir down the wing, looking to cut inside. Oh, he tried to catch the runner. It's going to go for a corner. So first real bit of pressure. As Maccabil will... Oh, is he going to drag it back to the free kick? I think he's going to drag it back to the free kick. No, it will be the corner.
I think it was just showing
just
the
booking. Yep. So corner drifted in, headed clear. Not very clear though. Chance to try and send it out to the right wing, maybe. No, goes back in the end and just recycles the ball to try and keep that pressure on. A lot of players forward. Will win it back into goal. Finds the player in the middle. Stabi, and it will be. The equaliser comes. Mbappe in the middle. Was Maccabil. France are back in it.
And that is why he is world champion at this moment in time and playing for France in the eEURO 2020 tournament, because he's been not at the races at all. He's been nowhere. He's created absolutely nothing. Yet he gets one chance, one sniff, and it's 1-1. Lovely finish in the end from that man, Kylian Mbappe.
Drills it home, just needed one chance, one sniff, and it's a goal. And all the pressure that Jana's been putting on him, undone. So Jana, once again, a young lad who's looking to make his mark here against the world champion, and to get his team through to the semi-finals versus Italy, who will be sitting on the edge of their seats waiting to see who they will get. They would certainly want Croatia. They wouldn't want to face France, I feel. Although they've been scoring goals for fun at the moment. Italy just had a very one-sided game against Israel. They scored goals for fun in the group stages earlier on as well. They were also through in the top of their group along with France. Now, of course, with the top side being Romania versus Serbia, we waited to see who will be the final semi-finalists. Croatia certainly would be a shock, I think.
It would, and under a normal set of circumstances, Italy would want to avoid France in the next game, but I don't think, as I said, I've seen France, and especially these two players, as Maccabil and Lotfi, look so ineffective. Having said that, he has got the goal. His tail is up, and it's a chance here for Griezmann to get the cross in, but whacked away. And you think Croatia are probably happy with a draw, possibly in this first game.
Yeah, keep the pressure on.
Time.
Maybe. It will be still France on the attack. 20 minutes to go in this matchup. Remember, it goes extra time and penalties. It's not aggregate score today as it was yesterday in the groups. That's a loose pass once again, but he gets away with it. Now he can set it up in the middle as runners. Oh, and he's put it wide. I don't think he really had the option to cut it to the near far post. The keeper was in the way, so near post was really the only option he had.
Yeah, it looked for 55 minutes or so that France had done absolutely nothing, and then they scored the goal, and on the balance of play, that wonderful word momentum is back in, and they're just starting to ramp up through the gears. And Jana certainly doesn't want to give us Maccabil any more chances like that. As you feel, he may just grab that second goal as the ball gets played down this left-hand side. Another chance to whip it in towards that near post. It's in, it's there, the header's down. Saved by the goalkeeper.
It was far from a clean header, there's no doubt about it. Didn't really strike it as well as he'd like. Have a quick look at it, and you can see the keeper quickly gets. The player was there, and I think it was Lovren that was just in front of him. And in the end, it's actually adjudged to be a goal kick. So it must have come back off the player, or simply a miss in the end. Either way,
rebounded back from Giroud, I think.
Oh, that was a loose ball. He's going to be won back by the Croatians in their telltale red and white colours. Be easily recognisable. That is a nice ball through, but cut out by the defender. And now a counter opportunity possibly on, but that's a solid tackle from Tolvan on the left wing.
15 minutes remaining here in this first game. Destined for a possible extra time here. Not what we were expecting. We were expecting possibly a France win here. We still might get that, but Croatia have certainly given as good as they've got so far. It's in towards Giroud though. He plays it across. A real chance here for France. They just can't quite find that killer touch, which has been eluding them for large parts of this game. But time running out to find a winner. It is France who are knocking on the door.
Keeping the pressure on. Croatia struggling to get out of their own half at the moment. And you can see it's coming straight back at them as they keep the pressure on. France happy to just play it across the back four and take the final chance of the game. As the clock ticks down, you'll often find players will purposely delay until they know they've got to have that last chance. They know there's no pressure to come back at him, but it's kind of backfired on him at the moment as Croatia, well, that was a loose pass. Is he going to get away with it? Oh my word, the defender will get to it first. But that was nearly a real howler from the world champion.
It's as close as Jan has come in this second half to find a winner for Croatia, but this is exactly what they wanted, exactly where they wanted to be in the match. Going into the final few minutes to be level and a chance to nick it from a moment of magic or a mistake. They found it through to Kramaric. He's gone down under the challenge. The referee once again waves away the appeals. And Lee, I'm not sure where you were looking, but that was a tight one.
That looked like it was dead to rights. I don't know, but that's a late challenge in the end. So, yellow card for the Croatian player. Just a little aggrieved, I think, of not getting the penalty back there. So, it will be a French kick with just 1 minute to go in regulation time. It looks like extra time is almost certainly beckoning as the header comes out. Just needs to send it forward. Yeah, the whistle will go. So, extra time. Once again, Adam, we go in the distance.
Well, we've seen, as we said, Germany out, Spain out, the Netherlands out. Are we potentially seeing another shock on the cards here?
It was Jana that came out on top in the epic penalty shootout versus Montenegro in the qualifiers, but that's a tipped header, just stuck it over him. Oliver Giroud just beats the keeper in the air. The big unit that he is, tips it into the corner.
This is why Asmakabil is so strong. He doesn't even have to get out of second gear really in this match, and he finds himself in front, run down the left-hand side. When you play the ball in with the physicality of someone like Olivier Giroud, there's only going to be one winner in that battle. Into the near post. Advantage France.
What can Jana do? Can he come back? He looked so good at the start of this game, but he's wilted a little bit under the pressure of the Frenchman, the world champion, starting to step his form up when it really counts, when he's called for. Lotfi will be playing the second matchup as well, so the pressure is not going to be any easier, as arguably one of also the best players in the world.
Indeed. And Wes would like to point out a champion performance in the champion round.
He's champion, that.
Oh, it's good. He's in again here, though. It's Dembele. Pass was poor. France just starting to turn the screw, though. Looking to get that killer second cushion goal. Third on the day.
Just a couple of minutes in this first half of extra time. Second corner. Chance going to get whipped in once again. The Croatian team, they've got some big defenders in there, so should be able to clear it, but that was spilled across the line. Nobody on the end of it, though. So Croatia get away with it.
I said before, there's only one outcome when Olivier Giroud gets a header at the near post. Unfortunately, he's just proved me wrong, because somehow it's squirmed all the way across the line and out the other side. And Asmakabil cannot believe what he's seeing, because this game should be dead and buried. As it stands, he still has possession and the momentum, because since the Croatia goal, you have to say their defensive tactics have not allowed them really to get out. It's been camped in their own half, and it's finished at the end of the first half of extra time. 2-1 to France.
Well, it will be the kickoff for Croatia. This is his Real big chance. He's going to try and take it with both hands, but he's given the ball away. Will regain possession. Sends it forward into the middle. Modric toe pokes it through, but it's quickly cut out. And now Nabil Fekir finds himself a beautiful through ball. Olivier Giroud is on his own. He's got the power, he's got the muscle, but he's caught out the two players in the end, wrestle him off the ball.
109 minutes on the clock. Time running.
In extra time, 5 minutes for Croatia to do something, but right now they don't have the ball. They're muscling themselves into it. They have it, they lose it, they can't get it back, and Özmakabil will just play it out, run the time down. The ball's going to go all the way back to his goalkeeper as he will manage to work it in, and it's looking like the first game will indeed be going to France.
Game management here from Özmakabil. As it's fired downfield, now Olivier Giroud, chance to seal it in the 120 minutes, the 30 of extra time, but on this occasion, as you've seen time and time again, sees the game out professionally, and it wasn't the prettiest on the day, but Özmakabil doing what Özmakabil does best, and that's winning.
So 2-1 France in the first game. It will mean in this best-of-3 series they are effectively 1-0 up, as we're going to be moving on to the second leg, or second game, whichever you prefer. And overall, we thought, you know, Jana put on a really good show at the start, but then kind of slowly wilted away from this one. We'll see it from the highlights. You can tell it's all Jana at the start.
Yeah, it really was. I think he surprised us, Özmakabil. I think what we saw in the second half, the more defensive, rigid, almost trying to kill momentum in the game tactics from Croatia was what France were expecting from the start, and completely the opposite. They came flying out of the traps, got the goal, then reverted back to that tactic, and then of course it was all one-way traffic, and as soon as he got that goal in 55 minutes, you just couldn't really see where another goal was going to come from Croatia, and it was just whether France could grab that winning goal, and of course they did in extra time, but these are just the highlights from the 90 minutes. Not too many, though, in the 90.
No, not too many at all. This one, where the keeper and the defender had a bit of a mix-up, but Jana unable to benefit from it. The spill just before the final whistle. Well, this one came. This was the flick in the head at Giroud in extra time. And right from the kickoff as well. 92nd minute, right from the bat. We see it so often. Players just not quite set up for it. And you can see 6 shots apiece, pretty even in terms of stats, delivered by FedEx, of course, and 70% plus for the pass accuracy. Not the cleanest of games from either team.
No, it really wasn't. It was a game that probably suited Croatia more. I believe we'll probably see more of the same from them in the next game, because they know that if they open up to France, then they could be in a whole world of pain. But it didn't work on this occasion, so whether they can find something else, or a chink in the French armour and a mistake pops in late on in the game against Latvia, you never know. I'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we were talking about earlier on the Austria game where we did see Özmakabil held to a 0-0 draw. It was Latvia that stepped up and did it for France, so a top player in his own right, while obviously he's sort of in the shadow, effectively, of Özmakabil. He's certainly a star player of his own. And Croatia now up against it here to stay within the tournament here at the UEFA eEURO 2020. So kick-off underway. And here we go. France, of course, playing in the blue, and Croatia in the red and white.
Yep. It's a very quick start here from Croatia, and it's a first chance. It's a first goal. Just 2 minutes on the clock. and they've shell-shocked France again.
Out of the blocks in 2 minutes. And that's the start that they were dreaming of. Get themselves that quick early goal. And Croatia, after a little bit of heartbreak, are livening straight up here and send themselves into a very early lead. Need to defend it straight away, make sure they don't lose one straight from the off, but just about the dream start, and bags of space for him out on that wing and then cuts inside beautifully.
Really was. The Presic came flying out of the blocks just 2 minutes, and once again we see France just looking a little bit flustered. We keep talking about how they are firm favourites in the competition, but we're yet to see the best of them. Of course, this is something we've seen in eFootball Pro, even with AS Monaco, where their teammates as well, Lotfi and Asmakabal, they did really often get through the gears in terms of playing the attractive football we know they can play, but they were still very effective and pretty much wiped the floor of all who came at them, whether it be 1-0 or 2-1. They might have to go that sort of route again.
Oh, I tell you what, I thought Presic was through again there. Lotfi, though, under pressure. He was under pressure as well in the Austria game, so I'm sure he's got it in his locker to turn this one back around. But at the moment, it's Croatia that will lead as we just head into 10 minutes. There's a massive opening on the left wing, and he finds it. Antoine Griezmann looking to work it through for the cutback. Ooh, it's going to be a corner. Did get brought down, but it was clean tackle in the end. Let's see what they got from a corner.
It'd be interesting to see whether Croatia actually continue with the vein of form going forwards as Kurt Zuma tries an audacious scissors volley, comes crashing up off the top of the crossbar and away for a goal kick. What I was saying before that ridiculous bit of drama was that Croatia, whenever they've tried to play on the front foot, have actually looked really, really dangerous. And maybe that might be a tactic that would serve them better all the way through as the ball gets played through. And the wave after wave of French pressure starts to build. Barisic on the left-hand side.
The Croatians just weathering the storm right now, honestly. Just letting to see what France have got. And at the moment, it's working pretty well for Presic. Getting that early goal does give you that little cushion, that little bit of advantage to sit back and weather the storm. France, though, looking to try and go a little bit direct here, and it's costing them in terms of passing. You can see it's getting cut out fairly easily without too much work from the Croatian defence as they try and work it once again down the left wing. Not going to work. Gets cut out. Now France on the counter.
Pogba finds Lamar and then tries to find it back to the United man. Out Varane, out to Pavard on the right-hand side. Lotfi just starting to build a bit of momentum here. Halfway through the first half, Fekir plays it through, looking for Mbappe, but it breaks down, and now Luka Modric can bring Croatia forwards through Rebic now. And now Perisic is joined in the middle by 3 players racing up towards the penalty spot. Perisic, chance to get the left foot cross in. It's ricocheting around. France can't get out at the moment. They finally do. Varane with a interesting clearance there, Lee.
A bit of a panic moment, I think is best to say. Corner flicked in. It's headed loose. There's still a chance. It's still alive. Croatia have the ball. Can whip it back in again, and they do. This time, I think it's headed clear by a Croatian player. Let's have another look. Some heated moments in the box there.
I don't think I've ever seen the French contingent look this defensively all at sea, to be honest. They're looking flustered at the moment, and we're not giving Croatia enough credit for their route to this play so far, as it just goes into the side netting, because you can only beat the teams in front of you. They may not have had the big name dropouts of Spain and Germany, etc., but they beat Luxembourg, they beat Montenegro. They can only beat the teams in front of them.
Looking for a free header there, but it wasn't to come. And France, well, they haven't cleared the lines yet. That's a foul, though. So, Fekir just holding up a arm through the back and a pull of the shirt. So France live to breathe a sigh of relief there as a bit of relentless last 10 minutes of pressure from the Croatian team. That ball straight down to the keeper, though, not the free kick they were looking for. Trying to send it. It's coming straight back at them.
30 minutes gone. Just 15 remaining in the first half here as Pavard steals a march on Barisic and plays it to Fekir. We've not seen too much of him so far in this match, but he plays a lovely reverse pass in towards Kylian Mbappe, but his first touch was heavy and it was smuggled away by the goalkeeper.
Pressure moments at Croatia. Breathe a sigh of relief. We saw how France worked their way back in the game. There's a massive opening on the right. The defender's got across well, cuts it out, and now the counter chance it won't come because it goes straight into the heart of the French defence, and they can just work it back down that left wing. Kimpembe looks for Thomas Lemar, finds him, looking across, feeds off the back of Dejan Lovren. And Kimpembe continues to feed the ball through. Pogba continues his run. He's out of position now. Oh, what a tackle, though, from Kurt Zouma as he lunges through, and Lotfi continues the pressure.
Antoine Griezmann picks it up. 5 minutes remaining in the first half. What a great time to score this would be. It's another very, very strong challenge on Kimpembe, to say the least. He felt that one for sure, but it gives France a chance to potentially mount one last chance at the end of this first half.
Substitution already.
Interesting.
So Vida bringing an extra defender on at the back there. See whether that's changed the tactic. I didn't quite catch who he took it off for, but either way, he has managed to clear this free kick pressure to try and take it to half-time. So really early substitution there before the first half. I didn't see whether there was an injury or anything, but either way, maybe feeling a bit of a change of tactics required, maybe trying to protect that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, well, Vida, the player who just came on, just gave it away in a very dangerous position and almost gave free rein for Kylian Mbappe. But the pass was poor, and it looks like we're going to end the first half with another shock result so far. 1-0 to Croatia.
It was Perisic, the superstar for Croatia, who got the goal. And it was a very clean one from the off. Now France with a chance, but he can see just how much is being held up. That has to be, and it will be. Just as we saw for Croatia from the kickoff. It's France with the equaliser, Kylian Mbappe.
Well, we've seen it time and time again. A team who's been completely well and truly nullified in a period of play, whether that be 45 or 90. As soon as the restart happens, it's just too easy for Lotfi, and he was caught napping there, the Croatian man. Too easy, played across, unmarked in the middle, and you do not leave number 10 Kylian Mbappe in that position alone. 1-1.
It's the reason we see a lot of the players do go ultra defensive from the start, just to protect that kick-off, but sure, they don't send players forward, but that was a really well-worked goal for France, who find themselves back in the game, and obviously they are already 1-0 up. That's a solid through ball. I think he's offside, though. Yeah, just drifted offside. Solid through ball, though, to find him. Unfortunately, not in the right position.
Yeah, one interesting thing about the French contingent is often you see with the different teams, different players have different playing styles, but France seem to have an ethos that they don't necessarily feel they need to be the most flamboyant. They don't need to score the greatest goals. They just are so efficient. They're dogged. And they found themselves behind twice in this encounter so far, and both times without even getting out of second gear. First chance, first goal.
Well, that's what you get for having Didier Deschamps as a manager. As I thought France were about to let one loose, but didn't quite work out for them. Still 70% pass rate for Croatia, 77% for France there. As France start to build the pressure in this second half. Just as we saw as Mekabil doing, we are seeing Lotfi coming from a goal down and starting to gather momentum. That classic word, as you mentioned, which has so much impact in sports, and it really can give the mental edge as they start to build from left to right. The French team looking to be more and more in control as the game ticks on.
Yeah, it's following the exact same pattern as the first game. As Lotfi is looking to do what Osmakabal did moments earlier. Lamar on the turn, tries to find Griezmann, ricochets around, finally cleared away, but they just can't get out again at the moment, Croatia. They might need to change something, otherwise I could see another 2-1 victory for France.
Yeah, we're starting to see the Croatian players dropping deeper and deeper to try and win the ball back. And Perisic trying to give an out in there, but that will be a throw for Croatia, so a chance to reset their players and get them forward and build on an attack here for Croatia. He's got to be careful he doesn't give the ball away straight away from the throw. It's exactly what he did. And that's just about the worst thing that could have happened, because now the counter's on and they've got even numbers. Look at this on the right-hand side. Dembele backs a pace to the cross. Gonna be, it will be 2-1. And all of that from a Croatian throw-in.
And crucially, in all of that, we talked about how the game plans appeared so similar between Lotfi and Osmakabal, and even down to the substitution in the final third of the match, bringing on Olivier Giroud for Kylian Mbappe has worked in exactly the same fashion as it did in the first game. The fresh legs, the fatigue in the rear guard for Croatia, and he's given far too much room there, and he turns it home. And it's just a mirror image of game one.
So, pressure back on Croatia. They got their goal in the opening minutes of the game. They will have a kickoff opportunity here to try and get things forward. They've been on the back foot the entire second half. Now there's a chance for them to keep the pressure on themselves. Let's see what they can do as they look to work it. Oh, instantly loses it to Anton Griezmann, who's got space in the middle. Olivier Giroud does lose it, but I think he may even win it back. He just gets back on his feet, pops back up. Thank you very much. Away we go again.
67 minutes on the clock. Croatia know now they're in dire straits. They need a hero on the turn out towards Luka Modric, but he's not going to get there. Kimpembe, another strong defensive challenge there. And time running out.
Great
it's Griezmann.
Ball. Oh, it has to be 3. It just slots it across for Mbappe. And it will be 3-1. Sorry for Dembele. 3-1. Mbappe was subbed for Giroud, so it couldn't be him. But the French team, since the second half began, have been really the only one in control.
Olivier Giroud, instrumental again, this time turning provider to find Antoine Griezmann. And 2-on-1, the goalkeeper in no man's land. Thank you very much, Dembele. And it's Croatia 1, France 3. And it looks like that's as good as done. Semi-finals, thank you very much.
Yeah, setting themselves up for what will potentially be a glitzy matchup against Italy in the semi-finals. Still 15 minutes to go. Croatia, will they have a final save as they fling an overhead boot at it? What a goal that could have been, setting themselves up for certainly the goal of the day. There's a chance here, lays it across. Oh, and in the end it was just a gentle shot straight down to the keeper.
Chance for a grandstand finish, and unfortunately the finish didn't match up to the play, which was pretty breathtaking from a Croatian point of view. But it goes back to the question I had at the start, is why aren't we seeing this more from Croatia? Every time they try and play offensively, they're causing France all sorts of problems, and they're in again here. It's through, he's onside, surely it's 3-2, and that is manual goalkeeping done to perfection. We talk time and time again about how manual goalkeeping sometimes doesn't work. We never pick out when it does. Well, that is one right there.
Yeah, just off his line as quick as you can and stops him dead in his tracks. And Lotfi proving why he's the anchor man for the team. You know, we saw this yesterday. Lotfi was the man to come in and just clear things up as Makabil set him up for the starter. And Lotfi is just finishing the job. Ball through. They were briefly 2-on-1 there, and they're still chasing, they're still keeping pressure on, but the ball given away. Time is against them, Croatia. They have to get the ball forward and get a goal. There's no time for this slow build-up.
3 minutes and too little too late, you feel now, for Croatia. That was the moment. Such a huge chance, such a huge save. We often talk about the goals scored and the skill moments, and sometimes we forget the defensive challenges and goalkeeping heroics, and that certainly was that there as we tick into the final 2 minutes of added on time.
Just 1 minute to go. Job done. France will go through. 3-1 in this game, 2-1 in the first leg, making it a solid 2-0 start for them. Last chance saloon for Croatia, but they're not going to be able to get a second goal. It looks like the keeper best to it. France best to it. They will go through to face Italy in the semi-finals. We have our final four, ladies and gentlemen. Croatia, sadly the has-beens here. They put up a solid performance, scoring in both legs and putting pressure on France early on, but the big favourites, the reigning favourites for the tournament, held strong, held the nerve, and came back both matches.
They did indeed. France joined Italy in the semi-finals, and you'd have to say just about deserved it, simply due to professionalism, clinical, almost robotic, you could say. And it's just a shame, as I said, that Croatia didn't try and produce a little bit more offensively, because they did cause France some problems when they did.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the highlights. The early goal from Croatia sort of set things up. Just 2 minutes, and we see this going in. Beautiful finish, to be fair, from Croatia. Just curls it nicely into that far post, outside of his boot.
Yeah, it was caressed into that far corner, and you thought, here we go, another potential upset, and then that was dashed within seconds of the restart. Happens time and time again. Players just switch off, and then the rest was history, really, other than that one late chance for Croatia, as the super sub Olivier Giroud scored one and set the move rolling for number 3 on the day. A great 35 minutes or so for him on the pitch, as you see that pass there, and then Antoine Griezmann feeds Dembele, and that was game, set, match. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the semi-finals, Italy.
Yeah, the deserved goal for Dembele, who drew the 3 players towards him for that Giroud goal. And there was a final moment for Croatia. You thought there was a chance, but as you say, the manual goalkeeping coming out from Lotfi there, pushing himself out. Pretty even match overall. Obviously, the scoreline 3-1 to France, but you can see that Croatia did have the 5 shots. They had a good return rate on accuracy as well, but it just wasn't to be today.
No, unfortunately not. You'd have to say, on the balance of play and clinicalness, France deserve it. But Croatia, by no means let themselves down. They've done brilliantly well to get to the quarterfinals, and if you're going to go out to anyone, you go out to France. I think it's safe to say.
So let's just have a quick recap. Obviously, we've had all the quarterfinals today, Adam. We're seeing Serbia versus Romania in the top half of the bracket. Now France versus Italy. Are we still calling France the hot favourites for this one? Because they've not been playing that well, in fairness.
It's difficult because France are brilliant at not playing well and grinding out results, and that's exactly what they've done today. But as you mentioned, Italy, for example, who they're playing against in the semi-finals, have been electric in front of goal. They scored 4, I believe, in the last game, and have looked really, really impressive. In the other side of the bracket, Serbia were one of the hot favourites, but haven't really produced either as much as they would like, and the shock team really coming through so far would have to be Romania, who on current form are probably playing some of the best stuff on the of the tournament so far. So it's, you know, any team can win it from here.
Yeah, I mean, both Romania and Serbia have been scoring a lot of goal. Irma for Romania, and obviously Kepa and Roxa for Serbia have been smashing in the goals. Obviously, Italy, they just had a high goal tally. That's why they're now sneaking in there in the Alipay top 5 goal scorers. France, of course, at the top. Germany, Turkey, Netherlands, all out of the tournament. So France look like they've got that one in the bag, barring any craziness that may happen against Italy in the next semi-final.
Indeed, indeed. I can't wait for that semi-final to come and go. As I said, it could go either way. I think Italy just need to, if they can be better defensively than they have been a little bit earlier on, they could give themselves a real chance, because going the other way, they can be electric.
Any major goals that you've maybe seen today? You know, obviously we've got the skills of the day, the goals of the day. What are you thinking? Does any that stands out? I mean, I guess if I think of the Serbia-Spain game. Oh, save of the day. Yeah, that's true.
David De Gea, he produced 2 incredible saves in the last 10 minutes. I can't even remember the game that Spain were in. I think it might have been Serbia.
It was Serbia,
It has to have been Serbia. That's the only team they played. It was a tremendous 10 minutes of play from him, and that's the bit that stands out for me.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, we covered that game. I also think of Irma from the Romanian side. He scored some absolute crackers in a high-pressure matchup, in fairness, against the Dutch team, where Eldridge and co were pushing him all the way. Thinking also of the Italian matchup, where we had a cheeky little lob coming out.
Yes, that was goal of the day for me.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful pass over the top. Great first touch, deft touch, and then just the cheek to dink it over the goalkeeper in such close range as well, to get it up and down. Yeah, brilliant.
Well, we're just waiting to see. Hopefully we'll get an interview in a moment. That's why we're just waiting to see whether we can get somebody on the screen for you. It'd be lovely to hear some from these players. Obviously, as much as you love our talking
beautiful
heads
faces.
and our beautiful faces on the screen the whole time, which, you know, may be looking a little weathered at this stage after 2 long days of broadcast, but it's fantastic that we actually got this tournament going in the first place. Adam, obviously we're all in different places around the world right now. You guys all within the UK, myself in Germany, but we should have all been there, as you guys at home would be watching this tournament playing out, as the Euro 2020 will become the Euro 2021 next season in real life.
This will be the famous tournament, of course, for the tournament that never was. So they can produce some history themselves, the players, in winning it, of course.
There's going to be some trivia questions. The years down the line, that Trivial Pursuit questions. What year did the Euros take part on an uneven number? It's going to happen.
And then straight away, you may have the other tournament a year later. You never know. We'll see what happens.
So we do have an interview. I believe Lutfi, who just obviously won his game 3-1, is standing by the Frenchman. So Lutfi, congratulations first off for reaching the semi-finals under a pressure game where you were 1 goal down.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a difficult game, very difficult opponent, but the most important was to win, to access to the semi-final, and we did, so we are very happy.
Now, Lotfi, you've had some tough games coming into this one. You were the hero yesterday, effectively, where it seems that teams are putting out ultra defensive tactics against Uzmakabil, and he's kind of being stifled. So yesterday you had to be the hero against Austria.
Yeah, for me the most important is anyway to win. If we or Usma win, it's the same for me. But I'm happy to give this win to my team, and now we are in the semi-finals, so I'm happy.
Lotfi, from your own point of view, possibly not the best eFootball PES that you've played this season for both of you and Uzmakabil, but Italy next, do you think you can start to see some more attacking football, or do you think you're happy just being professional and getting the job done?
Each opponent is different, I think. We know that they have a special style and they are very good, but we are focused on this semi-final. It's like a new tournament in each new game. So we are focused on this, and we will try to win and to access on the final.
Have you been feeling the pressure from home? Like, obviously you guys, you know, we've been talking about it. You guys clearly the favourites now in the tournament. We've seen Spain go out. We've seen Germany go out. We've seen the Dutch going out. You guys now up against Italy with this big favourites tag. That's pressure for your nation.
Yeah, to be honest, we have a big pressure. But it's not the fact to be the favourite, because we know this since a long time. And it's not the first time that we are favorite, but it's this feeling and to play for our country. maybe we are like in home, and it's not the same as in offline, because it's another feeling of offline. But the pressure is here for sure, because we receive many support of French people. So we play for them, and we want that at the end they are proud of us. So yeah, the pressure is here for sure, and we will try to make our best.
They certainly will be proud of you, Lotfi. Of course, if you get past Italy, very tough ask, but if you get past Italy, who would you like to play in the final? You've seen the other side of the bracket. You've seen Serbia and Romania, both playing some pretty nice stuff. Who do you fear? Who do you want?
To be honest, I don't know, because like you said, many favorites lost yesterday and today. So I think we have some surprise with this eEURO. And it's good to see that a new player that we didn't know, or we know them, but not like they make this possible. It's good to see this, and we know that it will be difficult. If Romania win, it will be difficult, and the same for Serbia.
Okay, well, you carry on, Lee.
I was just going to say thank you very much, but if you've got another question, Adam,
no,
go
I was going to say the same because I saw what you were saying.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Lotfi. Best of luck against Italy. It is going to be a tough game. They are scoring freely at the moment, so they've had a possible goal of the day, by the way, today. See if you can maybe one-up it. They had a lovely chip over the keeper, so a bit of pressure for you there. But best of luck in the tournament. Hope to see you later on, maybe. So, we're going to go to a break, and it will be the semi-finals coming up, Adam. Oh, my word. Let's talk about them quickly before they kick us off the screen. Romania versus Serbia. Where do you see this going? Because we followed Serbia all through the tournament.
You know what? I'm going to go with fairy tale continuing. As good as Serbia are, and they were hot favourites alongside France, etc., going in, I've been thoroughly impressed with what I've seen from Romania, and they probably, I would imagine, are brimming with confidence right now, and that goes a long way from a mentality point of view.
Well, you guys at home, tune in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break with those semi-finals. It will be Serbia versus Romania.
But wait, we're not done. We have a live draw to do first and foremost for this semi-finals. Always good to hear from Lotfi, of course, from the French national squad now in the semi-finals. We have to draw the teams for the majority of the home legs for the semi-finals. So we have Serbia and Romania going up against each other, and of course France going up against Italy. First and foremost, in these two balls right here, we have Serbia and Romania. So in they go. And we'll swirl them around. Serbia, of course, having a tremendous tournament so far. Really playing very well. This will be, my friends, around the world for the home squad for the 2 out of the 3 legs. And upside down, it is Serbia. So Serbia will have a choice of whether to host 2 or 1 matches as the home team. And just for confirmation on it for you at home, as we do this draw, that the other team in the other ball was in fact Romania. So Serbia then in semi-final number 1 with the chance to decide whether or not they want to be home for 1 match or 2 matches. And then next up to do the exact same thing for Italy and France in semi-final number 2. We'll see exactly what happens here. France, of course, who we just saw besting Croatia. They did it throughout the groups to make it here and to force Croatia to qualify through the play-off groups. And it will be France with the choice of hosting 2 or 1 of the matches as the home team. And just confirmation for you all that the other team in the other ball was in fact the eEURO. So there we go then. It makes it official. Italy as the other team. So semi-final number one, we have of course Serbia versus Romania. Italy versus France will be our other semi-final. We'll take a quick look at the bracket just to confirm that and to show you all at home exactly the routes that these four nations, I should say, took throughout the playoffs to get here. So when we come back, we will have more eEURO 2020 action on eFootball PES 2020. My name's Harry Channon. Thanks so much for joining us. And when we come back, we will have semi-final number one.
The 11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Welcome to the UEFA eEURO 2020 competition. We started with 55 nations. We narrowed them down to the final 16. From 16, we narrowed it down to 8, and today we've narrowed it down from 8 nations down to the final 4. Welcome aboard. My name is Harry Channon. Joining me as ever, Stuart Wesley, aka Wezza, to cover all the games today. Wes, we're already, in full swing today, but for the people joining us for the very first time, we are now up to the semi-finals, and what a day's action, what a weekend's worth of action we've had here. We can take a look quickly at the bracket to see and fill everyone in who might just be joining us for the first time exactly how we got here, but we're starting now with semi-final number 1, Romania taking on Serbia.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day's action. It promised it from yesterday's action. If you didn't see yesterday's, you'll be able to catch up with it on the UEFA YouTube channel. But it's been superb all the way through. Romania, very deserving semi-finalists, have been the giant killers to end all giant killers in terms of this tournament. Serbia have battled their way through as well, coming from a pretty rough group stage to, get through their tiebreaker, knocked out Spain on penalties in one of the most dramatic fashions, and now it sets up for a mouth-watering semi-final.
Of course, semi-final number 2, Italy versus France, is a tremendous match as well. And something you pointed out, a rematch of the Euro 2000 final. So here we are 20 years later. Kind of different circumstances considering this is a virtual tournament, but either way, that's still a juicy one. But let's turn our attentions first and foremost. Romania versus Serbia. It's a Cinderella story. Nothing less is worthy to describe Romania's route to the finals. They got drawn in a group in the qualifying round with Portugal. Many nations wrote them off. Many people around the world wrote them off. They won the group, qualified for the finals. They knocked out Germany to make it to the knockout stages in golden goal. And here they are now, after besting the Netherlands in the round of 8 in the quarterfinals, just a round previous. Here they match up against many people's dark horses in Serbia, and this is going to be a different type of test, you feel, for Romania. But I swear we've said that a couple of times now about this nation.
It almost feels like it's the recurring trope of this tournament, is that we always seem to, well, I always seem to write off Romania, and they seem to just shut me up every single time. So this time, it's not happening. This time, I genuinely feel that Romania could hit Serbia. Although Serbia, we know, have got professional players in their ranks. They've got Mitrovic up top. They've got Lalic. They've got all of these types of players that they can call on. But there just seems to be something about this Romania side that is like an untapped quantity. It really, really just sets up to be a fantastic semi-final.
Well, you can't call it, Wes. Let's see if the people at home can. Don't forget, you can head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll and vote on the expected outcome of the remaining games today. 55% think Romania are going to take this. I mean, it's fair enough. They have the giant killing pedigree, I should say, behind them. So clearly, Romania have won a lot of fans over at home.
Yeah, it's all aboard the Romanian hype train as it seems to be rolling through these semi-finals, and who would bet against them? Everybody's been going against them, and it's almost that siege mentality from Romania. I very briefly spoke to Irma yesterday evening. It was a very long day, mind you, but he's incredibly proud as well as Panias to be at this stage, and I would imagine that feeling is just growing game on game on game. But meanwhile, the task ahead of them, as we've seen from the potential lineups, it looks like it's going to be Roska, it looks like it's going to be Kepa, 2 seasoned veterans of FC Nantes. But we've said this, as you've just said, we've said it all the time. They've got all of these things against them, but Romania seem to find a way. There's grit, there's determination, there's all of those intangible qualities that we talk about, and they seem to have them in absolute spades.
Well, let me tell you, Serbia won't mind one bit about being written off in this semi-final. They've constantly regarded as the dark horses. As soon as I pulled them out in a group with Spain, with England, with Latvia, all the way back in January now for the qualifying groups, I said you need to watch out for Serbia, because if you overlook them, it will be at your peril. The same could be said for Romania. It's essentially 2 dark horses here going off in a best-of-3 matchup to find out who will be our first eEURO 2020 finalist. Don't forget, you can, of course, use the hashtag eEURO2020. Head on over to eEURO2020.com as well. All the information about the tournament, all the videos, all the stats you need will be over there. But Wes, it's about time that we get into our first of two semi-finals. Serbia versus Romania. It will be Serbia in the red kit, represented first and foremost by Kepa, and Panias of Romania has stepped in to represent the national side. And well, Romania, they would love an early goal. They would love to take the advantage in this tie, and Panias and Irma have been shocking professional players all tournament long. They've taken down players from Schalke 04, Manchester United, Celtic FC for their respected nations. And they would love to add FC Nantes and Serbia to that list.
Yeah, and like I said, who would bet against them at this stage? Serbia have seemed to have found a little bit of form. It's not free-flowing and goal-scoring, but they seem to be finding ways to get victories. But again, Panias he's got his confidence, I suppose, from all of those scalps that have been taken. It's not just been all Irma. I know he will grab most of the headlines. Panias has played his part too. He's got, managed to get himself back into some games, and he's now got the opportunity to potentially set it up for his partner to get them into the eEURO final.
Well, it's a good segue, Wes, because it's worth reminding people at home, no aggregate score here. It's a best of 3 matches, traditional esports format, so no scores are carried over. It's just win the game, you get a point in the series. Jajic now on the ball for Serbia, out on that far side, receives it back, front post flick on. It might still come for Serbia here, but that spelled danger for Romania, and that's just a glimpse of what Kepa's capable of.
Yeah, my whole body winced then with that scuff clearance, as it just seemed to almost, drain the well almost of the Romanian luck that's been with them. Panias will again live to fight another days. Managed to get a flick on here. He's in on goal.
Look at this. Ivan has scored so many times for Romania. He's opened the scoring in the semi-finals. What a reliable source of goals he's been for Romania. Well, that goal was perfect for Romanian hopes around the world. What can Kepa do in response, though? Here is Dusan Tadic, beats his man well. Delivery needs to be good. Instead, it's right at the defender, and Panias can breathe and clear. Spajic inside to Adam Jajic. Prijovic gets the shot away. And what a mighty fine effort that was, not only by the goalie, but also by the defender to deny the corner. Still on here for Kepa. Chance here, Mitrovic saved. Pantilimon does well twice in a row. Stanciu won't get there before Alexander Kolarov. And it's as we anticipated, Wes. It's been back and forth. Kepa certainly growing into the game. Mitrovic holds off his man well. Might go for a strike here, but just dwelled on the ball. The Serbian fans in the stadium utter groans of disappointment. Stanchu. Out to Marin. Look at Puskas here. He's through. Can he get a shot away? He can. There will be a corner, Wes.
Yeah, and Romania providing every bit of impetus, and you just feel that through these last 2 days or last day and a half, they've grown in confidence more and more, and we've seen this be a little bit susceptible from Kepa in terms of his kind of psychological side of things. It seems like when a goal goes in, it seems to affect him more than it does Roxa. So I think it'll be interesting if there is a switch in the following games. But Panius, again, showing that quality that Irma had alluded to.
Dangerous ball swung in. Kepa now can start to hit on the counter. Look out for the man on the far side. He's far away from his man. Options in the centre as well. It's just a little force there from Kepa. Possession, though, retained.
It's a chance
only
wasted.
Momentarily, yeah, real chance wasted there.
Yeah, you could see that the move kind of opened up for him, and it was a one defensive lapse from Panius, but it's Kepa on the move again here.
Tadic out to Jajic, has a real chance here, fake shot, his teammate gets in the way. Tadic, Prijovic was the, well, intended recipient. Serbian discomfort and confusion in the Romanian box means Panius and Romania survive for now, and they're just moments away from half-time. Prijovic, it's just not going the way that Kepa wants to at the moment. Chipchu. Oh, there were a couple of Romanian men in there. What can Kepa build just before half-time? Milinkovic-Savic finds almost the feet of Jajic. And that will be the final kick of the half. Where's a really, really strong first half from Panius. He's defended well, but Kepa, you might just fancy him to get a goal here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be rare for Kepa to go into, you know, the second game, or for Serbia to go into a second game without registering a goal. But Romania have been good for their 1-0 lead so far. They've been able to control the game and been able to kind of cut out some of these easy passing chances. You can see their tackles coming in that are just jarring. It's a quick free kick out to Milinkovic-Savic.
Tadic goes for the tee up. Might just get another shot away here. Here's Prijovic onside. The second goal for Romania, Wes.
It's that man again. It's Ivan. It's that man again. He's always in and amongst it. It's a poor clearance on the Serbian goalkeeper. It comes straight back the other way, and it takes one swift control, and it's 2-0. And Kepa staring down the barrel of sending potentially Serbia into the game, needing 2 victories. But Romania in the box seat now. Ivan, again, he's just been a pain for everybody to defend against.
Well, if there was questions about this Romanian challenge and the pedigree and the metal they have behind them, it was probably on Panius's performances so far. Kepa forces a corner, but Panius has passed the test with flying colours. He's been a real star for Romania. And Irma, I'm sure, will be grateful if it stays this way for 2 bites of the cherry in Game 2, and if he loses Game 3. Adem Jajic is off. Real chance here. Milinkovic-Savic chasing the ball. Stanchu in defence this time.
I was just going to say, we talk about narrative and we talk about the way that, you know, the kind of the buy-in of the fact that Romania have got this far? Is that playing on the mind of Serbia? Are they looking at this saying, well, we really should be winning this, as Romania find their way through again?
Ivan with some great control. Calamity at the back for Serbia. Worries just for a moment, not convincing. Zivkovic. Mitrovic is just unsuccessful in his passing attempt, and the more that Panias is able to quell the danger, the more the disbelief might start to set in here for Kepa.
Yeah, it seems like when the spotlight's the brightest that Serbia are looking to kind of wilt like an ice cream in the sun here.
Well, a Romanian man will go into the book. That will be Stanchi. So then, 63 minutes gone into the final third of the match. Romania leading by 2-0. Luka Jovic, great save again. Pantilimon. How is he doing this?
That's
His
that
second world-class save.
It's that giant frame that he's just pushing the ball out. And the interesting kind of difference between the lineups is that Panaeus always favours Pantilimon in goal. Tatarusanu is always favoured by Irma. So maybe something in the water in terms of Romanian goalkeepers.
Time ticking down for Serbia to get a real foothold in this game of Pez. Zivkovic maintains possession. Kolarov to swing it in. Headed away. The Romanian defence breaks the siege for now. Or should I say, outlasts the siege. And look at this, Ivan has the legs to run at the Serbian defence. Milenkovic comes across. Does the job, but that's a little warning sign there for Serbia. The more they chase the match, the more gaps will open up for maybe Ivan to run into.
Yeah, well, the thing you've got to look at here as well is this matchup with Ivan. You don't, if you're Romania, you don't want to get into a physical battle with these Serbian defenders, as the strength and physical contact they have on these guys is going to be significantly better than what these Romanian forwards are going to have. So if you're going to get alongside them, you want to run alongside them. You don't want to get into a jostling match with them, because they will just wrestle the ball back. And I think that's where Romania are having such joy at the moment, is they're getting away from that physical battle.
15 minutes there or thereabouts in game to go. And we said we might fancy Kepa to get a goal here for Serbia. Those chances seem to have dried up recently. Panias has held his 2-goal lead very well. And I think there's a bit of an identification here by Romania that they need to take some time off of that clock, because 10 in-game minutes is very, very easy to get 2 goals back, especially with a player of the calibre of Kepa. We've seen it many a time in this tournament so far. Zivkovic, Mitrovic, Dusan Tadic, great save once more. Manual this time from Panaeus. Pantilimon, for me, has been the man of the match.
That was a huge save for Romania. And again, the manual goalkeeping of Panaeus comes to his rescue. 4 minutes left. The longer this ball stays in play, the more that clock is ticking.
Nemanja Matic goes for Zivkovic. Flag stays down, and it's 2-1. Zivkovic, the first goal scorer for Serbia in this semi-final. But has he left it too late?
Well, it's good work here from Kepa. Manages to work the ball, and you can see when he passes that ball off, he's held L1. It encourages your player who you're playing the pass with to run on. The defenders haven't tracked that run, and it's Zivkovic who just nods it past that humongous frame of Pantilimon. But is it too little late? Is there enough of a fight back within Kepa? Are Romania even going to allow him to play? Is the key question here. Is Panias going to be able to lock this down?
Name of the game now for Panias. Keep the ball. You can see the red shirts trying to press as high as they can. That one will dribble all the way through, though, Wes, for a goal kick.
Yeah, as a wise man once said to me, you've got to game the game in terms of you've got to play the way that this game will allow you to play. So if it is a case he keeps the ball up the other end of the pitch, it's great, but you don't want to be giving the ball away here.
Kolarov wrestled to the ground. That's good enough for the referee. And Panias will take those all day long. Headed down as well. Tries to loft up to the huge frame of Puskas. Ball has to go forward here now for Serbia. Zivkovic is in the final third. Chance here for Kepa. Dusan Tadic, will he cut it across? He can't find a Serbian shirt. Ball still alive. Romania get the ball back. And it's advantage. Romania, they are one game of Pez away from the eEURO 2020 finals. Unbelievable performance there from Panias.
It's fantastic. It was exactly as you'd want from your kind of lead-off man in an eEURO semi-final. You want to be able to have as a base to go into that second game, and as you quite rightly said in commentary, it gives Irma potentially 2 bites at the cherry. And as we saw there, it was a basic goal. It was using the strengths that Romania have at their disposal, which they have all day. It's a physical knockdown. It's a pass back to the attacking midfielder, which gives Ivan the space to run forward, gets past that last defender, doesn't get into a physical battle, launches it into the back of the net. And it was pretty abject from Kepa. It was a terrible clearance, which goes to Marin. Marin finds a lovely through ball into Ivan, and again, it was 2-0. And from there, there wasn't really too much of a fight back from Kepa. It was more of the same. It was, you were looking for some type of inspiration. It just didn't come. I mean, they got a small consolation for Serbia. Here, you could see it was, it was good movement here, but it was a fantastic save. Sorry, I've mixed up my highlights there.
Where's absolutely incredible from Pantilimon. Surely the man of the match.
Oh, he has to be. I mean, you look at this save here as well. Wonderful one-handed save from Pantilimon. And Panaeus did his absolute best, held out for as long as he could. And then it was this beautiful ball in to Zivkovic, nodded past the goalkeeper. Even manual saving doesn't save those. And it was a great timed run, but it wasn't enough in the end. And Kepa falls 2-1, and Panaeus, almost the hero at this point. He's came up in a very clutch situation, which gives Irma all of the impetus to go on and try and win this tie.
And some people at home, or maybe joining us for the first time, might be wondering why we are, as we check out the match stats delivered by FedEx, so excited about this Romanian team. Is because we came out of the draw show once the eEUROs were announced that this is a fantastic opportunity with 55 nations being involved. We will find some new talent and a new prevalent nation within the world of PES esports. Romania is embodying that right now, and they are very, very close to a major grand finals. Up next is a change of personnel. We have Roxa coming in for Serbia, FC Nantes teammate of Kepa. I've seen Roxa in the past really play well in 1v1 situations. He's bronze medalist back in PES 2019 in the WESG tournament. He can get results when it's needed. My issue with his chances here is his opponent. We've seen Irma's passing, moving, gameplay. It's tricky to keep tabs on, Wes, because the amount of runs that you have to keep track of when you don't have the ball against Irma, it can really sap the concentration levels. And, well, the tide has changed here now after game one. Despite Romania taking the advantage in the series, Wes, a lot of people rate Serbia's chances. Do you maybe follow that trend?
I don't actually here. I mean, I know, and again, we talk about recency bias. We've seen the kind of the metal and the mentality that the Roxa has at his disposal. However, we have also seen the attacking flair, the passing, the movement of Irma on many different occasions, and I can't see past it. As much as I would love to say, actually, we're going to go to a third game here, I genuinely feel that this passing movement could be the undoing of Serbia here. We talked about if Irma can stay away from those physical battles, it's his to lose, because Ivan seems to be getting forward at will, unless there's some type of tactical change from Serbia, from obviously Roxa to, or from Kepa to Roxa. I can't really see this going any other way, but I can be shocked. You know, we've seen comebacks from Serbia. We've seen them grind out results. This could go either way. It's a terrible saying to use in this scenario, but it really could go either way.
We'll just have to wait and see. Don't forget, if you want to get involved in the voting, just head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll. You can have your say on the remaining matches here in eEURO 2020. So the personnel switch is in. Irma stands tall for Romania and wants to try and get a goal early here. Roxa on the defensive side steps in for Serbia. Two really, really strong players for Serbia out of their four-man squad. But this is a task of epic proportions for Roxa. He has to take it one game at a time here. He has the experience and has proven in tournaments in the past he can get results. But surely you just take it one goal, one kick at a time.
Yeah, this is a different type of situation for these guys. And Roxa has kind of been in this scenario a lot today. It's been trying to kind of mop up the mess as he tries to get free. It's been mopping up the mess of Kepa in terms of the results being lost. And Irma's kind of finding himself in a different scenario because he's been filling that role for Panias at quite a few moments during this kind of tournament.
That's very true.
You've got to see how both teams are going to react here. You know, it might just be a case Irma gets one goal and just tries to sit on it, whereas you're going to see Serbia be a little bit more aggressive as the impetus is on them. If they don't win this, they're out.
Look at Prijovic holding the ball up. Can't contend with two Romanian players, though. I would like to see Roxa just let loose. It's so dangerous to do that, though, against a player like Irma. You mentioned NGU in his player name, stands for never give up. That should tell you the amount of tenacity and tenacious personality about the Romanian representative here.
Yeah, he's exemplified that all the way through the day.
Prijovic trying to use the physicality there was Roxa, but Serbia lose the ball. Ivan, he's a danger man. This time Mitrovic is able to step in before any real damage is done. Here he is holding the ball up once again. Ivan. Irma has bodies forward. Ivan gets the ball. Chance here for Chipchu into the top corner. That is unreal from Chipchu, from Irma in the semi-finals. What a hit. You don't save those. And that sent the Romanian fans in the stadium, the virtual fans and the real fans around the world, into absolute raptures.
I mean, that is a thunderbolt, an absolute thunderbolt. No keeper in the world is stopping that. And now that gives Irma everything to play for. He now has a lead. Does he go conservative? Does he go trying and go aggressive, or does he just sit there?
It's a long ball that will find its way to Jajic, but, well, his touch takes it out of play. We've seen this very often out of Romania. They're happy to have less in terms of possession percentage. They are saying to nations they face against, you can have all the ball that you like. We're just going to make sure whenever we get it, we're going to fashion real opportunities that are going to make you pay. Romania swing one in. Mitrovic lets it run. Irma brings the defender across, and that's going to maybe create a mismatch in the centre here. He needs to be very careful. Milinkovic-Savic was the target, and luckily for Irma, the defensive rotation was a good one.
Yeah, you can see the general play style of Serbia is to play that ball back, get a runner going into the box that they've kind of not accounting for, and they're hoping for like a missing marking opportunity to get themselves in.
Look at this, Adam Jajic on the near side. And there's Mitrovic there as well. Is he onside? The ball goes into the net, and he is. The equaliser from Mitrovic is the goal that Serbia and Roxa really needed, because this one threatened to get out of hand. The flag stays down. It's the finest of margins, Wes, but Mitrovic just almost lazily walking towards the goal. That's a bit of a lapse in concentration maybe by the Romanian defence.
It's a bit of a defensive error there from Irma. He's called for a teammate at the wrong time, and he probably banked on trying to get that ball back before it got into Mitrovic. But again, if you're going to commit and try and double team a forward, you're going to have to get something on it, and as a result, he's turned it in, and Mitro has put a little bit of hope back in this for Serbia, and maybe potentially a little bit of doubt in it for Irma.
Serbia back in it then before the half, which is rapidly approaching. Roxa wants another goal. Adam Jajic here with a chance. Maybe Prijovic can stick it home. Serbia into the lead. Prijovic with the improvised finish was all that Roxa wanted. Into the back of the net. It's 2-1.
It was a neat 1-2 that set that up. And again, it was, even though it was a bit of an unstable finish, he still managed to find the net, and it's a wonderful finish. And again, side turned on its head. We are back to 2-1. And again, we talk about doubt from Irma. I mean, you know, we've seen Romania's powers of recovery. They're going to need every ounce of it again.
Well, before the half, Roxa has managed to get two. Irma here chasing, and Roxa doesn't want to dwell with the goalkeeper too long. We said at the top of this match, Roxa can pull out results when is needed. He's doing it on the bigger stage here for his nation. Here is Zivkovic, has a couple of men maybe to aim for. Ball just goes away from him momentarily. Irma now maybe has a 3-on-4 at the back. That's struck a very sensitive area there of a Romanian player. Milinkovic Savic now could cross one over. Dangerous area for Irma. Half-time cannot come soon enough. He might fancy one last attack in the half. Loses the ball though. And well, there was maybe one last chance there, Wes, but the referee's blown the whistle.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like after those two goals, or at least after that first goal that Irma conceded, it feels like he's kind of playing into the hands of Roxa and playing Roxa's kind of game. And he needs to get back to what got into the dance almost. He needs to get back to that passing, moving, and, you know, mentality that he had. At the moment, he looks like he's mentally reset here. He's looked to try and dummy past the defender, but he needs to evade those physical tackles. Although he does get the ball back there, it's unsuccessful. He really needs to focus on keeping the ball for a bit.
It's just missing that signature Irma play style, isn't he? He has the ball here coming forward with Chipchu, but you think back to the game he won. Was it by 4 or 5? No, it was a long time ago. Romania will have a free kick here, but some of the goals he was able to produce, the first touch, pass and move play style has been non-existent here.
You know, they've been lethal from free kicks of Romania. It's whether they can have another one out of the
Will he go for goal? Goes straight into the wall, was aiming for it. Certainly Serbia in the ascendancy. Marin now for Romania. That's a strong challenge, but a fair one. And time maybe to call in the subs, Wes. What do you think? Maybe give it 10 or so in-game minutes until you start changing some personnel here for Romania?
Yeah, I mean, normally we earmark that kind of 60 to 70 minute bracket as the kind of the golden bracket for substitutions, and it's no different when you're playing in an eEURO semi-final. So I think they've got to be considering them at least here.
Mitrovic, really dangerous position, and he's used his strength well to fire in Serbia's third. That makes things very difficult now for Romania, and Serbia are in the driver's seat. 3-1.
Yeah, it's a huge goal. And again, as we talk about using physicality, about Romania not getting into that physical battle. It's a complete mismatch. Mitrovic used all of his strength, held off the defender, managed to turn it onto that left foot and drive it home. The perfect camera angle of it there, into the roof of there. Lovely finish. And again, that talisman for Serbia really brought himself to the party here. So we see a pause being cued.
Of course, it has to come in now, and this is where we start to see the personnel switches, whereas the formation switches come in for Irma. And I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I can't really think of anyone that he relies on as sort of a super sub, and we speak often about the likes of the depth of squad that maybe Serbia might have in advantage over Romania, but looks like he's brought on Hadji and has brought on Puskas, who has proven that he can score goals here for Romania. So maybe the depth of squad isn't quite there for Romania, but obviously Irma has been able to make it work in the past.
Yeah, it's very much been a sum of their past performance for Romania. Meanwhile, Serbia have a super sub in Luka Jovic. Seasoned PES players will know that, you know, with player traits and player cards, that super sub is quite a vital card to have, and Jovic is one of the best out there. So to have him in the locker, Serbia have got a very potent striker there.
Puskas. Oh, the ball was just needing a little bit more power there to find the man over on the far side. Instead, it comes the other way. Tadic tackled early. Mitrovic now chasing the ball. Plays it off to Kolarov. And Roxa doesn't need to do too much in an attacking sense. Doesn't really need to take too many risks here for Serbia. He's up by 2 goals, so you just expect him maybe to kill some clock and keep some possession, maybe get that possession stat all the way up to 70%.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can kill the clock very effectively on PES. You are able to just lock a game down. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, the Italians probably, in terms of recency bias, is probably the team that comes to mind in terms of being able to kill the clock effectively. The more the ball stays in play, the more that clock is ticking down, the less time that Irma has to work with. And you may start to see some cynical fouls from Irma just to break up the clock and to break it down a little bit. But see there, he does recover the ball fairly this time.
Well, the earlier he gets the first goal back will make things much easier for him in the rest of the match. Dusan Tadic, though, has the ball up the other end of the pitch, looking for an ambitious ball in behind. It was a good idea to Luka Jovic, but, well, Irma gets there first. What can he conjure up now? This one will be brought back, Wes, for a foul.
Yeah, and interestingly, I believe, if our details are correct from what we've been hearing, is that if it does go to a third game, I believe it's a rerun of this match here. So, again, may need a bit of revenge if Irma can't close it out here. Even more importantly, it'll give Roxa every bit of confidence going into that third game. But there is still 12 minutes here. We've seen 2 goals in 7 minutes from the Netherlands earlier on today against Romania. See whether we can get the same thing from Romania against Serbia.
Well, as Serbia lead Romania 3-1, a reminder to everyone at home. No aggregate scores. It's just traditional best of 3 matches. Romania were able to win the first. Looks like Serbia will strike back here, which means we will go to a deciding third match. If we're still tied at the end of either this match or the next, we will go to extra time and then penalties, as is tradition nowadays in the footballing world. I'm trying to remember back to eEURO, excuse me, not eEURO, just Euro 2000 between France and Italy. I think that one was settled by golden goal. We had that in the group stages. And now this is a mistake here by Romania for the score for Serbia. Mitrovic with the match ball. Serbia with the match as a whole. And we will, Wes, go to the deciding third match.
Well, that goal there from Mitrovic may as well be a golden goal. That pretty much seals it all. We will go to a third game. I don't like to call a game before it's done. it's not the nicest thing to do, but looking at the scoreline, looking at how long's left, and looking at the opponent, that's pretty much curtains for this game. So we'll have to lick his wounds and come back fighting for the third game. But see, there a lot of confidence from Roxa at the moment. He scored at will here. That may be the reason why they've opted to have him as their final player of the game, because if he does go to a third game, he's known to close games out. We've seen him do it in a penalty shootout in the most dramatic of fashions. He may have to do it again here.
Maybe a consolation here for Romania as Irma tries to force his way into the Serbian net. But I can understand now why Roxa has been nominated the Iceman for Serbia here. He seems to pull out results when it matters, and it's vintage Roxa. It's the bread and butter of his play. Get to the byline, cut the ball back in front of goal. We've seen that a number of times throughout the eEUROs. Here's Ivan maybe for a consolation for Romania. And it won't affect the result as a whole, but maybe a warning sign for Roxa going into this third game that Irma, on a different day, might just snatch a result. And for me, where's that goal sets us up perfectly for game 3.
Well, it's the quick feet of Hadji that finds the through ball, and it may give a bit of a reminder to Irma that he does have weapons in the locker, you know.
Not just yet.
Don't adjust your screens. They are not in the final. We are going to a third game, and I think it's kind of, a sum of all of the games that we've seen today from these two nations. Both don't want to lose. Both are kind of really tough opponents to go against, and you know, I said I didn't really see it going any other way in that second game, but again, Roxa just showing up and doing what he does best, and has kind of nullified that attack from Irma. You know, it was an early lead, don't forget, from Romania. A wonderful hit in the end.
Great strike, and we were calling for maybe a potential goal of the day. I think maybe the end result might have taken the sting off of it a little bit, but still, it was a tremendous finish.
Yeah, it was a great finish and one to really be called out. But again, it was the passing prowess here. It was that double team. It was that double team there that allowed the option for Mitro to get in and score and equalise. And again, it's good build-up. It's finding where your opponent's weakness is and exploiting it. You know, and again, the same thing happening here. Good little 1-2, allows a bit of space. Again, Irma not reading the cutback, and I think it's Prigovic that put it into the back of the net. And again, same thing goes here. It's that neat little cutback. It's the ball inside. Mitro uses his strength, fires it into the back of the net. And again, all of a sudden, it became all one-way traffic for Serbia. Again, just showing there, don't want to get into that physical battle. It gave Irma a big problem, and that big problem was Alexander Mitrovic.
I think one of my favourite aspects of Roxa's gameplay, Wes, is the way he's very much willing to use the depth and get to the byline and cut things back. Not only, you know, across goal, as we see the late consolation there for Romania, but also, you know, cut it straight backwards. You know, that's going to allow space for the midfielders to break away from that midfield / defensive unit, which sort of, you know, just gives them that extra yard of space. And it's something that Irma, I think, really struggled to deal with in game 2, and it might be something that he's going to have to rectify here in game 3 if he wants to lead Romania into the grand finals.
Yeah, I think what Irma really needs to focus on is playing his game. He needs to stick to playing his game. He very much fell into the trap after that first goal went in from Roxa. Fell into the trap of chasing the ball, chasing players. That's not what this Romania side is built for. It's built for build a defensive shell, get it on the counter, get a knockdown, get it through the lines very quickly. And we didn't really see enough of that from Irma in the second game. So I think it's all to play for here now, and it's all really for Irma to show up and get his game back on track. And for Roxa, it's more of the same. If you can hold up the ball, if you can use Mitrovic, if you can use Luka Jovic to great effect, you'll be finding yourselves in the finals.
I think once again we come back to that questioning of Irma's mettle, and earlier on we were asking, you know, questions about Paneas a little bit. I think he's proven that he is well and truly deserving of being at this level. Again, it comes back to us circling around Irma and seeing if he can close out games and get the results like Roxa can on the Serbian side. Yeah. Reminder for everyone, you can use your fingers and go over to eEURO2020.com/poll and let us know who you think is going to be the winner in the rest of our games, both this semi-final and semi-final number 2. And of course, the grand finals coming on later on today. But first, we have business to attend to, Wes. It's a do or die game. One game of eFootball PES 2020 for Romania and Serbia to battle it out.
Yeah, it's for all of the marbles. We've used that for quite some time, but it is time to leave everything out on the pitch. This is the kind of, you know, we always talk about how games are cup finals. This is practically a cup final in itself. It's there for either team here. You can see Romania trying to start off in that defensive shell, very defensive from the get-go. Could Irma potentially be trying to play for penalties or for extra time? I don't think.
Well, headed down by Roxa. And this was an early statement of intent, maybe, where it's just curling away from the goal. Pantilimon has stepped in to the Romanian nets. Is that something maybe that Paneas would have just whispered in his ear a little bit and said, you know what, you should maybe be using the giant frame of Mr. Pantilimon?
Yeah, I mean, it's a small tactical change, but we've seen this time and time again in eFootball PES. The smallest of changes can have a very much a ripple effect. It's like dropping a stone in the ocean, that something will eventually happen.
Chipped you there.
Romania not finding a way through.
Threatened to break through, but the Serbian back line, as we've highlighted before, very strong. And that physicality is something that Irma will have to try and overcome here. Mitrovic can find his man! He breaks the deadlock. It's 1-0 to Serbia in this deciding match. And Roxa working the byline once more. And it's 1-0 to Serbia. Great goal.
It's the confidence to play that pass. I mean, you know, from the camera angle, we could see it. I was very much drawn to the run of Dusan Tadic, who'd pulled it right to the edge of the box. You'll see Krivnic's shot here, but again, the confidence and the fact that his striker gets across his man. Irma will be disappointed to concede that. It's Mitrovic into the box at Prijovic. Wonderful finish. It's not saving those. You can be 10 foot tall and you're not saving it from there.
Oh, he's lucky he was so close to the goal, Wes, purely based on the fact that that shot was always rising from Prijovic. But Roxa won't mind one bit. What can Irma do from the kickoff here? Chipchu is through, and it's the immediate reply. As we've seen so often from Irma, the kickoff is one of his strong points, and he's made Serbia pay.
Well, it's an instant response, and it's something Irma really needed. I mean, we know that it's kind of quite prevalent that, you know, kickoff goals are a thing within eFootball PES, and if you can pull it off, it gets you back in the game, and it's kind of a mental reset and a reset of momentum almost. Back to square one.
Well, all that hard work by Roxa undone. And it's as you were in this deciding third match of a best of three. The winner secures a final place, a grand final place here at the eEURO 2020 competition. Both nations playing their hearts out. Lovely bit of skill there. Tadic with the dummy. Went straight for goal, I think, and he's been brought down as well. Serbian fans not very pleased whatsoever, but the referee sees nothing wrong. And that's the type of trickery that Dusan Tadic can offer your squad. And it's something that Serbia have used time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was a crunching challenge from Romania. I mean, I've seen, you know, in games that I've played in, sometimes that actually gets given as the penalty after the fact. So Irma's quite lucky in terms of riding his luck here, but he's going to have to be very careful because we've seen Roxa is able to pull some tricks out of the bag.
Bit of a mistake, though, in midfield. That will allow Romania to start pouring some men forward. Stanciu to Marin. Chipchu. Where are the options here? Marin back to Chipchu. He's through! Oh, it's off the post! I thought that was destined to nestle in the back of the net. But Serbia survive. Pass cut out. Maybe time for Roxa to gather himself here, but Irma wants to try and go straight down the mouth of the Serbian defence. Well worked chance. Well, Roxa trying to advance himself now. Here's Prijovic through a goal! The lead reinstated by the man who scored the first. Gets his second, doubles his tally. And it's 2-1 now to Serbia.
I'll tell you something, Irma will be kicking himself. If you flash back just a couple minutes ago, we saw that opportunity. There was a man over. Instead, he goes for the shot, hits the post, comes down the other end, and Roxa works superbly to get it in to the forward again. It's Prijovic who will get the goal. And again, Irma, it's almost a sucker punch.
Be wary here from the kickoff. Irma likes to work the ball very direct off of the immediate restart. But this time, Roxa survives, so no instant reply. So back to the drawing board now for Irma. It's proven that he can fashion chances, but, well, what can he do here? Here is Ivan. Pass incomplete, looking for Chipchu. Inside to Prijovic. Look at the Serbian men joining the attack now. Mitrovic on that far side. We've seen this so many times. Romania get the ball clear. It's that move time and time again. Roxa trying to work that far side. Does so very successfully. The cutback this time not working out for him.
Yeah, you can see Roxa trying to strangle this game, but it's a poor pass. Again, it's that physical battle that you don't want to get into with the Serbian players, because they are physically dominant of these slightly more skillful Romanian players as ball goes into the box.
Chipchu looking for Puskas, and it's bounced in! Oh no, it's a calamitous own goal for Serbia. It's a horrible way to concede. What happened here? Just miscommunication, maybe, Wes.
Well, they won't like me saying it, but I've had flashbacks to Boa Vista. They will not like me saying it, but there's flashbacks. It's a pass back. The goalkeeper just doesn't react to it. But it's a bit nonchalant at the same time. It's a bit of a chip ball back to the goalkeeper. You really don't want to be doing that, especially at this stage, and especially under this amount of pressure. But it gifts Romania a kind of a way back into this game.
Watch out, Serbia, from the kick-off. Here comes Adam Jajic. Advancing up the pitch. Denied by Irma. And was that maybe just a queued up input from Roxa that was forgotten to cancel? We'll never know. Either way, it's game on here. 2 goals apiece. Don't think that one will be making goal of the day, Wes.
Yeah, somehow I don't think it will.
Just 1 minute of injury time added on here in the first half. Can Irma maybe steal another? Ivan trying to get through the middle. Mitrovic, watch out, keeper.
Ironic cheers I heard in the crowd there.
He's cleared the ball to the halfway line. And that signals the end of the first half. So one final half of football to play in this, well, marathon series. We will go to extra time and penalties if it ends this way.
Bit of indecision in that Serbian backline. All of a sudden, that error has got a bit of nerves into that backline. And Romania trying to seize upon it very, very quickly here.
That possession statistic, drastically different than what it was in the game that Serbia just won. Still tipping in the way of the Serbians, but Irma has had more chances in this match, certainly. And he's being reactive to the ball here as well. Very, almost a premonition there from Irma, able to step ahead of the ball. He's playing very, very active in defence. Here comes Roxa now with Dusan Tadic. Mitrovic, Prijovic combining. The strike only finds the back of the heels of a Romanian defender, and Irma survives once more. Headed down to Mitrovic. Nemanja Matic and Tadic, Mitrovic all getting involved in the pass and move here. And that's a late one. A bit of frustration maybe from Roxa that things weren't going his way, or do you think it's a case, Wes, that he just wanted to prevent the counter-attack from Romania?
I think it's more the latter than it is the former. I think since that mistake happened, it's kind of, pardon the pun, it's rocked Roxa. It really has. There seems to be a little bit of fragility again, and it seems like Irma is trying to seize on absolutely everything here.
Ivan against Mitrovic. Well, it will be a bit of a cheap corner to concede. Watch out for the front post here. Roxa for Serbia will bring the man across to prevent that being a possibility. That's why we see so many changing of the corner kick takers, to try and get the jump on the man coming to the front post and preventing the cross coming in. So we're into the golden timing of the match. 60th minute now. This is where you'll start to see substitutions come into play. The super sub traits being potentially the difference maker. Shipchu now for Irma. Romania, they fancy themselves in this tie. Tries to play a little bit too direct down the middle. You're shaking your fist there, Wes, because there was another option to be laid off to, but Irma keeps coming forward here. Shipchu goes for the fake shot. The Serbian defender does well. And another chance goes wanting for Romania. Luka Jovic. Tadic held his run, but, well, let's think back just moments ago, just seconds ago. Irma really had a good chance there, Wes.
Yeah, I was very much angry old man yells at cloud, very much at that point in time. He had so much room down that left-hand side that he could have used. Instead, he tried to go back inside, be a bit cute about it, and again, it's just getting away from Roxa at the moment.
Maybe the nerves coming into play for Irma there.
Yeah, I think he's kind of emotionally invested in this so much that I think any errors at this point may crush him. But he's still got time on his side. He's still got impetus on his side. It's got a man in the middle here that's been peeled away.
Look at this. It's Hadji for the goal. Great save. Punched away. And it's another opportunity that Irma maybe should have taken on first time. Serbia surviving. Not done yet. Stanchu trying to shield the ball. Great hassling from Kolarov. Rewards Serbia with possession now. Luka Jovic, I think, is offside, and the linesman agrees. But what another great chance for Romania. And it has to be said, Ömer, since conceding the 2 goals, hasn't really had a blip in defence. It's just the attacking sense. He seems to be hesitating slightly. Matic looking for Zivkovic. That's a wonderful pass. Zivkovic now maybe could be the difference maker. Mitrovic. Kostic! Oh, he's blasted it.
It's probably the last man you want on that.
And it was, well, maybe just saw his name in lights. It was actually a deflected shot, so we will see a corner. Or will we? No, we won't. My eyes deceive me.
I think that was just how bad Kostic's right foot was.
Don't trust him with another strike, Roxa. Here he is on the ball, trying to make amends. Luka Jovic now. Mitrovic with the attempted back heel. We're into the final 10 in-game minutes here, and it's all going wrong suddenly at the back for Romania. Roxa trying to make something happen. The Serbian fans, well, they sense that the nerviness of the Romanian back line. Ömer's trying to play too direct right now. He seems devoid of ideas and maybe senses Roxa has one hand on the trophy that is a place in the final. Not quite the real trophy, but the metaphorical trophy. Still needs a goal here. 5 in-game minutes remain. Milinkovic-Savic. Defended well by Ömer, but he's given the ball away. Luka Jovic stealing in. There's a man over here for Serbia! Surely that wins it! Mitrovic the star. Roxa. Has he done it for Serbia? I think so. It's Serbia 3, Romania 2. And you just sensed it was coming. There was foreshadowing left and right. Ömer looked nervous, and it comes from a mistake from the Romanian backline.
Yeah, I mean, not since the likes of Steven Gerrard have we seen such a slip be so costly. But it's a wonderful, wonderful bit of vision. And it's Alexandra Mitrovic one more time. And that could be the end of the fairy tale. He's pushed and pushed and pushed. But Roxa, again, showing that fight back, showing that mettle, showing that determination. And just showing those just tiny bits of skill just at the right moment. And Serbia look as though, especially from those celebrations, look as though they feel that they are in the eEURO 2020 final.
Well, this elongated pause is purely Ömer shoving players up the pitch because he knows he'll only have one last chance. More than likely from the kickoff here. There are tired legs on the virtual pitch. There are tired hands off of it. This is it. One last throw of the dice. Ultra attacking. All the men forward. Hadji. Ivan. Ömer coming forward. Ivan with the ball here. Shot! Oh, it's off the post! In the 90th minute. Will still come forward here. Ömer tackled down. Roxa taking that ball all the way to the corner, no doubt. Blasts it towards
in as well.
Opposite byline. He's kept the ball in, and Serbia will be the first finalists of the eEURO 2020 competition. The Romanian fairy tale comes to an unfortunate conclusion. We thought they could go all the way, Wes, and well, they almost did, but for an 88th minute winner from Serbia. Serbia advanced to the finals. Romania, their journey ends here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic fight from Romania to fight Serbia every inch. But it was, you know, it looked, for all the world, it looked like it was going to go to extra time. And I'm sure we will see back the error from Irma. But it's a lovely finish to start us off. 7 minutes on the clock. And all of a sudden, almost straight from the kickoff, we can still see the titles there from the previous score. It's a long ball, gets through.
It's a harsh one to concede, isn't it, if you're Roxa?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, we know they're quite prevalent within eFootball PES 2020. But, you know, we see that and those types of moments. We saw the cutback that was on. And again, with cold blood in our veins, we'd probably make a different decision. But as you can see it right down the other end. And Prinkovic will find it again.
Oh.
But again, it was a brilliant piece of, well, I say it's a
brilliant piece of defending if you're Romania.
It's a brilliant piece of defending if you're Romania. It was great pressure though from there, but it's a really bad individual error, and there it is. Could have easily just launched it down the line. He turns back, makes that judgment call, and it is Aleksandar Mitrovic who is at the ready. And then right in the dying embers of the game here.
The second time in the game, Wes, in the 91st minute. Any other day, that maybe bounces off of the back of the goalkeeper into the net. But luck just seemed to be on Roxa's side. And Serbia, they have done so well throughout the qualification process. They got drawn in a group with Spain. As we take a look at the final match stats, we say goodbye to Romania. But Serbia's journey, lots of people were expecting them to qualify, certainly as a strong eFootballing nation, but I don't think anyone really expected them to pip Spain to the post in their qualifying group. They did so with flying colours, and the qualification route for them since to the knockouts all the way through to the finals has been, well, fairly plain sailing, apart from that scare against Romania. They took down Spain once again in the quarters, and now we just have to wait for the Euro 2000 rematch in semi-final number 2, France versus Italy. It was a golden goal that separated them that time, Wes. No golden goals this time around, but surely will be another tremendous match in the semi-final number 2.
Yeah, it's a mouth-watering tie. I mean, between those two nations, seasoned veterans of European competition, and then you mix all of the PES players that are playing with these teams. It's going to be a cracker.
Oh, it really will. And when we come back from the break, we will have semi-final number 2 for you. It will be Italy taking on France. Do not go anywhere.
11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the second semi-final of the series here for the UEFA eEURO 2020 pairs. I'm Lee Smith, and joining me is Adam. And Adam, we have an absolute cracker. It's Italy versus France. It's the old guard all over again.
Yep, two huge footballing nations and two huge esports nations as well. France going into tip-top. Italy have played tremendous stuff along the way. You cannot write them out at all. We've only got to look at the first semi-final that's already been and gone to know that there are many twists and turns before the day is out.
And France coming into this one as tournament favourites, as you say, and they are also the only team to not drop a game yet. Italy, of course, lost a game back in the groups, the opening qualifying groups for this tournament, but France, they 10 wins, didn't even shrug anything off. They are now the leading goal scorers remaining in the tournament as well. So we're expected to see this one looking pretty explosive.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, as we kept mentioning earlier in the day, they've not even hit top form yet.
Yeah, that is the scary thing. You can see 84 goals for them. Germany, of course, out, along with Turkey and the Netherlands. Italy on 73. Going to have to go great guns to try and catch France here, but you know what? It's a best of three. Anything's possible. We'll see whether they can start slotting those goals in. Sport to you by Alipay, of course, and France 84 goals. And as you say, they had that really a high goal scoring, certainly from the playoffs onwards. As soon as we hit the group stage finals and the finals today, they've not scored that many.
No, I think the biggest goal cushion they've had is 2. I can't remember the last time. I think 3-1 was the best victory they've had today. They're just such a formidable force. So they're so professional, even when they're not playing well and the chips are down, they find a moment of magic, or they just manage to break them down, the opposition, and they get the goal that's needed. And the great thing about it is that Lotfi and Uzmakabal both have that similar ethos. They don't panic, they don't flap, they just get on with it and get the job done.
And for Uzmakabal, he's kind of been targeted for different tactics. Everybody going full defensive against him, just trying to close down his attacks, if anything. But both players in the quarterfinals up against Croatia found themselves a goal down. And obviously that's something Italy will certainly be looking at to try and get a positive from.
Yeah, if I was Italy, I'd be looking at that game, especially that game against Croatia, and how when Croatia turned it on, France looked a little bit wobbly at times. And I think if Italy, knowing what we've seen already today in terms of their attacking prowess, if they can really turn the screw, get a goal in front and keep pressing, they could get a lot of joy. And if they can get a 2-goal cushion, it could be very, very interesting.
Well, for France, it will be Uzmakabal playing the first game. And for Italy, it will be the man from Naples. Naples. He doesn't hang around with his name. He tells you where you're from.
Certainly to the point there from Mr. Naples.
We'll see, of course, how it works out. We did have a draw earlier on to see who would be choosing their home turf. And as far as I'm aware, it actually is the other way around. Yes, it will be. So the score will be the other way around. Uzmakabal is the home nation to begin with. France playing in the dark blue. This is a little confusing one because it's a blue on blue. It's not something I'd like to see. Teams not quite getting their home strips sorted out. Maybe the Italians felt that their blues doesn't really affect the French blue.
And great, the Italian goalkeeper is a similar sort of style of kit to the French team's kit as well. So it could be a bit of a pinball in and around in terms of commentary as well as actual action, as well as it looks like Italy are starting to strangle possession already.
Yeah, Naples, of course, the Italians looking for a through ball opportunity. Could try and hit one from there. We've seen them certainly going in from outside the box, but it does look like he's going to get a chance. Should be able to slot it in, and he does. And it's Italy with the opener. Just 9 minutes into the matchup, and that's the start they were dreaming of.
Well, well, well. We mentioned in the last game that France started slowly in both games, found themselves behind in both games, and it's happened again here. This time, though, they're up against a free-flowing, free-scoring Italian contingent, and Naples takes a 1-0 lead. Can he kick on from here, though?
Spakabil was 1-0 down against Croatia, and honestly wasn't even in the first half, but he can turn it on. Certainly know he's got it in his locker. As it is, Italy will clear the danger, the pressure on the right wing alleviated, and now with a chance to break away themselves, try to adventurous through ball in the middle there. It was never really going to work out for him. So France back on the ball, working it. Oof, a bit of a lunge from the Italian defender. Luckily didn't make contact.
Potential skill of the day there from Kimpembe of all people. A lovely little struggling to think of what to call it, to be honest. He just took the game by the scruff of the neck and invented a moment of magic himself on that far touchline as Italy once again jump into a period of possession. They're really taking the game to France here, as we thought they might. Attacking is the best form of defence. They've got another chance, and it's another stunning save, this time from the French number one. They're hanging on here.
We just saw a little change from Spakabil there, going a deep defensive line setup. So certainly feeling the pressure in the opening 20 minutes of this game. 1-0 down right now. Italy looking to compound that with a second goal. Got to go for the cutback. Gets a chance. There's a massive opening on the left. That's what he wanted. But it was well read by Sissoko as Spakabil sees it. And now the counter's on.
Yeah, huge interception from Sissoko. Just as it looked like 2-0 could be on the cards. Now Varane racing up over the halfway line. Chance to feed it into Kylian Mbappe, who scored so many goals in this tournament so far. And of course, helping France to top that goal-scoring chart at this moment in time. But once again, Italy getting so much joy on the flanks. And it's Naples who's causing the problems. And he's in again here. It's a big chance for 2-0. What a save.
How did that not find the net? He put the ball in the exact spot he wanted it. Bags of space, just needs to spit it in, but what a great save there. Areola called to arms for France. Now from the corner, Italy with Naples in charge, looking for an in-swinger, plays it along the ground, looking for the cutback, has the options. He wanted the support from the corner taker there. In the end, he's just bustled the defender too much. It'll be a free kick for France.
Yeah, you've got to remember, we've said that France are the favourites, and rightly so due to the players they have. But let's not take away from the fact that Italy beat Denmark 5-1 and they beat Serbia 6-5. And remember, Serbia are in the final and the winner of this will be facing them. So it could be another matchup between Italy and Serbia.
There's a long way to go before we reach that mark. As Spakabil gets a little lucky with that one. That's maybe what the champion needs. It doesn't look like it's going to be. Hope maybe a chance of a penalty there, but nothing given from the referee. Now Italy with numbers forward. A great ball, but it's just a little too weighted. Just drifted offside. Needs to be released a fraction earlier. And France with a free kick.
Yeah, it looked like France had gone offensive then, and then suddenly the counter-attack happened and they got caught cold again. And this is very unlike Spakabil to see him so flustered. As Lamar picks it up on that left-hand side, just trying to get a bit of possession here, just to calm things down. As Italy have really raced out of the blocks in the opening half an hour or so.
Waiting for Griezmann to get back on his feet there, I think, and didn't sort of pop up quick enough and was waiting a while. That's giving Italy a bit of impetus down that right wing, but it's coming back at them now as Thomas Lamar plays it through to Sissoko, looking for an opportunity in the middle. There's the space, that's what he needed. The chance comes, and he absolutely takes it with both hands. France back in control, all square, one apiece.
You can literally take what I'm saying about Usmakabal and replay what I said a year ago, 6 months ago, 2 games ago. He is so clinical. He doesn't even have to get out of second gear. It's scary. He's had one chance. That's his first real major attack. And it's back to square one, 1-1.
And it was just simple, a simple mistake, in all fairness, in the middle of the park. And he got punished for it. Absolutely punished for it. And that's the danger that Naples is facing. Let's see from the kickoff if he can gain an advantage into playing out on the right wing and shuffle his players forward just across the middle of the park right now as he looks for an opening. Sees it's a mistake that bumbles off. Oh my word, and he's through. The goalkeeper has to come out, and he will. Donnarumma, the big man, out to match it because that was a clean chance for France.
Yeah, Jorginho needs to get a hold of the ball in the heart of that midfield because France is just starting to turn the screw here as we tick towards the end of the first half. I hate to say it. I know I've said carbon copy a lot today for the French contingent, but this is exactly what happened in that Croatia game for Usmakabal. Went behind fairly early and then got the goal to get back to 1-1, and then Olivier Giroud came off the bench to win it. And it's looking pretty similar so far, but of course Italy could be a different kettle of fish.
Well, just 1 minute added time for the half-time. It looks like it will come. So, all square as we move into the second half. Italy benefited from a relatively early goal inside 10 minutes. Maybe looking to try and do the same here at the start of the second half.
Down towards his right-hand side, and Naples looks to kick straight out of the blocks again in search of that goal to put himself back on. Back to Chi. Gets it back. Florenzi. Now it's in towards Immobile, but cleared downfield by the goalkeeper, and the counter's possibly on if Kylian Mbappe can win that flick on. He can, but it's gone behind Antoine Griezmann, and it's back with Italian pressure, but they're trading possession at the moment. We're not seeing a real pattern of play so far in this second half.
No, the Italians, though, working this right wing pretty hard, and it's not paying off for them. Now we'll see whether Griezmann just about keeps it in. No, it had gone. Linesman hot on that one. Italy with a throw-in. 58% possession for the Italians. Now we see Belotti coming on for Immobile. So just a quick change. Bit more physical player is Belotti. Getting slotted him up front for the quick winger.
I'm waiting to see that change for France as well, from Pay to Olivier Giroud, which is usually the one around this sort of time, but he may get another chance to turn provider before that happens. And it's fired away.
Possible foul given, but it looks like it will be a throw. So, some changes coming in here. Let's see if they're the ones we expect. So, it is going to be Giroud coming on. It's what we've seen throughout the tournament. And then Tolman coming on for Antoine Griezmann. And Lamar off for Dembele. Standard triple change for France. What we've been seeing throughout all the matches so far by both Usmakabal and Lotfi. So, both have obviously agreed this is the best France that you can get around the 60-minute marker.
I would think so. But if it does go to a third deciding game, it will be Usmakabal who play that one as well, if our stats are correct, as Italy play the ball up towards a halfway line with Jorginho, who's had a lot of possession in this second half, but they've not really made any inroads in an attacking sense. A possible chance here for Florenzi. Great challenge though, and Sissoko brings the ball away down on the left-hand side. Support in the middle from Giroud. Clattering challenge coming in there. And Italy bring the ball away, but it's very, very scrappy, Lee.
Yeah, that was so close to just being a little back heel flick through, and the through ball would have been on for the Italians, but it's going back at the other end, and a athletic clearance coming out from the defence there. Jorginho not going to get near that one as the French continue forward. Sissoko looking for the man in the middle. Olivier Giroud, big physical presence, not able to just flick it through. And this game is livening up a little bit, Adam. 20 minutes remaining here. It is wide open now.
Yeah, I feel that France need to get down the flanks a bit more and utilise Olivier Giroud's prowess in the middle, and that's actually what they almost did there. But just a hair's breadth away from making contact there, the Frenchman. And Italy live to fight another day. Interesting that Italy have chosen to go with a slightly different tactic to the games that have seen get through to this semi-final. It seems like everyone tries to adapt their game when they play against France to offensive style, but he's got the chance to counter here. It's in towards the penalty spot. Great save again. Will they rule that missed opportunity?
That looked like a chance he absolutely should have taken. Massive opening down that left wing, works it into the middle, and a clear chance on goal. Tries to go for the near post, possibly could have gone for the far post, who knows, but the corner now for Italy as he changes the taker. Couple of change of personnel as well. Pellegrini coming on for Zaniolo. So Italy have had all three of their substitutions as the wing back comes on as well. Desciglio for Florenzi. Let's see where he's going to deploy him as France will get the ball clear. That was a heavy tackle, play on given. There is an option down the left wing, but Dembele is all alone at the moment. The support is slowly arriving, but the quick player, and he's bought a foul in the bottom left corner there. I mean, he went down holding his head. It is a little elbow in the back, and this is a dangerous, dangerous position for France.
It's all getting a little bit feisty down there. With just 10 minutes remaining, both teams know, due to how good they've been defensively, a goal here could win it. As the hook shot comes in, it's straight at the goalkeeper, and now the likes of Kurt Zouma have raced back up the field because it's a chance for Belotti to mount a counter-attack. Given away again, they just can't quite get out here, Italy, as the pressure mounts for France. It's into Olivier Giroud, and had that have been Kylian Mbappe, it might have been 2-1.
Oh, you just felt that was the moment. The 2-1 was going to get stolen away. 5 minutes remaining in regulation time. We will go to extra time and penalties if required to settle this first matchup. The midfield is wide open for Italy right now. The French players absolutely deserted. I don't know where they are at the moment, but they are down the wings clearly because that's where they've just won the ball back. Dembele through to Giroud. Bags of space on the left, tries to feed it through, but wasn't read by Tolman. And in the end, Italy will clear the lines with just a minute to go.
Is there going to be some last gasp drama here to win it in the 90? Or are we destined for extra time and possible penalties yet again here in the eEURO 2020 finals as the ball gets played through? Belotti plays the 1-2. Pellegrini just can't get on the end of the 1-2 pass. And it's gone to extra time here between Asmakabal of France and Naples of Italy. And what a game it's been.
The calmness there, Adam. That last touch, the defender just like, I'm just going to do a pass back to my goalkeeper in the last second just to clear it. And in the end, it looks like it was this was the offside chance. It didn't quite happen. So the kickoff not working for Asmakabal. Didn't get an advantage from that one. Straight into extra time. 30 minutes, of course, 15 minutes each half, and then we are into penalties, possibly for the first time ever for France, who have yet to drop a game.
And it's down the left-hand side, and now Olivier Giroud tries to profit off the pass. But Italy have certainly given as good as they've got, as Chiellini now plays the ball down the left-hand side. Insigne can't get on it, though, and Pavard now finds Paul Pogba. Do they need a big performance from him? But he's given it away in a dangerous position, and the chance to spring the attack from Belotti, who's becoming ever-present in this match as we tick over into the near 100-minute mark. It's a chance to whip it in from the edge of the box in towards Belotti, and it's headed away. But the pressure is not done just yet. It's in again towards the edge of the D. Now it's a chance to turn and shoot. We've seen lots of goals today from that sort of position, but it's been turned over, and now we're on an edge-to-edge, or end-to-end, should I say, moment in the match as Olivier Giroud has a chance to play it across. It's Dembele, biggest moment of injury time, or extra time, should I say, so far, and he's blown it.
He let it run past him. I mean, I can't believe he didn't have the pace, Dembele, quick to that one, but Nonetheless, France end-to-end match here. Everybody looking for that goal right now. I just wonder, with those early substitutions, are going to start costing people. The heavy legs out there for both teams at the moment as Bonucci tries to chase Thauvin. Thauvin wrestles him off the ball, looking for that cross. Cuts it back. Chance to Fekir. Fekir's got absolutely nothing left in his locker. He is dead to the world. And that's why Belotti's wrestled it. But that's a dangerous free kick position. The Sciglio gives it away.
Well, it's fine margins that these huge Titanic games are decided in. It might be here. What a save. It went straight through the wall. The left foot shot came in. And it's another very, very solid save from the Italian number one. Where do we go from here, Lee? Because this is on a knife edge.
Absolutely. Second half gets underway with just 15 minutes now on the clock before we hit the penalty shootout. We've already seen several of them. Spain went out on a penalty shootout in the quarterfinals to Serbia, who now find themselves in that grand final, awaiting one of these teams. As Maccabil, he will absolutely want to come away with this, with a victory. The pressure on that man as the world champion is immense. Heard from Lotfi, he said even though we're all having to play this game at home, we are still feeling the pressure of being the favourites.
Yeah, it can't be easy for almost every tournament you go into, for club and country, to be classed as the favourites. At some point, that is going to rest heavy on your shoulders, especially as we get deep into the competition. They know one mistake either way could be curtains for the competition, as Verratti there is caught late from Varane. And another chance here for the Italians to bring the ball forward. And Naples has certainly produced a very, very strong performance so far.
Absolutely, still all square. One apiece. 5 minutes remaining before the penalty shootout. Pellegrini down the right. Lays it back to De Sciglio. Has to just buy time. He's trying to look for that final moment. That final chance and not give Maccabil a chance to score. Gets it into the middle of the box. Wrestles it free. It's managed to find back to him. Oh, it's gone back to goal. Oh, he just plays through it. And it's in. It's have maybe just stolen away the first game as Pellegrini leathers it into the net.
Just 3 minutes from time and Pellegrini has possibly smashed Italy into a 1-0 lead here. The second goal to make it 2-1 in game. And the world champion of eFootball PES from last year, the reigning world champion, is behind, and he has little to no time to do it. In off the post, an incredible finish, and the drama just raises and raises and raises as the games go on.
He just couldn't get it clear. You can see it was back and forth, and then at the point, I think Naples just said, you know what, I'm just going to hit it and see what comes out of it. And what a hit it was. And Italy may well be handing France their first ever defeat in the UEFA eEURO 2020. All of the matches they've played so far, unbeaten. Oh, and the ball, it goes loose. And the goalkeeper will hang on to that one and hoof it up the field. It is it. Italy will take game one, 2-1, as Maccabil, the world champion, goes down to Naples.
Has to go down as a huge, huge upset, no matter how good Italy have been and how good Naples has been today. To beat the world champion is no mean feat. That's one hell of a performance from the man from Italy.
Phenomenal. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that game. And of course, it all started off so well for Italy as well. Just inside 10 minutes, taps it past him. Although it took him another 100 to get the second goal.
Yeah, Maccabil's goal was bookended, really, by the two goals right at the start of the first half and right at the end of the second half. And it was a very, very tight game. We said time and time again in the second half, the longer the game goes on, the goal could be all crucial, and it was, as we're just seeing a highlight reel of Maccabil's goal there. Lovely touch from Kylian Mbappe, and there was a chance, I remember, in the second half for Olivier Giroud, and I said at the time, as the final goal goes in right at the death in the second half of extra time, if had it been Mbappe, it might have been another goal for France. As it wasn't, and it went down the other end into extra time, Italy taking the plaudits.
100% shot accuracy, 5 shots. These stats brought to you by FedEx. 60% possession as well for Italy, and it tells the story of the game. It was a solid matchup for Italy there. And I just wonder now, with Lotfi coming in, he's going to be playing Nickeldan as well. And for Italy, actually, you know, obviously they're a team that has 4 players representing them throughout this tournament, whereas France are just using the 2. It does look like that Italy want to use all of those players, because if we were to go to a game 3, and I got to be honest, I feel that it might be a possibility now after seeing that first matchup go to Naples. Then Lotfi has got a lot on him, but if we do reach that final game, then NRK, who played earlier on today, will be making another appearance.
Yeah, it's something that certain teams have done. They've sort of mixed up responsibilities and others haven't. Of course, France only have 2 players to choose from, 2 of the best players in the world, don't get me wrong, and Lotfi is certainly right up there, but he's got a big ask ahead of him now after his teammate has suffered what is a shock defeat.
So, Italy back in the way. I'm going to say it again, but they're playing in the blue, and France are playing in the blue. It's a bit of a clash tactic. I thought the players might figure this one out. You know, there is a home and away for a reason, but it didn't seem to happen. And it is going to be Italy on the start. They've started off with aplomb, and it's another opening goal for the Italians. Zaniolo.
I just can't believe what I'm seeing. I've never seen France and these 2 players look so fragile defensively. Usually they're so calm and composed and they don't give anything away early doors. And they've conceded early goal after early goal after early goal. And it's almost a carbon copy of what happened in the last game. Like a knife through butter, into the edge, lovely jink away from Varane. And the left foot shot caressed into that top corner. And Italy, yet again, a 1-0 to the good.
This little switch of the foot there. Shuffle it over to his left foot. Slots it home past the keeper. And Lotfi, well, he himself had to come back from a goal down against the Czech Republic players. See what he's got in his locker. We heard from him earlier on. He's certainly very confident young lad. Expecting to get an instant reply. And does. That is exactly what the doctor ordered, Lamar, for France.
Well. It's just a broken record. Rinse and repeat for what I'm going to say, because it's exactly the same thing. Lotfi did this in the game against Croatia, went behind early, just got himself back up off the ground, scored the equalising goal. The only difference is, of course, can he now go and do what Usmakabel couldn't do in the last game? And that's go on and get the second goal, as opposed to letting it go to extra time. And then, of course, in that, it's a bit of a lottery itself. Fatigue sets in, mistakes set in. He wants to get this done in normal time, in the 90 minutes.
Serbia are going to be watching this and loving it. They themselves had a really tough match against Romania. Came out on top in that one, sitting in the finals, waiting for their opposition. Will it be Italy? Will it be France? There's a long way to go, I feel, before we manage to decide that one. Whether it will be decided in this matchup with Italy taking a 2-0 victory, or whether France have one more say after their first ever defeat in the eEURO 2020 tournament.
It's certainly highly possible that we've been giving Italy a bit of a disservice here, because we talked about how Eterito, for example, wasn't selected, but the 4 players, they may not necessarily have been in and amongst the big tournaments in the last couple of years in eFootball pairs, but let's not take anything away from the fact that the selection process was incredibly tough. So for them to get through in a very, very strong nation that is Italy, they must be great players. And he's in again here, and Italy are back in front in the blink of an eye. This game is ebbing and flowing like the oceans of the world.
It's Belotti for Italy. Looks like Nickeldan's going to start with him. He's obviously, you've seen him coming on as a substitute throughout this one. but Belotti just edges the keeper and slots it past him. Fraction of an inch. Puts it underneath Areola. Yeah, just comes out to it. Can't get down quick enough. And Italy now 2-1 up in the second leg. France, though, what can they do from the kickoff?
Belotti once again proving why his selection is so crucial for Italy. Time and time again, they've managed to find him in good areas, and they've utilised him well as well. It's a fascinating encounter now, because Lotfi is very, very good when he's in front. But when he's chasing the game, it's a bit of a different story. It's not to say he's bad, but his game plan is to get an early goal and sit on it and play very, very cautiously.
Well, that's exactly what we're seeing from the Italian here. 20 minutes in, he's already keeping some possession football as they play it around the back four. Now they set themselves an opportunity. There's a runner down the right wing. Looking at Belotti, wasn't able to get it past him, and now the throw-in given. 25 minutes gone in this one, Adam. Italy, I tell you what, I don't think we've seen too much of Nico down, but he is looking a solid player.
But yeah, like I said, I think we've done them a disservice in this competition. They had a pretty hard qualification and they got through that well. It's Immobile, he's in again! Oh, the left foot shot, that could have wrapped up the tie to get a 2-goal cushion so early in the match. And he's blazed it wide of the target with the goal at his mercy.
Possibly just that little shrug, I think, from the defender that put him off there. Maybe looking for that quick to pull it to the right, pulls it wide in the end, and for all the world you felt that was going to be a goal, and a 2-goal cushion may well be what he needs against Lotfi, because he is certainly capable of making some big comebacks. That's a great through ball. He's got another option on the right hand side. It doesn't matter. Zaniolo can go it alone, just muscles off the defender. Still got himself the control of the ball, but now it's gone for a throw, and well, Adam, what a game.
That is a huge, huge challenge coming in. I couldn't see from here whether it was Varane or not, but the slide tackle came in. Italian pressure. It was like siege mentality, but now it's gone down the other end, and it's a chance here for Antoine Griezmann. He's hit the inside of the post, it's come back out, and the goalkeeper saved it with his feet. What a chance for France.
Gets his foot down low. Certainly wasn't going to be able to make it with his feet. That's one's with his hands, the second one with his foot. Just sticks a toe out and keeps it clear, showing why the young superstar is getting paid what he is. Now, though, Lotfi for France with the corner. Going to whip in an in-swing, and the header clatters the bar, and it's cleared by the Italian defence.
When your luck is not in, it really isn't. Oh, it's a penalty, surely. The referee waves away the shouts from the French contingent. He went down under a very heavy challenge. Nothing doing. Stern-faced was the official. And now Italy go down the other end. This could be controversial if this goes in. 36 minutes gone. It's a chance for 3-1. It's in. What a moment in the match.
Wow. End to end. It's Immobile. And as you say, that could easily have been a penalty at the other end. How many times have we seen it? And the momentum, I'm going to use the word, I'm going to go there, Adam. The momentum gathered by Italy is phenomenal right now. There were so many options open. The defence was at sea, and Italy find themselves a clear shot into the near post. Immobile, no messing about.
I'm lost for words, to be honest, Lee, because it's moments in matches, and I think we might have just seen it there. The 37th minute, when the penalty wasn't given, he'd also just literally hit the post and the crossbar in 2 quick-fire attacks, and then they went down the other end, Italy, and scored a third. Now, this is a real tough ask for Lotfi. If anyone could do it, it's one of the 2 French guys, but this is huge now.
If anyone could do it, it's one of them.
It's one of them. It's somebody.
Oh, well, a 2-goal lead. That is exactly what the doctor ordered for Italy. And they are loving life right now, the Italians. Semi-booking their place in the finals. You know, we obviously, let's not forget the fact they've got NRK and Alfonso Greyfox as well, two players that have also been taking part in this tournament. Oh, that one's gone wide. The chance for France goes begging.
Well, we've said that a few times. Very, very un-French-like to miss chances. I have to say that's possibly more of the half chance than we have seen from them. They've missed bigger than that in this game so far, most notably hitting the woodwork twice. But I just feel the wind has well and truly been taken out of Lotfi's sails after that quick-fire counter-attack and goal from Immobile.
It's a throw-in. Half-time beckons. Italy coming into the first half with a dream 3-1 lead. They are going to be loving this one. And, well, Lotfi with it all to do. We may well see some all-out attacking. We'll see how it goes. They're going to be kicking off, and Lotfi's going to be looking for that very early goal here from the kickoff.
Yeah, and he's got to do something. Well, that's a great interception straight away. Italy completely nullifying that early kickoff potential goal. And, yeah, Lotfi's got to do something that he very rarely has to do. Chase the game. He's not used to it. Certainly not at the highest level.
That ball just gone for a throw-in. France still keeping the pressure on early here. All out attacking, trying to do something with Griezmann. It's gone across. Defenders there. A much-needed clearance because Griezmann was ready to tap it in the net, but it's still not over. The pressure continuing as France continue to pour forward. They've got another player. Goes to Mbappe. What can he do with it? Head comes in. Oh, it's found. Fekir on the spot. And he just tapped one in. It's 3-2 France.
Captain fantastic. Just when they needed someone to grab the game by the scruff of the neck. Because France were looking potentially dead and buried here in the semi-finals of the eEURO 2020 tournament. But up steps that man, Fekir. You have to say, plaudits go to Kylian Mbappe, I think it was, who won that flick on up against possibly a player larger than him. So to get that header down was very, very impressive. Game on, Lee. Game well and truly on.
Wow, what a match we have here. It's one we were hoping for. That's for sure. Italy still with the goal lead, but they are under pressure. And we just thought once they'd won it back from that kick off the start, but you could see the relentless aggression coming out from the French, just pouring forward, making sure they kept the pressure on. Now, a free kick chance. It's going to be taken short, I suspect, here for Nicholdan. Don't expect him to be launching it into the box. They will just keep hold of the ball. They could try and counter here, actually. The man in the middle, there was a big option for them further forward. Looking to try and draw some of the French players out of their own half. That's a great ball through. What a fantastic find, but unfortunately, the finish wasn't quite there. Hasn't gone yet. Now it should be. Now the French players should be able to clear it down the left wing.
Yeah, intricate play there from Italy, but Kurt Zouma was there. And now France come down the other end. Fekir might just turn provider, but he's fired wide of the target. And as the longer the game goes on, the more and more France are going to have to press and chase this game. And it's going to really, really open up. I, for one, am thoroughly excited for the remaining 33 minutes plus stoppage time, and that is quick maths.
That was very quick. You're on the ball right now in the finals. Nicholdan trying to book a place for Italy in the grand final. Serbia will be the opposition. A big chance, an opening for France. They've got to score. They will not score. How in the world did that get pulled wide? For the world, it looked like it was there to be had.
Olivier Giroud shanked it wide of the target. The goalkeeper made the movement towards that near post. He elected to go far post. And unfortunately for Lotfi, he just put too much on it. And it's as simple as that. Even the best players in the world can overcook it. But France come again. Ball Pogba now finds Fekir. Back to Pogba. Support from Olivier Giroud in the centre. It gets crossed in, but that's a poor piece of play in the end, and it's straight through to the goalkeeper.
Couple of changes for both teams. Bernardeschi on for Bellotti, I just saw there, as well as Daniel Rugani coming off. So defensive change as well for Italy. Obviously, some of the players starting to get a little tired on their feet out there. There's been a lot of running going on. Fekir laying it down. Romagnoli, the big Milan centre-back, bringing it forward to Florenzi down that right wing. There's acres of space for Bernardeschi. He's just come on. His fresh legs, looking for the cutback, can't quite get past the defender. And I think he actually bought a goal kick. He did. Really nice defending there.
Yeah, brilliant. Round of applause from me there for Kurt Zouma. Did really, really well to shepherd the ball out of play. And now Italy come again here. Of course, another goal for Italy to get that second goal cushion back with only 20 minutes to go. Might just be the nail in the coffin as it goes out towards the right-hand side.
Bags of Italian players in the box right now. He's managed to come out on top. That's a free kick. Not quite the dangerous spot they're looking for, because I don't think they're going to go for the cross. You never know. In terms of height, generally the French players are stronger. Let's see if he whips it on or whether he try and pull it close. It will be a drug back. Now is an opportunity, looking to try and get it to the byline. Any cutbacks options? No. He's getting muscled off this ball, and the French will force him away. But time is against them right now for France. 17 minutes on the clock, and when they lose the ball like that in the middle, that's a disaster.
Italy come again here. Florenzi, support on the edge of the area. Oh, it's a crunching challenge coming in from Sissoko. And now they come away with it again. Fekir, the goal scorer. Varane. How far forwards is he? This could be one of the moments of the season so far. Fekir for 3-3. What a sensational chip from the captain again. He's dragged them from the dares of despair. The dares of despair. Don't even know what that is. I'm that excited. Because what an incredible counter-attack that was. And with the goalkeeper so close to him, he was able to lift it over him. Sensational turnaround.
Truly down in the depths, I believe, right there. And yeah, a second for Fekir, and a chip that I don't know whether the keeper really should have had that one. Didn't quite come off his line. It's down to obviously Niccoltan to try and run him a little closer. But now, with 12 minutes to go, Italy on the counter, on the break from the goal kick. Cut out. They tried to leather it into the middle. It wasn't to be. Two of them looking for the header. One of them will come out on top. Zaniolo back to Florenzi into the middle. Zaniolo waiting, but he's lost it. He was all too casual. And now France are on the break. Oh, Dembele dragged down. Free kick not given. It's going to be time given. Tolvan looking in the box. Where's the captain? That's what he wants. Here he comes. Is it through? Oh, slides in, but Donnarumma this time will check the run and collect the ball.
Just 5 minutes away here. And honestly, you just can't call it. What an incredible spectacle we've seen. France 3-1 down. 2 goals for Fekir has made this game level. Can they now go and snatch an incredibly unlikely winner? It's in towards the danger area. Left foot shot, saved by the goalkeeper. That was the moment, Lee. Could have snatched it.
Oh my word. Well, you've got to hand it to Lotfi. He's certainly making the comeback here. A little chance. Oh, and it just came off the arm. It wasn't even the glove. It was the arm of the goalkeeper. That was the tackle earlier. We're going to see a card for Florenzi there. It's a clinical, cynical tackle. So, corner. It's not over yet. Just a couple of moments before we go to extra time. As France will look for the in-swinger. Fekir swings one in, headed clear, but it's gone straight back to the French player. Muscled off it, just going to win the ball back and try and take it back to the corner and recycle. They've still got a chance here. They will keep hold of the ball. The cameraman's getting excited. He's dragging away, but France are still on the attack as they pull it back. See if we can get it from the corner. The clock is against him with just 2 minutes to go, Adam.
Can we find an unlikely winner now? Time ticking away. This will surely be the last attack of the match as France recycle the ball, pump it forward towards the captain. Fekir can't get it. And what an incredible spectacle we have seen in this third game between France and Italy potentially coming up, because we're level here now. Extra time.
Well, the kick-off is for Italy. What sort of resilience has Nicholdan got? A 3-1 lead given away. Finds himself in this situation. Absolutely can score them goals. The question is, have the players got the legs to help him do what he wants? Bernardeschi on that left wing. He was a fresh face at one point, but he's already tiring. Zaniolo's got bags of energy along with Pellegrini. But it is still Italy in possession as they drive it forward. There's a space, an opportunity. It has to be just offside. Just a little too soon. And while the ball's nestled in the net, it will be disallowed.
Yeah, it was great defending, just to step up at the last moment to play him offside. And Lotfi over the years has had his fair few challenges, but this really has got to be one of the greatest he's had. He's been taken right to the wire. And it'd be interesting to see whether he can actually come through at the other side as Dembele plays it forward towards Olivier Giroud. Because Nicholdan has been absolutely breathtaking today at points. This is really, really opening up now.
France really starting to get their teeth into this game. They're looking for an opening as they slide it through. Well read by Tolven, but it's one back. But it's going to be a goal kick for Italy. Just 5 minutes this half. 15 minutes in the second before we go to penalties. And nobody will want that. That's for sure. Chance for France. Goes on through. Italy should be able to get members back. Oh, that was a shrug in the back at them.
It really was. And are we going to see another moment where Italy go down the other end? It's not to be on this occasion, as it's back into towards Olivier Giroud. Turns it round the corner. Feeds it back to Ndombele now. Fekir's in there again. They're piling numbers forward in search of this fourth goal, which might see them through to the eEURO 2020 final. It's finished at the end of the first half of extra time. We're still at 3-3, and this game has been so great, I've even invented phrases. Dare of despair.
You're inventing a lot of things right now, but 15 minutes is all that stands between a potential Italian final or a French comeback and a third matchup here in the semi-finals. Who will it be? As the players figure out exactly what they can do to their teams to try and get a little bit more strength, power, physicality, energy. It's all what they need. And both of them have used, I think, all three substitutions, if I'm not mistaken, early on, certainly around the 60-70 minute mark for both of them. So both will be in this situation and can't bring anyone on. Look at Pogba, he's absolutely dead. Dembele, nothing left. The French team are dead on their feet out there. The Italians are certainly looking the more lively, but it's France on the attack as they cut it across. Oh, that save could have gone anywhere from Donnarumma. It was spilled, but there was no follow-on.
Yeah, France have done a lot of chasing in that last period, and that possibly may mean that Italy have got a little bit more in the tank as we head towards the final 10 minutes of the match here. Are we destined for another dramatic penalty shootout, or can one of these two teams snatch a winner as Fekir finds Olivier Giroud? Just 9 minutes remaining now, and Italy come away. Chiesa up over the halfway line. Lovely ball, almost sneaks through, does sneak through, and now it's 3-on-3. It's a real chance here for Italy. He's through surely. Oh, the pass was poor.
Just needed a slightly better pass. It's still not done. Didn't go out for a throw-in. It's Romagnoli who'll play it back to Chiesa on the right wing. Italy keeping possession football, keeping hold of the ball. It can't be worked against you if you keep hold of it, and now he's working an opportunity through the middle. Oh, it was just a weak touch. You saw the through ball that he wanted, but the defender gets in front of it, and now the counter on for France.
Dembele, oh, it's a naughty challenge there coming in. Nicholdan knew exactly what he was doing. I'm not sure whether he would be happy for the lottery of the penalty shootout just due to that momentum switch after being 3-1 up. But with only 1 minute-ish remaining, this might be one of the last chances. And what a dramatic winner it might be. Kimpembe pulls it back towards the edge of the area. Dembele in towards the penalty spot. It's pinballing around. No one can quite get a claim on it. And finally, the referee brings the second half of extra time to an end. And Lee, we're back to where we started the day with a penalty shootout.
We've had a fair few of them today. Swan finishing 3-3. They certainly tried.
Who's your money on?
Oh, I mean, Donnarumma in goal is a big unit. So I got a feel that maybe he'll take it. But we haven't seen Lotfi in this stage before. But Nikoldan is going to start things off. Oh, that's a beautifully taken pen.
Great penalty. But the goalkeeper was millimetres away. And now it's going to be the substitute, Olivier Giroud. He scored some priceless goals in this tournament so far. Can he do another one here? Oh, the audacity from Olivier Giroud and Lotfi.
Oh, that was cheeky. That was cheeky. A really light flick down the middle. Now for Nikoldan. Where's he going with this one? We're not seeing any hijinks that we saw between Spain and Serbia, trying to edge the mentality of the opponent. This one slotted home. Some clean penalties so far, Adam.
I mean, as far as penalties go, these have been right up there. And now it's a chance to level the scores for Lotfi, and it's another goal. Not quite as clinical. Bit of a scuff, but they all count.
Yet to see a goalkeeper get near one of these at the moment. Let's see whether Lotfi can work some magic in the sticks. He's slightly edged it to the left-hand side, trying to give his opportunity, and that's exactly what he was after. He went down low. He almost gave the sign to say, yeah, put the ball down here, and I'm going to go for it, and it absolutely worked.
Fekir, he's got 3 goals now in the game, 2 in normal time, and another audacious penalty chip straight down the middle. Gives France the lead.
Will he try one himself? No, snaps it through. And now, I mean, this is the mind games, right? Does he just stand there in the middle? Does he leave it? Does he dive? It's Pogba from the spot. Oh, he saved it. He absolutely needed it. And we're on the square once again on the 5th penalty, 5-5.
And this is to win it for Italy. They are 12 yards away, 1 spot kick from a place in the eEURO 2020 final. And he steps up, and they've done it.
Now it's all on France.
Surely.
They have to score. They have to score. Will it be a chip down the middle? Will it be a smash into the corner? The crowd are behind them.
I thought that was it.
Lotfi, where's he going to go? It's a straight down the middle, and Nikoldan was ready. He's tried it twice, and Donnarumma catches it. It's Italy that will go through to the finals. Oh, my word. Another favourite goes tumbling out, and France go down in the semi-finals.
Well, well, well. My maths came back to haunt me again. I thought that was it with the last kick for Italy. But,
I tried to save you.
We still got the same team that went through, thankfully. Otherwise, a few people around the world might have been a bit upset with that. But, I mean, you'd have to say deserved on the day. A fantastic performance from Italy over the 2 games.
Yeah, things started off so well for Italy. Obviously, this was the very early opener inside 5 minutes. And it continued Italy's way. But it was a fantastic comeback for France, no doubt about it. And some great goals throughout the match.
Yeah, this was the opening goal for France to level the scores. And it felt like when Italy got their noses in front with the 2-goal cushion, that was the second goal to make it 2-1, and then 3-1 came as well. You thought it was over. And then, of course, we had a dramatic comeback. 2 goals from Fekir. This was the third goal, of course, for Italy. Before that, another stunning finish. Did you have a pick of the day, a goal of the day in this one?
I got to be honest, I think it was when Mbappe won it just here. The strength of it. I mean, yes, it was a tap-in, but considering it's literally 2 French players with about 7 Italian defenders around him, it's not a goal he should have won.
Yeah, it was great desire. And then, of course, this was the moment where another incredible chip to make it 3-3. And it went to penalties. And that was the moment that I thought had sent Italy through. But it was, of course, the miss that came in with another chip down the middle.
I mean, it's an audacious chip at the end there to go for it once again. But as you can see, that is now the finals. Serbia versus Italy in a best-of-5 bonanza. Both teams have been scoring goals left, right and centre. And it should be an absolute belting final.
It's a repeat of the Group B game, 6-5 to Italy.
Yeah, so I mean, goals. That's what we're expecting to see from this one. And now, Adam, I mean, who's the favourite coming into this? Because we've covered both these teams throughout this tournament, and both have been fantastic.
Yeah, we keep saying it's very, very difficult to pick, but Serbia would have been one of the favourites going into the competition, as were France. And Italy have dispatched to France, as you've seen, and in 2 games, didn't even go to a third game. Equally, Serbia have come through a very, very tough ask with the sort of Cinderella story of Romania crashing out in the semi-finals. I'm going to sit on the fence. I'm going to be very, very boring on this one.
After all that, you sit on the fence.
I led you to believe I had some magical words of wisdom, but no.
Well, I'm glad you wasted all of our time.
That's what I do best.
Let's get into the next match. Before we do, we have to go over to Harry, who is ready with the draw to find out who the home teams will be.
Well, thanks a lot, Lee. I wouldn't feel too hard, my friend. I don't think I've ever been able to pin Adam down on a particular prediction for a final. Well, it's time for our final formality of today. We've got final on the brain. We have Serbia, we have Italy. It's now time to do the draw, because this is now a best-of-5 match, which means one team has to be the host team and the home advantage team and nation in 3 out of the 5 games. So now it's time. The first nation drawn out of the pot here will have the virtual home field advantage here in the grand finals. Will it be Italy? Will it be Serbia? Let's find out. As the ball I've just drawn, will it be Italy? It will be. So Italy, I don't know if you can see there as my camera finally focuses. Italy, the first team out of the pot. And just to confirm that the other team in the pot was the other finalist team. So Italy hosting 3 out of the 5. And here's the other nation. It is Serbia. So Italy hosting 3 out of the 5 in this best of 5 final. It's been a tremendous day's action. And after the break, the grand finals between Serbia and Italy, they've been fighting so hard throughout the entire eEURO campaign. It all comes down to this. Do not go anywhere.
11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers. And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Welcome to the eEURO 2020, where the grand finals of the entire tournament are about to begin. Joining me is Stuart Wesley. My name is Harry Channon, and Wes, it's been a long, long road. It's been a running theme this entire weekend for these nations to get to the final. We started with 55. We're now down to the final 2. First of all, welcome. Second of all, try and put into words what a tantalizing prospect of a final we have ahead of us.
Well, it all comes down to this. As we said, it's 55 nations. It's been several months. It's been qualifiers. It's been playoffs. It's been knockout stages. It's been extra time. It's been penalties. It's been all of that rolled into one. And now we are left with the 2 defining nations of this tournament. Serbia have made a bit of a, I'd say a bit of a fist of it trying to get through to this final, whereas Italy arguably coming through the toughest test of all, which was, you know, eFootball Pro reigning champions, the former world champion of eFootball PES. They came through the fire, and now it's the final.
Well, one team through the gauntlet, the other has made it here one way or another. I think it's only fair, Wes, that we start with these 2 nations' journey to the finals before we can really properly set the scene. Let's take a look at Italy's and Serbia's group. Both started out in Group B. It was Italy who finished top in our group bracket style format. It would have been 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're out. Unfortunately for Denmark and Turkey elsewhere in this group, that was the case. But Serbia, they made a bit of a hash of it, really, against both Italy and Turkey, finishing ahead by only 1 goal both times. But in the end, they were resilient enough to make it all the way through to the grand finals.
Yeah, and you have to wonder just how much that winner's bracket game is going to play into this final. It is a rerun of that winner's bracket, and just you can just see the kind of differences in that pathway that they've had to come through, you know. And again, it could have easily been different. You could have seen Italy in the top bracket, you know, and a kind of almost a sliding doors moment. You could not have seen this final at all. So it has been that tight for Serbia and for Italy.
Well, it was a different format in the groups than we see here in the knockout stages. You can see some big, big names that have fallen to some of the nations we've seen here in the final 8, which we started today. Serbia taking down Romania in the semi-finals by a 1-goal margin once again. All of Serbia's games so far seem to have come within 1 goal. But Italy, really the big scalp of the entire bracket here is the semi-final, which we just witnessed. France, the reigning world champions, Latvia and Uzbekistan taken out of the semi-final running. We had them as favourites, whereas in Italy have come out almost out of nowhere to pretty much steal the show.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was listening to it as almost a radio broadcast, listening to the Italy and France game, and obviously the boys did a tremendous job of keeping everybody informed, but it was a fantastic game, end-to-end stuff, and Italy just coming out on top, and you know, penalty shootout. You could probably say maybe France a little bit arrogant with those Panenkas, and you know, when the chips are down, you just put your foot through it. You don't try and play gamesmanship in a knockout penalty shootout, especially to sustain the competition. But Italy, well worth their money to be in the final. And again, I think we're going to see a pretty physical team coming out of the blocks. There's Ciro Immobile, there's Andrea Bellotti, you've got the speed and pace of Quagliarella, you've got Bernardeschi, you've had Zaniolo, who's been superb all the way through this tournament. They've got weapons all around the pitch.
Well, I was about to ask you in terms of the virtual weapons they have at their disposal. Talk to me a little bit about the players behind the sticks that they had. They had the likes of MPK and Alonso Grey Fox, Nickeldan as well, just really putting up some strong performances. And I think what's impressed me most about the Italian squad, Wes, is that they can just almost match their amazing opponents. It doesn't seem to be anything that phases them, despite the fact that sometimes they are underestimated, sometimes they are the underdogs. They always seem to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you look at some of the pathways for these teams being created in terms of you've had some federations that have been chosen. Italy, they had a training camp. They had their best 4 players. They had, as we've said before, steel sharpening steel. They had that kind of national pride that they pushed these 4 guys forward. MPK representing Genoa in the eEURO. You've got Grey Fox, who's a seasoned veteran. Nickeland, the whole cast have chipped in with performances today, and again, they are well worth their money for being in this final.
Well, I tell you what, Wes, who better to hear from than the players themselves? Let's meet the players representing the Azzurri. It's the Italian national e-footballing team.
Of step, the sharpness of movement, the certainty of finish.
Ciao a tutti, sono Carmine Naples 17X Liuzzi e sono giocatore della nazionale italiana.
Hi everybody, my name is Alfonso Alonso Grey Fox Mereo and I'm an official player of first Italian in national team.
My name is Nicola Lillo, Akan Galdan and play for Italy. I have been competing in esport for 12 years.
Hello, my name is Rosario MPK Accurso and I play for Italy. I'm a competitive player since 2019 and I'm feeling proud to represent my country.
My teammates are very solid people. They are all from Naples, a city that I love.
My teammates in national team are excellent players. They work hard in training, where a good friendship was also born.
I miei compagni di squadra sono veramente in gamba e oltre che essere bravi giocatori sono veramente persone eccezionali. Abbiamo legato fin da subito.
The journey was hard. The toughest spot was against Montenegro, where we lost a crucial match, but we had the mentality to get on and achieve the first place.
Spero di poterli rincontrare nella fase finale per prenderci una rivincita.
My most important moment was victory against Ukraine with the result of 8-0.
Win eEURO 2020 sure would be a thing to be very proud of.
Winning for me would mean realizing my dream started a long time ago.
Per me sarebbe motivo di grande orgoglio e una gioia difficilmente descrivibile.
Winning Euro 2020 will be the crowning of our dream. It will mean that every effort and sacrifice will pay off.
You heard what it would mean to them, Wes, and there were questions, weren't there, about the Italian national squad, about the absence of some really notable figures representing Juventus in the eFootball Pro season, but this group, these lads here, have absolutely stepped up for the Azzurri.
Yeah, it's been massive. I mean, it's a great team effort. You really can almost feel the entire backing of Italy getting right behind these guys, and you know, we've seen some of the very high-profile support they've had so far in this tournament.
Well, one man in particular is the manager of the Italian national side, Roberto Mancini, had this message for the Italian eFootballing squad.
Un grande in bocca al lupo alla nazionale che nel weekend disputerà la fase finale di UEFA Euro 2020. Faremo il tifo per i nostri 4 giocatori in maglia azzurra impegnati nella sfida su PlayStation. Fatevi onore e Forza Italia. Ciao!
Well, Forza Italia is the message from the big man. I mean, that's got to spur you and fill you with confidence, hasn't it? When the manager of the national side has your back, that's got to be. I mean, does that put more pressure on you, or does that maybe just fill you with a bit of confidence?
I think if anything, that's going to cheer you up. You know, if you've got the attention of your national team manager, and he's willing you on to go all the way. I mean, they are what? A best of 5 away from taking this entire tournament, and again, it would be a fantastic achievement for them. We know that Italy, across all of sport, have got a rich history, in terms of winning things, and they're very passionate people. So expect fireworks if they do manage to overhaul Serbia.
Well, speaking of Serbia, let's maybe turn our attentions then to them, because they are Italy's adversaries here. We spoke previously about them, maybe not one of the powerhouses in terms of real-world football. Virtual football, though, they have some very, very strong players in their squad, don't they?
Yeah, we've seen the likes of it so far. I mean, in terms of, we haven't really seen the best of Kepa. We've seen the best of Roxa being able to really dig them out of some real foxholes when they've needed to. And then you look at the players they've got at their disposal. You look at Alexander Mitrovic. You look at Milinkovic-Savic from Lazio. You look at Milinkovic at the back, who plays his trade for Fiorentina. They have players, they have weapons around the pitch. It's just they're finding ways to get through games. And that would be the thing that would concern me if you were Italy at this point.
Well, these are two physical nations, and we speak about physicality in this stat balancing mode as maybe being the difference maker. Would you give the edge in terms of that aspect to Serbia here? Because we've seen Roxa and Kepa both use physicality to set up shots and even set up goals on occasion.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, to great effect against Romania. We saw Mitrovic holding off defenders, being able to set up goals. However, you are coming up against Giorgio Chiellini, you are coming up against Leonardo Bonucci, you are coming up against Romagnoli. These boys are not, it's not kids down the park. It's, you are playing against full-blooded Italians to coin a phrase. But in terms of Italy, they've got their own weaponry as well. As we said, we've got Immobile, they've got Belotti, but again, you're coming up against Milinkovic, and Co at the back. You've got Kolarov with his sweet left foot. There's so many intangibles in this game, and there's so many different aspects that it could just go either way.
Well, as we've met the guys representing the boys in blue, let's meet their opponents. It's the Serbian national squad, who have more than just Kepa and Roxa representing them. They have a 4-man squad who helped them throughout the qualification period just to get here at the eEURO 2020 finals. Let's meet the Serbian national team.
Hi, my name is Filip Panic. My PSN username is Baskovac. I'm playing for the Serbian national team.
My name is Marko Roksic. My game tag is RoxaCZ22.
Ćao, ja sam Rema Raka. U taciji imamo igrače sa velikim iskustvom, pored toga sjajni su prijatelji i funkcionišemo odlično kao tim.
My name is Stefan, nickname in PES Kepa, and I'm playing for Serbia national team. It's a big pleasure for me. I think it's good opportunity for me, for my team to show what we can do.
We have two pros in the team, which makes us very strong. We are confident, we know each other for a very long time, and there's a great connection between us.
Our group was a group of death. Before starting qualification, we think about finishing in the first two places, but we want to finish first.
Serbia are back in business.
Spain was our biggest rival here. Win and a draw with them secured the first place in the group.
We managed to win this group without loss, so yeah, that was a fantastic result for us.
Osvojiti evropsko prvenstvo je san svakog igrača, a za mene bi značilo vrhunac svega što sam postigao u PES-u.
People in Serbia believe in us, so I hope we can win.
It means a lot to just to represent my country in this event, but winning it would be the greatest.
Our goal is to win trophy. I believe in my team.
Well, Wes, the belief is there from Kepa, and it's good to hear from almost, I don't want to call them the other two fellas there for the Serbian national squad, because Baskovac and Raka in the qualifying groups were filling in the holes for Serbia when Kepa and Roxa weren't available. Yes, the two pros will be the majority of the players that the Serbian national side here will try and lean upon, but they certainly filled in the group stages wherever was necessary.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's, you know, you've got two headline players in Kepa and Roxa, but we cannot forget the rest of that Serbia side. They did incredibly well to qualify out of the group stages or out of the qualification stages. You know, we've documented it to death that they knocked out England. Wow, we're really upset because we didn't have a team to root for here.
No bias here, Wes.
There's no bias at all. But to force Spain into the playoffs, I think that was, that's pretty much a statement of intent right there from Serbia. And the fact that, as we said, when there was all four of those players, it wasn't just Kepa and Roxa that were playing every single game. Every player got reps in, and if they do go on and win this, it will be very much be a team effort, much like we've seen today from Italy as well.
Yeah, all of the Italian e-footballing national side chiming in so far this weekend. I've only really seen Kepa and Roxa, and it has to be said the former doesn't look to be at his very best so far this weekend, at least from what we've seen, Wes. Do you feel like maybe that has to change here in the grand finals if Serbia are going to lift the trophy at the end of it?
Well, I think you have to. You have to have some type of kind of shot in the arm. They need some type of confidence boost, especially with Kepa just being off of song. He needs something. He needs something to give him a bit of a boost.
Well, we'll see if that something is a bit of a word of encouragement from a Serbian national team player. Let's throw to a quick message from one of the lads from the national team.
Selekcija Fudbalskog saveza Srbije u subotu od 13 časa i 15 minuta igra svoju prvu utakmicu na Evropskom prvenstvu u PES-u. Nadamo se da će naš tim biti uspješan kao što je bio i u kvalifikacijama. Podržimo zajedno naše momke u borbi za prvaka Evrope.
Well, Nikola Milenkovic there was really trying to spur on the players, and if that's something that can be tuned into to Kepa's mindset to maybe help him turn around some of his struggles, hopefully he can draw from it. My question to you is, maybe has Kepa just come up against some contrasting play styles today, and is that maybe why we're not seeing his fine form, his very best so far this weekend?
Potentially so. However, what I would say is that the very best players always find a way. They always find a way through. You need a plan A, plan B, C, D, E, F, whatever, however.
Well, here we have the Alipay top 5 goal scorers of the competition so far. France, Germany and Turkey all out of the competition, as are the Netherlands. So if Italy were to take the top goal scorer mantle off of France, Wes, it would take a large goal swing. And this is a best of 5. So the longer that this series goes on against Serbia here in the finals, the better chance Italy have of maybe knocking France off of that top spot.
True. However, if you were Italy, you probably want to get out in 3 and just get the job overdone and over the line. I wouldn't be looking for a goal-scoring record unless it was absolutely certain. Unless it turns into, a pedestrian game where Italy are steamrolling Serbia, then I wouldn't be looking for a goal-scoring opportunity. I'd just be looking to just secure the game. You can see there from the poll just below, overwhelmingly with the Italians on eEURO2020.com.
Yeah,
I don't know how you feel about that, Harry.
Over 3/4 of you at home think that Italy will take this one. I think they'll be hard pressed here, Wes, to be honest with you. And don't forget, you can, of course, change your votes if you need to. Just head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll. We've seen that a couple of times this weekend, haven't we? When Romania started to get a couple of games back, people were like, hang on a second. These guys are actually pretty good. So we're just moments away then from kicking off the grand finals. It will be Serbia taking on Italy, and it's a tremendous affair we have in front of us. And again, we have to hop back, Wes, to this long road to the finals. It all started back in January with the draw for the qualifying groups. 55 nations were involved in that, and of course, even before that, we had the national governing body qualifications to even choose the representatives to represent each nation themselves. So we are just about ready then to kick off Serbia versus Italy. And if you were watching just before we ended the second semi-final, you will know that Italy will have the virtual home pitch advantage for 3 out of the 5 games if it goes their ways.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be the difference maker in this. I personally am predicting Italy in 4. However, none of my predictions have really come true this weekend, so I completely ignore what I'm suggesting here.
So we kick off then the eEURO 2020 Grand Finals. Strap in, it could be a long one, as this could go up to 5 games of eFootball PES 2020. Italy, represented by Alonso Grey Fox. You know the strip colour already, and it's Roxa for Serbia. And he is a strong player to field first here for Serbia. And that's taking nothing away from Alonso Grey Fox, because he's proven some great shocking results himself so far this weekend. Zaniolo now for Italy. They want to strike first here in the finals. Dealt well with by the Serbian defence. Roxa, calm as you like. But if I'm Alonso Grey Fox here, Wes, I maybe have to worry about Roxa. He came out with a vengeance, didn't he, in the semi-final to turn around the result against Romania, to break Romanian hearts. And here is Kolarov trying to get something going for him. I mean, you would be scared, wouldn't you, after that semi-final performance by Roxa?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you'll see a name flash up on screen, you're like, oh great, I've got to go and play Roxa now. It's one of those ones, and especially when you know the capabilities that these players possess. I mean, let's not discount Serbia's goal-scoring ability. They've had 67 goals overall, and they've scored 29 of those in the groups and the finals. So they're not without scoring goals, Serbia. So I'd expect this to be high-scoring.
And despite this being played on a virtual pitch, Wes, I very much expect this to be a physical affair. Both nations possess very, very strong, statistic-wise, physical players. They are well and truly happy to play physically, as well, as both of these nations have displayed so far this weekend. Thanks for joining us wherever you are in the world, whatever time it is. You can use the hashtag eEURO2020. Let us know your thoughts. Who do you think is going to be crowned the champions? Look at this. It's Immobile in behind here for Italy. They'd love an early goal in the opening 20 minutes. That's the best chance so far. It will be an Italian corner. And Roxa defensively, well, that's just way too much space to afford.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there that the closing down was quite quick from Serbia. Well, he has only run out for a corner. Looks like it's Florenzi lining it up. It's short, though. It's a bit of a surprising corner.
Immobile, oh, well dealt with. Dimitrovic was well, it's very well thought out corner, but also great alertness from the Serbian keeper as well. Full of trickery are Italy, and maybe that might have helped them get to the finals themselves. Dispatching of France in the previous round in 2 games was a shocking result that will be felt around the PES world, and that's a mistake. Mitrovic here could have a chance here for Serbia, maybe to upset the Azzurri. It's the first goal of the finals, scored by Serbia. Is Mitrovic with the heroics once more, and Roxa and Serbia are in the driver's seat now.
First blood to Serbia. It was seized on by a mistake. And again, as we keep saying, you don't want to give players like Roxa and you don't want to give players like Mitrovic that type of space and opportunity to take advantage of it. And again, impetus and advantage goes to Serbia. To a neat little pickup from Mitrovic, and we talked about that physicality. Romagnoli just couldn't get back on him. And it is Mitrovic who seals the deal here. You can see there just a little bit of a lucky interception from, I think that was that Vladic or Lalic? Excuse my pronunciation. Mitrovic just fires it into the back of the net. And
well, you can say it's a fortunate bounce, Wes, but a lot of it comes, doesn't it, from great pressing from Roxa, knowing that he could be alert to that kind of mistake.
Yeah, definitely. You have to have your players in those positions. You can see that he's reading. You can see that again. He's manually trying to read where he feels these passes are going. And it'll be interesting now to see Italy on the front foot. Although they're not in uncharted waters. They've been behind to Serbia before already this weekend, so they'll know how this feels.
Of course, it was Italy who prevailed in Group B. 6-5, I believe it was, on aggregate. There's no aggregate score here in the knockout rounds, and that doesn't change for the grand finals. It's just straight up game wins that matter. Adam Jajic down this near side. Rugani does well to keep that one in play and will turn possession over to his side. And one thing I do like about the Italian national side setup, it doesn't matter who's playing. They all like to just have that attacking bar. You can see at the bottom of your screens that white bar will turn either blue if they go defensive or red if it's attacking, and Alonso Greyfox might get one back. Italy have equalised. Ciro Immobile with a vital finish that gives Italy a lifeline here in the first half.
To steal another commentator's line, what a hit, son, what a hit. Finds the corner of the net when no one was expecting it. And again, it's a pretty hopeful ball down the right-hand side. It's a great little cut inside. Immobile gets around the back of the defender, holds off that defender and slams it home for 1-1. And Italy, again, like we said, they like to have possession of the ball. They took their time to get it forward. They didn't just rush it. And all of a sudden, Immobile, cute finish, batters it into the back of the net. And all of a sudden, the Azzurri go crazy.
That one will feel good for Alonso Greyfox. Coming up against the pro player in Roxa, representing FC Nantes in the eFootball Pro League alongside national teammate Kepa. Well, that sets this one up absolutely perfectly. What was it? 78% of you at home thought the Italians would come out on top. The early goal from Serbia might have proved a lot of you very wrong, but Alonso, well, he's not giving up. Look at that ball over to the top to Immobile. He'll actually get there, and he lifts it over the keeper. And Italy are in front. It's Immobile again. It's Italy again. What a finish.
It's a moment of magic from Ciro Immobile. Again, bit of a hopeful over-the-top ball. However, the key point here is that Serbian defender is sticking out like a sore thumb. And Greyfox spots it, spots the run, spots the man. And it's a wonderful finish again, doesn't panic under pressure. Well, seems to be the key trait of Grey Foxes.
Can't wait to see this replay purely from that pass. Look at it, from his own half. Alonso Grey Fox. To pick that out, Wes, is some vision. We'll see it here again.
Yeah, and it's Jorginho, it looks like, from that very much quarterback kind of position, which I'm sure Adam will tell us all about as a Chelsea fan. And it's a lovely chipped finish from Ciro Immobile. And there goes the Klinsmann dive. And all of a sudden it's back. That pendulum swings back into Italy's favour.
The turnaround from Italy here in the first half, just reminding Serbia that yes, they have the pro players, but the Italians have the fighting spirits. They have good history in European Championships, do the Italians. They would love to try and replicate that here on the eFootballing stage as well. So as we approach half-time, Italy 2, Serbia 1. I have to ask the question, Wes, is that a fair result? Roxa might get the ball back here for Serbia, so we'll put a pin in that question for now. Would you say 2-1, is that a fair representation of how this eFootball PES game has gone so far?
Well, I think Roxa, for large spells, had most of the control of that game. I mean, it was only for a pretty hopeful ball down the right-hand side, as there's a bit of a uncharacteristic defensive error from the Italians. It was a couple of hopeful through balls. I mean, the first one down the right was a bit hopeful, and it was a really good ball into the box from Immobile. That second one was brilliant. But I think on the balance of play, I think Roxa could be slightly aggrieved here.
Well, he'd love to get another goal back for obvious reasons. The fact that he's 2-1 down. But Serbia's opening goal, you have to remember, came from a mistake by Alonso Grey Fox. There's not really been the dominance that we've expected out of Roxa. And look at this, Italy come forward once again. Immobile feeds Belotti. Side netting. I think some Italian fans up the other end might have thought that one was in, but Immobile selflessly on a hat-trick as well. Controlled by Alonso Grey Fox, of course, but the virtual Immobile, I mean, you think maybe in real life he hits that one.
Yeah, I don't think that Grey Fox realised how much space he had. I think that's a panicked super cancel and then a panic pass. And then, I think from there, I think it just kind of peters out for him.
Roxa coming forward, wrestles the ball off the Italian defence. They're holding strong now, though. Florenzi. This will go all the way out to Romagnoli. It was actually quite a nicely weighted pass for him. Adam Jajic. Again, we constantly see the physical battle in the middle of the pitch. And Roxa trying to press high here, but Alonso, well, he's having none of it. He's holding the fort fairly well by now. Bonaventura up to Zaniolo. Belotti, look out for Immobile here. He'll be the one that Alonso hopes gets the ball. He's still going here. Straight at the keeper, and it's 3-1. Italy score. It's the hat-trick hero, Immobile. Wonderful. And it's nothing less than Alonso's deserved. He's defended so well against Roxa. Not given the FC Nantes a sniff in this first game of this best of 5. It's a long old series, Wes, but this, the third from Immobile, was well deserved.
Yeah, it's neat little passing play here, but just keep your eye out for this challenge going into the edge of the box. He didn't want to commit to that challenge from Belotti. He knew he would have given a penalty away, but even so, you can't leave a player of Ciro Immobile's calibre out in the cold on his own. And Serbia will be annoyed to see that one go in. All of a sudden now, every piece of momentum is now with Italy. It's going to make it even more difficult.
And the complexion of this tie, comparatively to the one when they matched up in Group B, well, it's completely changed because there's no aggregate score to think about here, Wes, which means you don't have to worry about, if you are losing, maybe throwing away goals for your teammate to play in the next game. It doesn't matter. The scores are wiped. So does Roxa now maybe go for a bit more of an aggressive strategy here?
Well, I think if he has to just try and regain some foothold in the game. There's 26 minutes plus a bit of change in the first game left. I think Roxa has got to start looking at his subs bench if he hasn't already. You can see Italy bringing in the changes, and you can see there Kostic now on. I'd imagine, yeah, Luka Jovic has now come on as well, so that super sub trait very much in play. It's whether, again, Grey Fox will allow him to use it.
Subtle differences between each player on the, well, both nations' sides. They all have their virtual player preferences. We've seen Quagliarella introduced now, who, for MPK, I believe, starts the match for Italy. No doubt we'll see that later on. That's a mistake, though. Oh, it's off the post. Luka Jovic staying alive. And it's a tough angle to turn it home. But that is one for Alonso maybe to shrug off and just thank his lucky stars it's not in the goal.
Well, if you notice the very quick change of attacking bias, it went from a very ultra-defensive mentality. All of a sudden, it was very balanced the minute that goal kick took off. So you can see he's a little bit frightened by what's just occurred. And he has to be having his wits about him. It's a difficult chance as well for Roxa to take. Some people might be sitting at home going, how has he not finished? But when a chance comes that way, when you're playing that way, in the way that Grey Fox was playing, when those chances come, you can sometimes snatch at them. And I think that was literally what happened from a very acute angle.
You have to take into consideration as well the pace that Luka Jovic was running onto that chance with. There's no real time for him to control that ball. Serbia come forward once again, but that's denied. It's been all Serbia in this last 10 or so in-game minutes. Jovic to Tadic, he's in here. This could be two. It's off the post. Can he turn it home? No! Is it finally in? It is off the post. And they say it doesn't matter how they go in. It took 3 different chances, Wes, for Serbia finally to get that one home.
I think UEFA are going to need to paint the goalposts after that. As so took the paint off at least twice, and it deflected off the post, just gets it back inside. Could have easily drifted wide of the post, but again, Roxa won't care. It's a neat, that's that neat little flick inside. It's Romagnoli that's caught napping, and again, it's just ricochets very, very kindly off the defender, and it's Luka Jovic who's alive again. We will say it once more, that super sub trait coming in very, very handy for Serbia. And again, breathes new life into the game. 14 minutes left. There is still time for one more. We've seen dramatic comebacks all the way through this weekend, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see one more.
Well, the pressure rewarded by the goal. Both of the posts rattled within 10 in-game seconds, which is a matter of milliseconds in real world time. But at least Serbia finally converted that chance. They come forward once again. You sense a bit of a momentum switch here. Serbia come forward once again. It's Mitrovic straight at Donnarumma. And now it's, well, hang on to the ball for Alonso Grey Fox. Up 3-2 here in game 1. And I'll tell you what, he's not willing to sit back with the ball here as well. He wants to go right up the other end of the pitch and, well, make the territory as hard as possible for Roxa to get into an attacking sense. Just take a little look at the blue shirts here. There are plenty forward. And it's Pellegrini to run onto it. Zaniolo has a runner inside. It's Quagliarella! Game, set, not quite match. There's a long way to go in this series, but I think we've just seen the goal that decides game 1.
Yeah, and the beauty of this goal from Grey Fox is that when this ball comes in, it's very easy to look at that man straight ahead who had his hand up, ready to take the ball on. Instead, takes a neat little reverse ball inside. It's Quagliarella who just peels off, as you can see. It's a 2-on-1 for that centre-back, and I don't want to be that Serbian centre-back if I've got those two players running at me. Quagliarella finishes it off, as he has done for so many years. And he's kind of rolling it back.
He is rolling back the years on the virtual stage. Roxa really needs an immediate reply here. He's trying his best. Zivkovic to run onto it. Donnarumma, though, a difficult frame to beat. In between the posts. And look at this. Bernardeschi coming forward. He's tussling with Kostic on that far side. Wins the duel for now. Can he get a cross in? There might be 5 on the go here for Italy. They might smell that top 5 goal scorers of the eEURO's mantle going in their favour here. Quagliarella tries to play the ball forward, and there's a ball over the top here to Bernardeschi as well. It's a 4-on-4 at the back. Beats his man, and, well, the free kick, I think, will be a little disappointing, to be honest with you, for Italy, because they had a numerical advantage in the attack there. Played short. Bernardeschi brought down in the box. Referee waves away the appeals. And what a result for Italy. An Immobile hat-trick, a Quagliarella 85th minute goal to make it certain. The first game ends 4-2 to Italy. Pretty amazing stuff. You at home had it pegged that way. Wes, I wonder if you have any comments for Serbia, because now Roxa has lost the first game, I assume, and we'll get confirmation on that in just a moment, that Kepa will be the man to step in. He's been struggling slightly this weekend as we look over some of the replays.
Yeah, he has. I mean, you know, very fair play to Grey Fox in terms of the way that he's conducted himself. I think Roxa will be slightly disappointed in the fashion that he lost here. Again, his defender caught a little bit napping there. Brilliant hit from Immobile. And as we just hear it in our ear here, it's going to be Kepa for Serbia, and it's going to be MPK for Italy. So
that goal, though, Wes, I mean, a 1-1 to take on that takes some minerals, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're on the biggest stage, arguably, of your PES career, and you take those types of opportunities. Grey Fox, he must be made of stone. He must have nerves of steel. It's whatever, every other analogy you could come up with. I mean, this was actually a pretty well-worked move in the end, but it's a bit of comedy in the way that it pings off a post once.
Almost a slapstick goal, isn't it?
It is. It is. It very much was. You know, flicks off the end of a defender. Jovic gets on the end of it. And again, the way that this game was going, but it's this goal here that probably impresses me the most. It's that presence of mind. We keep talking about it. It's the lovely reverse ball into Quagliarella, where all would have probably played it to the additional man that was running in. You give it to your forward who's in form. We've seen it from Quagliarella time and time again today, be the man that they look to as their goal scoring threat.
I mean, it's a great pass, not only because it finds the man who wasn't being covered by Roxa, who was obviously controlling a different defender, but also the fact that the power on the pass put it on a plate. It was right on his foot, didn't need to take a touch. It was slid right into the corner. We'll take a quick look then at the match stats. I mean, the only stat really that matters is the goals in the end, but that possession statistic, Wes, is well, something that Roxa won't really be accustomed to facing. He usually likes to play with a bit more possession than 33%, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you have a kind of such a differential in possession the way this has, that 33% has to be the best 33% that you could possibly have. You know, playing against Italy, you're going to get starved of the ball. You're not really going to get many chances. So that possession becomes so much more valuable. And to his credit, Roxa didn't do that much wrong. It was just how good Italy were, and it was just how good the Grey Fox was. So, you know, I mean, you look at the pass accuracy, 86% against 74. There's loads of misplaced passes. Granted, there was a lot of passing around in terms of the Italy's, third of the pitch, but still, to have that accuracy, to be able to find loose men, very good from Grey Fox. We'll see whether that carries on with MPK in the second.
So those were your match stats brought to you, delivered to you by FedEx. Of course, you can vote on the result of our grand finals, as you could for the entire weekend's matches. Head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll and look at that. Serbia now start to edge the poll. And if I'm not mistaken, Wes, wasn't it Italy who had quite a large margin pre-game one? So maybe there's some Kepa fans voting on the poll at the moment.
There could be. You know, we see it in online polls all the time with many different nations and football teams that, you know, polls can go a bit askew and they don't quite read exactly how the kind of the temperature is of the people watching. But it seems like the Serbian fans have came out in force to say that they reckon that game 2 goes to them.
Well, they'll be hoping for their eEURO 2020 hopes that it does go their way. We have game 2 of this best of 5 series up very shortly. I have to ask, Wes, again, we've noted the fact that Kepa not playing his very best. Tactically, is there something that you saw Roxa in that game 1 do that you would like to see Kepa maybe amend? I know this is going to be a physical affair. I know there's not really much you can do if you're being out-muscled when you're trying to attack, but is there a glaring mistake out there that maybe you'd like to see Kepa bring, or a different dimension to the attacking sense that Serbia need to rely on in this game too?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke at length about players taking risks, and I'm saying that maybe to reduce those risks from Serbia, because you know that the minute that ball goes, you may not see for 15 or 20 virtual minutes, and that in itself starves you of the opportunity to strike back, even if Italy do, you know, take the lead. So I think for Kepa, it's a case of find that game, because we know that Kepa is one of the best players in the world. There is no question in terms of how good he can be. At the moment, he's not showing it. He needs to bring that A game, because against the likes of MPK, he's going to have even stiffer opposition than Grey Fox, who was where he kind of lost that, you know, 3-2 in the group stage. So I think for Kepa, it's a revenge mission. It's not against Grey Fox, but it is against Italy. So he needs to really kind of make that count.
Yes, he does. And thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world. Keep your tweets and messages coming in using the hashtag eEURO2020. Let's recap some of the previous results we saw, Wes, because Italy took down the favourites, the Stonewall favourites in the semi-final, the round before to get here. Because of that, do you think maybe the confidence that Italy are bringing into this grand final now against Serbia is what might just edge them over the line in a very closely contested affair?
I think so. I mean, I've been a part of offline events before where you'll see big names go out and all of a sudden it then becomes, oh, well, I wasn't expecting to play that team. Because I will probably bet you probably all that I own that Serbia were thinking, we're going to be playing France here, and we kind of know how they're going to play because we played against them when they played as AS Monaco.
Maybe then a lack of preparation from Serbia, not so much because of, you know, lack of a thorough investigation of Italy, but more because they were expecting to play a different nation entirely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot different if you're playing against Kylian Mbappe and Antoine Griezmann. You're playing a lot differently when you're playing against Belotti and Immobile. They're two very, very contrasting styles of eFootball PES gameplay. So, you know, I think there's probably a little bit of a shock there, but they need to overcome that quickly because these games will go very, very quickly.
Yeah, we're straight into game 2. It's Italy with the first real chance, Immobile against the keeper. Within the opening 5 minutes, we haven't even had a chance to introduce our new national players. For Serbia, it's Kepa. For Italy, it's NPK. But that is just a warning for Serbia that Italy, they sense that this trophy is here to be won. Just a glimpse of the physicality. And look at this, Immobile is in behind once again. It's a great find to control. Just lacking. But Immobile, he looks lively here today, Wes.
Yeah, and I think what the Italians have kind of noticed here is that if you put a ball over the top, the foot race is getting won every time by Immobile versus those slightly slower Serbian centre-backs. So you maybe look at Kepa, maybe should be playing a deeper defensive line to counteract that target or that tactic even. Because, you know, as we were saying, Immobile, a potent target for all of the Italy squad. It's not just been Grey Fox, it's not just been MPK, it's been everybody. They've used him as a very much a lightning rod. There's an offside call.
Just a touch early there from Zaniolo. And here come the subtle differences that we're seeing each of the Italian national e-footballers differ from. I mean, we didn't really see Zaniolo too much to my recollection in the first game in this series. We've swapped stadiums now, by the way. Serbia will have the backing of the virtual fans. I'm sure that won't faze NPK in the slightest. He's on the attack now. As possession turns over. Dusan Tadic. Look at that run in behind from Mitrovic. Lovely chance here. Good save. What a stop that is.
It's a tale of two manual saves. You can see the positioning from MPK, moving his goalkeeper just into the right place. It's a wonderful two-handed save from Donnarumma. And up the other end, Serbia #1, pulling off a monster stop to keep this game at 0-0.
Corner swung in. Hits the man at the near post for another corner. Surprising we're not seeing NPK here maybe bring the man across to prevent this, well, potential front post corner. We'll see if Kepa tries to exploit it. Looked like maybe that was destined to sail in at the far post, so it had to be dealt with. Kolarov into Dusan Tadic. Lovely footwork. Can he get a strike away? He can. Sends the Serbian fans in the stadium into the raptures. It's 1-0. And it's a great goal from Kepa.
Serbia, your superstar, has woke up. Kepa with a brilliant finish, and you were talking about that set piece. The interesting thing for Kepa is he's aiming for a man at the back post, not at the front. So I think that might be the reason why MPK is not going out of the corner to meet him. He's looking to try and mark the option instead. But a player of Dusan Tadic's quality can play across that attacking line. So very comfortable in front of goal. Wonderful finish, and Serbia are back in business.
Yes, they are. Kepa, and we've said this time and time again on the commentary, we have not seen the best of this young man so far here at the eEUROs. What a time it would be to step up for Serbia. Mitrovic will lose out on the throw-in. First goal will do wonders for Kepa's confidence. He's hounding for a potential chance for a second, but the first goal, you would say, is vital for again, Kepa's confidence and maybe his motivation levels even in this final. Not that, you know, you need any more motivations to win a grand finals.
No, definitely. And I look at, you know, I've looked at it even myself. You know, I've been on the broadcast this weekend questioning kind of that mental fragility of Kepa. So to show the kind of strength on the biggest of stages, to get himself in front here, he's now got to try and close this out, because he's been in this scenario before. He's been ahead against Italy and has blown a lead. Has he learnt those mistakes? Has he gone back to the drawing board? Does he know what went wrong in the group stage, and has he been able to fix it, more importantly?
Prijovic into Mitrovic, the two combining well. Dusan Tadic tries to get involved. He will be fouled. So this will be a really good position to strike it from. Just off centre. Enough distance as well, Wes, to maybe get it up and down.
Yeah, look for him to try and put this goalkeeper side. I don't know, it was a hunch that I think he might think that MPK moves his goalkeeper. And the only other option, well, of course, he can play it short, but we'll be careful here.
Will it be Jajic who is chosen? Looks like he fancies it. There's 4 options ahead of him. Will he go for goal? He will, and it's in! It's not goalkeeper sideways, but Kepa will not care. Adam Jajic with the free kick of Kepa's dreams. 2-0.
It's a wonderful hit, and that slight delay, if you're watching this at home, you guys might think, well, why did he take so long to take the kick? As I said, some players will move their goalkeeper across to that side to protect the goal. And then, of course, you've then got the very easy option. It's a little bit of gamesmanship from Kepa. Realistically, he took that time. There was options short as well. If you can look to the left and the right of the wall.
What a hit.
It's a brilliant hit from him. Donnarumma has got absolutely no chance. So just can only watch it realistically go in. And this is the Kepa that we thought was still there. And he's confirmed our suspicions as he goes 2-0 up. But again, we've been here before.
Well, you know what, Wes? That might be a contender for goal of the day for me. I didn't get to see it properly until we saw it from that angle, but to go around the wall with the curvature of the ball that Kepa was able to get, Jajic has stuck it right on the money. Doubled the Serbian lead. And now all of a sudden it's a foot race to get to this 50-50. It's not even half time yet here in game number 2. Quagliarella might be able to half the deficit here. Can he score? No, he cannot.
Well, Adam, just bringing it up at about that same point. We have been here before, and it is a case of can he hold it, but
look at this. Adam Jajic goes for the lob. Doesn't quite get it off, though. What can Italy produce in response? Quagliarella, Immobile, lovely ball, great save. Kepa, well, he's just about as good as his namesake. Using the manual goalkeeping there to prevent a surefire goal from the Italian forward. Here comes Mitrovic. Lovely ball to Tadic once more. Oh, he's taken the shot early. That is the final kick of the half, but it could have been 3. Went for power. The precision wasn't quite there. But all the pressure now on MPK.
Well, this is the thing here, that Kepa seems to have found that kind of gear that we know that some of these real pro players have. You know, and MPK's got it in spades as well. It's whether he can pick himself off the proverbial canvas, as it were, to get himself back in this fight. But at the moment, Kepa seems to be just having his way at the moment.
Ball will come the other way. Immobile, great find out to Bonaventura. Quagliarella using his strength, might go for goal here. Bonaventura's out wide though. The cut back to Quagliarella was the intended recipient. Instead though, it comes into the Serbian possession for, well, a matter of seconds until it's turned over once more, mate. I mean, we may need to see the ball be looked after a bit more by Kepa here. Yes, we're still in the early periods of the second half here in game 2, but you don't want to give away that early goal here. And possession is, well, one step towards getting it. Kepa defending well. Little super cancel in there as well to make sure that he didn't gift away possession. This is a little bit more matured and a bit better now from Kepa.
Yeah, he's taking a couple of risks at the back here that I wouldn't necessarily take, but I suppose that's why I'm sat here and he's sat there. But you look at it and you're looking at the way that Kepa is trying to conduct himself now. He's found that gear and he's kind of making the Italians push for it, which again is not a it's not a slot we're really familiar with over this weekend. We haven't really seen the Italians really be put under sustained pressure.
Look at that run. Prijovic has a couple of men in support as well. It's Adam Jajic. Oh, he slips. It might still come from here. Jajic, the third for Serbia. Well, he lost his footing moments previous. Got straight back up to his feet. And after the miraculous free kick that found its way into the nets, he's now doubled his tally. Serbia 3, Italy 0.
No, Italy did very well to try and clear it in the first instance. Real good block there. Big slice of fortune. But as we say, with fortune, it comes with the ability to get your player in the way. It can take ricochets. This game does have it there. You can see there, flicks off of a leg. One of the best cutbacks you'll see today. I say with my tongue firmly planted in my cheek, but it's Kepa is not going to care. It's 3-0 and it looks, I say it looks like it is going to go Serbia's way and we will go to a third game.
Well, there's an old saying, Wes, that luck is when skill meets an opportunity. I'm not going to use the word luck there. I would definitely say it's on the fortunate side for Kepa that the ball finds its way back to Adam Jajic, but Serbia 3, Italy 0 here in game 2. Again, forget about aggregate scores. I suppose for Italy, as a bonus, they're chasing the top goal scorer of the entire tournament, but that will be secondary to the eEURO 2020 trophy. They want that first and foremost. And Serbia might be creeping up the goal tally themselves as a man has been hacked down for Italy there.
You see there, Chiesa and Bernardeschi coming on for Italy.
Free kick. Played to Bernardeschi. Heavy touch in the box. Relatively simple for Kepa to deal with. And, well, it's the final we were hoping it would be after Italy took the first game. We had questions about Kepa, and things almost, Wes, were looking a bit dire for Serbia when we considered Kepa's form so far, but he well and truly has upped his game. He's a big game player, and he scored some big game goals here. It's not over just yet, though. Zaniolo, Quagliarella, pass is just asking too much for him. But 3-0 at 70 minutes, I would say about 80% of the time, Wes, results in a win. And this is a foot race now between Donnarumma and Mitrovic. Can he find the target? You know he can. It's 4 for Serbia. And it's the pressure that creates the opportunity. You'll see that man's name a lot throughout this grand finals. Mitrovic with the goal. It's 4-0.
Well, that was neither luck nor fortune. That was skill. Charged down by Mitrovic, who's a nuisance. And MPK doesn't clear it at all.
He just doesn't queue up anything, doesn't he? He doesn't queue up an action when he's controlling Donnarumma. He needs to just put his foot through it, but doesn't.
Yeah, as an eFootball PES player, if you've got your goalkeeper coming out that far, be prepared. You have to have a command queued, because if you don't, on the biggest of stages, that's the type of goal you'll concede. You know, it's frustrating when you're at home playing on your PlayStation doing it. When you're in front of, you know, an entire audience with it, I think it's even more so.
Calamity. Real calamitous error from MPK. Not the time on the big stage that he would have wanted. Kepa now might just fancy more and more goals here for Serbia. Dusan Tadic wants to get involved. Chiellini with other ideas. Chiesa, Quagliarella, Zaniolo, Belotti. Can he lay it off to Bernardeschi? What a save! Unbelievable goal-saving save. Not done yet. There's a chance. It's wide.
This feels like a real statement of intent from Kepa. I feel he may have taken some of the criticism a bit personally here. He's wheeled out manual saves, he's wheeled out goals, he's wheeled out controlling a game. It very much looks like he's going to close this out. And, you know, we've asked questions of him, and he's certainly found all of the answers in this game.
He knew he had it in him. Just waiting to release that inner beast. All the questions answered, which essentially resets this best-of-5 series now in this grand final. Zaniolo looking for a consolation here. Italy, though, just have looked out of sorts attacking-wise. Chiesa tries to find Zaniolo. It might be too late for a comeback, but at least the travelling supporters here in the stadium get to celebrate a goal. 4-1. Too big of an ask, maybe. Almost certainly. But at least it's another goal to Italy's tally.
I was just going to say, so at least it's one more in the goal column. And again, we talk about fortune there. That very much was fortune, to have so many ricochets that eventually fell to an Italian foot. And it is Zaniolo who puts at least I wouldn't even say it's a question mark. It's just kind of like an end point for Italy. Unless it's an absolutely horrid collapse here. But you can see their Kolarov almost dead on his feet from all that running he's done. But you can see here Kepa just trying to sort this game out and just take it away from the Italians.
Just wanting to take the sting off of it, but here's Nicola Zaniolo once again. Just needed a more decisive finish, maybe. Will be in an Italian corner. In swinger, looking for the front post. Keeper comes. That's dangerous. dealt with, but, well, playing very, very, very much with fire is Kepa. What a bit of skill that is from Mitrovic. Luka Jovic has a man in the centre. Who's it going to be? Will it be Jovic? Will it be Milinkovic-Savic? It just asks too much. And, well, has he been given a penalty here? Looked to me like the ball was out of play, Wes, but I think the referee, well, he has. He's pointed to the spot. And Kepa with the opportunity to rub salt in the wound. Insult to injury. It's 5. Well, we'll see the penalty decision once again. It was definitely a foul, but for me, Wes, the ball was out of play. Kepa won't mind. Serbia, they will take home game 2. And this will be a contentious one, won't it?
I think the ball stays just in play. I think it was the challenge. The challenge comes in, then the ball goes out. So if the ball's still alive, it's going to go down as a penalty. And again, like you said, Kepa isn't going to mind. That's 5 goals in the goal column for them. And that is very much game 2 in the books, if it wasn't already. And now we kind of go back to how it was in the knockouts. It's now down to a best of 3, essentially. You know, both been nullified, both have won a game. So in a best of 3 shootout again.
It's almost like a boxing match, isn't it? Round 1, won by Italy. But Serbia, they've rolled with the punches. Jovic looking for Mitrovic, and he really has been setting up plays left, right and centre. Mitrovic, he's, well, been a thorn in many nations' sides throughout today. He will continue to do so to Italy. It ends Serbia 5, Italy 1 in game 2. And I think you summed it up perfectly. It sets us up nicely because this now becomes a best of 3. The first 2 games out the window. The benefit for Italy, again, comes back to that draw. They will have virtual home field advantage for the next game. And if it goes to it, the deciding game 5. And we all know, Wes, that in eFootball PES, that can make the difference.
Yeah, because if you think about it from an Italy standpoint, you've got, home field advantage for games 1, 3 and 5. The beauty of that is you start off with that ball, and we know how possession orientated this Italian team are. If you can strike first blood without conceding, it's all for them. But again, huge props to Kepa in terms of how he's picked himself off the floor. It's a wonderful finish to start him off. And we talked about the free kick. You can see that slight bit of manual goalkeeping, and that's what kind of was the downfall of Italy at that point. That's the
angle for me, Wes. That angle was just pure beauty to see the curvature on the ball. Somewhat unfortunate, you could say, MPK, the fact that this just so happens to fall back into the path of Jajic after doing so well to block the initial strike. But I mean, goals galore in this game. It ended 5-1, 6 goals, many of them coming from MPK's mistakes, but take nothing away from Kepa's performance there. It's exactly the performance that Serbia needed.
Yeah, and it's a big time step up for him, and now that kind of will be in the minds of Italy, going, uh-oh, Kepa's found his form, and that's not really. See, if you can see there, ball wasn't out of play. Tackle comes in. It was very, very tight.
Very tight.
Incredibly tight. But Kepa's, I would say, he's now arrived. It took him nearly 2 days of eFootball PES at the eEUROs, but he's finally arrived, and it spells trouble for Italy.
Yes, it does. And of course, the Serbian fans at home, very happy that their nation have struck back here against Italy. If you are just joining us, welcome. You can vote on your result. Who you think is going to win the grand finals here? Will it be Serbia? Will it be Italy? They are tied 1 apiece now. Head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll. And well, the Serbians, they came out in just complete force as we take a look at the match stats. And well, they seem to be almost prophesizing a Serbian win there in game 2. The Kepa fans certainly seeing something that we didn't.
It's the will of the people, and we said that about Kepa. We said, does he need a confidence boost? It could have come from the poll, it could have come from the VT from Milinkovic. It could have been just a rallying cry from his teammates, but ultimately, as we'd said, the key difference there was of all that possession that Kepa had. Not only did he take the ball away from Italy, but he also did damage with it. It was damage all the time. It was body blow after body blow, and it was just causing that kind of uncertainty for Italy. And again, MPK didn't really have an answer for it.
I think what's so impressive about that performance from Kepa, not only the fact he scores 5 goals, but it's a really complete performance. He only conceded 1, didn't quite keep the clean sheet, but had many manual saves, Wes, that helped keep him in a lead, which then in turn made MPK chase the game, take more risks, which allowed Kepa to score those 5 goals.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If everything is going right for you, then everything goes right for you. Your manual saves start to work, and then that gives you more confidence. You've then got a case of, do all of my shots work? Does my pressuring work? Everything started to click for Kepa, and all of a sudden he found himself 5 goals up. And we can see their news coming in. It looks like it's going to be nickel down for Italy, and Roxa looking to try and rectify his first game loss in game 3. So interesting to see an additional change from Italy.
Yeah, not sure we've had the benefit of actually watching Nickel Dan play so far. Certainly not in the commentary seat. So we're looking forward to see exactly what he brings to the table. Back to home field advantage then for Italy. Can Nickel Dan make it count against Roxa? Roxa, of course, lost game 1 on Italian soil as well. You can see here, you guys at home, just for a moment there, thought, well, very much the same. I think I just saw Serbia edging out that poll by quite a big margin. So the Serbian fans at home certainly believing in their e-footballing team here. We're ready to go in the 3rd game now, the 3rd game of this best of 5.
Well, as Lee's just rightly pointed out, Nickel Dan coming fresh off of a victory against Latvia will be full of confidence. And again, it's going to be confidence versus potentially a little bit of doubt from Roxa. Unless he can put the ghosts of game 1 to bed, he might find himself on the end of a sticky situation.
Prijovic for Roxa and for Serbia here. Tadic actually able to corral the ball. And it's the man from game 1 for Serbia, stepping back into the hot seat, taking over the controller. Adam Jajic here. Nice little feint. Look at the ball over the top there to Mitrovic. Again, just constantly watch out for Mitrovic. He's a real fox in the box. And this one will be an outswinger. Will it come to anything? Goes to the edge, actually. Milinkovic-Savic. Well, I think the save from the keeper was more for the cameras than anything. Not sure if it got a deflection on the way through. It did not. But yeah, our first chance to look at Nickel Dan so far, I think, throughout this entire qualification campaign, Wes. So again, we're looking forward to what we see out of him. You and Lee mentioned that he just beat Latvia and won the game for Italy to get to this stage in the first place. So he certainly has the CV, I suppose, the history, the pedigree behind him. And Roxa, well, he's on almost a revenge mission here against Italy after losing game 1. Mitrovic now. Milinkovic-Savic is offside.
Yeah, no Roxa in the way that we do in all the times that I've spoken to him. It's a very proud Serbian, and he will not be very happy with his first performance, and he'll be looking to rectify that very, very quickly. As you can see, top left-hand corner, early pass accuracy from Italy, 94%. They're keeping and getting used to keeping that ball for long periods of the game. It's going to be up to Roxa to potentially lay a trap and try and catch them on the counter.
Nice turn. Sets Belotti loose. Flag stays down. Immobile arriving. Will he go himself, Belotti? Wrestled off the ball. Yet another example of the physicality we're going to see between these two nations. Mitrovic has a line of blue shirts in front of him. to try and break the forces of Italy. Here comes Kolarov to Tadic, takes a strike. Deflected straight into the arms of the keeper.
Yeah, and you know, just to go back to the other chance down the other end, the reason why Belotti wasn't called, or it wasn't called for a foul, is there wasn't a tackle actually put in. It's using that natural strength of the player. You can see there's jostling at all times around this pitch, and you know, it is an ability there. It's a lovely through ball.
Prijovic, will he get the finish away? Well, it might still be a chance for Serbia as Donnarumma scrambles back to his goal, but now Italy come up the other end. Zaniolo taken down, Immobile still trying to get the ball. Here he is again. Will it go all the way through to Zaniolo? The Serbian defence denies it. Look for the run in behind once again. Prijovic is looking lively. Will he get a better strike away? Went for the lob. Donnarumma equal to it, and it stays 0-0.
Thing for Italy to watch out for is that every time that through ball goes over, it's their left back and right back that are playing everybody on. So the centre backs are coming forward, but the side backs aren't. So he's got to be very careful of that, especially with on-rushing players from Serbia. Want to really watch out for Nikoldan.
Florenzi. Inside pass, unsuccessful. I had noticed and been keeping an eye on Nikoldan's attacking bar. Was just turned up a notch into the red, so that might have been partly the reason his fullbacks were pushing, well, back so aggressively, and why his centre-backs might be thinking about joining the attack, but he's turned that down to a more neutral stance now. And he's won the ball back as Serbia threatened to maybe go on a break themselves. Bonaventura just seems to have lost its structure in the final or previous 5 or 10 in-game minutes that we've witnessed. Veljkovic. Patient building here from Roxa. Just pulling apart the Italian defence. Adam Jajic looking to feed Mitrovic in behind. Cleared by Italy. And this one's a bit more of a nervy affair, as both nations here, Wes, both players start to realise the gravity of the situation. You win this match and you go on to championship points in eEURO 2020. Chance to swing one in. Header, one, but no good. And that will
in the grand scheme of things.
Half-time, Wes. Yeah, massive, real massive effort here from both these nations. Real big-time game. And the question is, who will crumble first?
Well, I think looking at the way that Rox is actually playing, it's giving Nikoldan more time to think. And you know, some people might go, "Oh, well, actually, that's a really bad thing for Italy to have." But on the flip side of it, it is actually can be quite difficult, because you start to overthink where the attack's going to come from. Is it going to come down the left? Is it going to go through the centre? You know, who is going to attack us at any given point? And I think Rox is kind of playing this smartly at this point. He's just giving away a foul there by the look of things.
Yeah, we'll see it again here on the replay. Looked to me like he got the ball. Referee says he got the man first, so Nikoldan let off the hook. Tadic goes into the book, but immediately wastes possession, and that's another sign of nerves from the Italian representatives. And well, Roxa, despite not having the home pitch advantage so far, has looked the more likely, and hopes to give the away fans and Serbian fans around the world of eFootball something to celebrate. Kolarov. Tadic has to go all the way back into his own half with the pass. Jajic. Tadic now beats the first man. Good bit of trickery, but in the end maybe does too much. Here is Milinkovic-Savic out to Kolarov. Fired in, and he'll find a man. Oh, it won't go in though. Prijovic. had the goal at his mercy. I think the goalkeeper gets a touch on it here, Wes. And what a save that ends up being by Donnarumma.
I was just about to say, it's a brilliant ball into the box, which has been met by an even better save. And it was a manual save from Nicholdan. It's keeping the clean sheet for Italy at the moment. Although, as we've seen, it's got to that magic period of the game. It's around 60 minutes, and the changes are coming in from Serbia. And again, it's that man, Luka Jovic. Keep eyes on him, guys, because he will be the guy that will at least free up the space for the likes of Mitrovic to try and play the trade. Meanwhile, Italy still unchanged, which is an interesting ploy.
Here is Luka Jovic. Dusan Tadic now turns his man. He's holding his marker off so well. This will come out to Gacinovic. Good save. Donnarumma has been such a weapon. We speak about weapons, Wes, but when you have such a great goalkeeper in net as well, for these stat-balanced teams, especially a tall one like Donnarumma, as this one will be brought back for a foul on Bonaventura, it can be the difference maker. It can be, in the end, what decides if you win or lose a game.
Yeah, you live by the sword and you die by the sword. And at the moment, Serbia giving away the ball in a very, very promising position. Wouldn't be surprised to see this getting passed short, potentially down the line for a cross into the box. I mean, for all we know, Italy could pull out an absolute worldie of a strike and pop this into the top corner. It can go either way here. It really can. And this type of period of the game, it's pretty critical for them to get themselves ahead. It would be a bit of a goal against the run of play here, you feel, if Italy were to score.
Probably too far and too wide for a direct strike. So look to, as you said, maybe play it short. Goes for goal. Well, it's on target. Not far enough in the corner, though, to trouble Dimitrovic. Nicholdan now defending. Survived that scare. Using Chiellini to the best of his abilities there. And if you look on the far side, there's a man galloping into acres of space. Nicholdan sees it as well. That'll free up maybe something in the middle. And it's Italy who break the deadlock in the 70th minute. Immobile immobilises Serbia. And against the run of play, for all Rox's hard work, Nicholdan and Italy take the advantage. It's 1-0.
Yeah, it's great build-up from Italy, and it's almost like thieves in the night. It's run of play to, instead of the ball going to Immobile's feet, they've played it to where they want Immobile to be. And Nicholdan, it's a great ball in from Zaniolo. Immobile peels away, and Dimitrovic cannot get there. And all of a sudden now, is this going to be battened down the hatches for Italy? Or are we going to see Roxa try and push the issue?
Well, Immobile went one way, the centre-back went the other. Luckily, Immobile was along the right tracks, and I anticipate that you'll be correct in the fact it's now time to go a little bit defensive here for Italy. And by a little bit, I mean very much so. It's going to have to be precise play, though. Can't be playing with fire too much. This is a risky area to be giving the ball away. We saw with MPK in the previous game of this best of 5 that can lead to goals for your opposition. This one will bounce nicely for Luka Jovic. Jovic getting in the wars down there, right in the trenches. And look at this, Kolarov. Now, can he cut it across? Oh, Donnarumma with the save. Will it go in? Oh, it's just outside the post, I think. It's a corner. But it could have easily been a goal.
The player went one side, the ball went the other. It's a fantastic save from Donnarumma. My heart was in my mouth. I genuinely thought that was an own goal. And how fortunate that would have been for Serbia. Donnarumma is very much counting his blessings there.
I was watching it with eagle eyes just to see which side of the post it was going to trickle. And Italy hang on for now. Donnarumma, by the way, with an amazing stop throughout all of that. He's been sensational for Italy, as has Nicholdan, surviving wave after wave of attacks.
Be careful at this corner.
Swung in, centre circle. By centre circle, I mean penalty spot. It's been a long day. But the important thing for Italy is that nothing comes of the corner. And now they can kill more time away from this clock, and maybe that will open up some opportunities in the attacking sense. Here is Spinazzola. Stays on his feet, but, well, if he'd gone down, maybe the referee would have given something. In the end, Serbia come away with it. Gacinovic to Luka Jovic, another save. One of many today by Donnarumma. And Roxa has to start thinking what he has to do to beat this Italian keeper. It's another corner for Serbia. Outswinger. Flicked on, but Nicholdan is first to it. Italy surviving. Gacinovic. Kolarov. Can he find a man in the penalty area? There were several waiting. The ball will come right back at Italy here. Not quite all out defensive for Italy at the moment, so you sense maybe Nicholdan fancies a counter. But it's all Serbia right now. And look at this, Bernardeschi winning the ball back. He has plenty of stamina as well, Bernardeschi. 89th minute. Zaniolo. Bernardeschi. Immobile, straight to the corner, no doubt. And, well, Nicholdan would have been hoping he could have chewed a bit more time off the clock. The referee's assistant holds up the board. The number is 3. Cynical. That is cynical. And might Immobile be seeing an early bath here. Just a booking. It was dangerous, but Roxa flinging the ball up the pitch. Anywhere will do now for Nicholdan. Calm as you like. Out to the wing. Up the pitch. Immobile might even get there. Roxa is defeated. Italy win game 3. They are one game of eFootball PES away from being eEURO 2020 champions. What a game of PES.
Yeah, there was chances for both teams. There was, I mean, the goal really came against the run of play. You can see there. I mean, we'll probably see a bit more of the stats momentarily, but see there 2 shots and 2 on target for Italy. They only needed 1 to get in front, and they stayed in front, and there wasn't too much apart from the manual goalkeeping of Nicholdan that really kept Roxa at bay. There was that small fright. I say small. There was that fright with the own goal, as we'll probably see in the highlights here. But see that wonderful save. Donnarumma easily man of the match here.
Easily, and it's not the first time today we've said that. The young Italian in between the sticks. This was it here. It was just Immobile peeling off. But the question has to be raised now for Serbia. Roxa played 2 in the finals, lost 2 in the finals. It's now up to Kepa in this next game 4. I hate to point the finger, but if it goes to a game 5, Roxa needs to turn it around. He has a lot of thinking time, and he'll be hoping that Kepa can get him that opportunity for revenge. But I mean, Roxa is just struggling against this Italian national team, and the reverse can be said for Nicholdan. He's done his job now. He waits with bated breath and hope his teammates can get the job done. He's put them in a fantastic position to do so.
Yeah, and I think it's a complete reversal of fortunes for Serbia. We spoke at length beforehand about whether Kepa would turn up, and it seems like Roxa's kind of fallen away, and Kepa's now trying to take the lead for this Serbia team as we see the match stats delivered by FedEx. You can see there 50-50 possession, but ultimately it's that shot accuracy, it's the lack of shots but it's also the pass accuracy, again, telling a lot of the story. Italy retaining the ball. Like, you know, it's one thing to maybe people at home maybe moaning about, you know, possession style of play, but you still have to find those passes. You can only play possession football if you're a very good passer of the ball. And this Italy team are finding ways and are finding loose men all over the place. And Serbia, they found an answer in game 2. They've now got to find an answer in game 4.
8 shots, nothing to show for it for Serbia. That, by Rox's account, will be a very disappointing stat line, and one that might haunt his nightmares should Kepa be unable to get the job done in this next game. Thank you for joining us here for the eEURO 2020 finals. My name's Harry Shannon, and joining me is Stuart Wesley and Wes. We've had the honour of calling eEURO 2020 working from home, of course. We've had our struggles here and there. You know, technology is a fickle thing. I'm sounding like Adam Butcher now, a little bit beyond my years, but it's been a fantastic weekend's action, hasn't it? The entire process through qualification, through the playoff groups, and now here we are at eEURO 2020. We've seen some upsets, we've seen thrilling goals, and this final has not disappointed us whatsoever.
No, it hasn't at all. And you know, the fact that we're able to showcase this tournament whilst we're all working from home, it's a lot of work that's gone in behind the scenes. So, you know, a big shout out goes to the team behind the scenes that are making all of this possible. But, you know, we have a heavyweight clash in the final. It wasn't the final that I think a lot of us would have predicted at the start of the tournament. I think that, you know, there was a lot of talk about Spain, there was a lot of talk about Germany, there was a lot of talk about France,
the Netherlands even,
and the Netherlands as well. They were probably anybody's final four if the groups had fallen in the right way. However, you know, the shock package that was Romania just took care of everyone, apart from Serbia. Again, Serbia doing very well to take out Spain, and now find themselves kind of up against it in the final. Now it'll be interesting to see who is picked for Italy and who is picked for Serbia, whether Serbia delve into their entire team or whether they just stick to Kepa and Roxa.
Well,
to see.
A reminder to everyone at home, you can use your fingers and put your money, metaphorical money, where your mouth is, and vote on who you think will come out on top here in the grand finals. Will it be Serbia, who find themselves 2-1 down, or will it be Italy? Make sure you vote for your favourites at eEURO2020.com/poll. And look at this, it's still a landslide in favour of Serbia. Fans at home, Wes, believe they can do it. The shining light and the silver lining for them is that Kepa, seemingly in game 2 of this best of 5 series, seems to have regained a bit of form.
Yeah, that seems to be what they're pinning it on at the moment. I think there needs to be a bit of an internal discussion now to get Roxa back on song. For the Italians, though, and again, we're talking about Serbia in the poll. You know, Italy have got what, a quarter of the vote, but yet they're one game away from being crowned eEURO 2020 champions. And I've got to say, they're in the driver's seat.
Well, just hearing now that it will be Kepa actually to start the fourth match, as we anticipated, and the fourth and final member of the Italian national eFootball squad, it's Naples 17 joins the party. So he'll be hoping he can push Italy across the line in whatever fashion needs be. We travel back over to Serbia's virtual ground. A reminder to you all, aggregate scores mean nothing here. It's just game wins. Italy have won 2, Serbia have won 1. And if it needs to go that way, it will go to extra time. And if we're still tied at the end of the extra 30, it will go to penalties to decide it. What drama it would be if we came down to the final kick of the entire tournament being a penalty, Wes. It would be quite the story, I think, in the virtual landscape of eFootball PES 2020.
I think after the penalty shootouts of yesterday and today, I don't think my heart will take it if it does go that far.
But, well, we start then the fourth game. It's, well, last chance to lose now for Serbia, and Kepa wants to try and appease the virtual home fans here. Home field advantage. They have hosted the game, so they will have the crowds behind them. Serbia attacking from left to right, and Naples for Italy the other way. Tadic. An early goal is always a treat, and well, Kepa has proven in the past he can score them. That's a chance to do so here with a corner. Outswinger going for the front post, deflected by Naples. Matic is there, as is Milinkovic-Savic. Might Matic go for goal here, tries to pick out a pass. The chance is gone. Kepa will have to rebuild here. Savic on that far side, tussling. Dusan Tadic trying to wriggle his way into a bit of space. He's somehow found one. There's a cross in there as well. Kolarov is staying far up the pitch, and Naples, he has to sustain a bit of early pressure here in the opening 10 minutes, Wes, and he's done so far pretty well.
Yeah, and I think for me, I think that the game plan for Serbia really should be get the ball on the floor, because at the moment that, you know, Prijovic and getting that area ball into the box, it's nullified by the likes of Chiellini, it's nullified by the likes of Romagnoli. Get it in and around them. Their turning circle, for lack of a better phrase, is not what it once was, especially in the case of Giorgio Chiellini. So get the ball down, get it down on the ground, get it moving about the place, and you might find some better results as we see them through here.
Prijovic has a chance maybe to open the scoring. It's gone wide. We didn't have the best angle on whether or not it took a deflection. We'll see it better here, but it looked to me like, yes, there was an interception. So it will be another corner. So inviting, isn't it, when you have the likes of Mitrovic and Prijovic, such tall figures to aim for. Corner swung in, acrobatics. Will only find the side netting. That was on target, Wes. That's, I mean, that's goal of the entire tournament. Forget about goal of the day.
Well, Milinkovic-Savic just trying to do a little bit of improvisation there to just reach that corner, but you can see, interestingly, is that Naples starting out with Lorenzo Insigne. I believe it's the first time we've seen him in an Italy shirt in this final. Interesting selection choice.
Again, each of these eFootball players have their preferences, how they like to play. That's the beauty of this competition. Here is Prijovic for Kepa, waiting for the opportunity to present itself. Zaniolo across, and well, he's up quicker to meet the ball, but it seems like every time Naples gets the ball, he seems to give it away. Here is Adam Ljajic. Mitrovic is through. Goes for goal. Well, it's the only thing really he could do there. Looked for the cutback, Wes. It wasn't on, so it's a corner now for Serbia.
Yeah, I mean, you can only do so much, and you could see there's a hand in the air. However, just can't find the way back, and sometimes you would rather take the corner and chance your hand and roll the dice here, as Kepa will try and deliver it into the box, and
well, it's
not met that time.
Punched away. Kolarov will go for goal. Well, it's not even deserving of a replay as judged by the PES gods, but well, round of applause for effort at least. Kepa's getting his shot tally up, if nothing else. But we haven't really seen a proper attack fashion so far by Naples. What can he do here? Immobile in behind. Insigne. Wrestled to the floor by Veljkovic, I believe it was. So this will be a bit more territory in favour of Italy. And the Italians would love to win this one in 4. You made the prediction, Wes. Italy in 4. It could come true here. Bonaventura tries to get in behind, and there is the goal! For Naples! For Italy! For Quagliarella! He steals in front of the back line, and it's 1-0 to Italy. How did Serbia allow that to happen? And that puts Italy a giant leap closer to lifting the eEURO 2020 crown.
Well, that in itself, you're prepared for the ball to go into the box. You're preparing for it to be delivered, you know, high into the box, or, you know, you're looking for a shot. You really fall asleep at that short free kick. And again, it was the quickness and presence of mind to get that ball in to the box. And it's Quagliarella who profits from it. But Serbia come back the other way. And Italy need to be careful they don't give away any soft penalties here. Naples will know of that danger. He will, I would imagine, try and get a second hit.
That's what Naples is pushing for. Immobile. Look at the run in behind here from Zaniolo. Let it run behind him. The ball was a difficult one to latch onto. He can get another chance here, though, with Insigne with a bit of room. Quagliarella. Immobile tries to feed the captain. Well, he's not got the captain's armband on at the moment. Either way, he failed to feed him. Captain or otherwise, Wes.
Yeah, Italy, I think Naples didn't realise just how much space he had with Immobile.
Look at this. Mitrovic has a chance. Good save. Donnarumma again. How many times have we said that today? Donnarumma standing between Serbia and a goal. And the referee's brought this one back for a foul on Tadic. Again, too far out and too wide to go for goal. So it will be played short and the pass is lacking. Jajic hanging in there. But I think, well, it's actually been given as a foul for Serbia. So this is a much more inviting position. Adam Jajic steps up. Deflected wide. Off the wall. The pressure mounts and continues. Tadic to swing one in. Kepa just deciding where he wants to put this one. Goes for the front post. Sent right back to him. Nemanja Matic now. As this sustained pressure from Serbia continues. Mitrovic. Well, that's where it will end. It was a good period of play from Serbia, and Kepa, I think, will be a bit incensed that it doesn't come away with a goal there.
Yeah, I think he's working hard at the moment, but it's Italy. Rear guard, as we've known for so many years, has been of great benefit to them. They're known for their clean sheets and they're known for their love of defending. They're going to need all of that experience and all of that joy of defending. Oh, that's a naughty one. Play goes on, though.
What a good advantage this is. Adam Jajic just hesitates, and, well, if it's not a red, then, well, you choose to play on if you're Kepa in that instance. I think the foul was committed too far out to really be in an inviting position to take the strike on. But no doubt that one will be a booking at the very least. And Naples is one half of eFootball away from clinching the eEURO title for Italy. At the start of the day, when they were drawn on the side, well, they weren't drawn, they qualified on the side of France after a qualification win in their group. We thought that was it, semi-finals and done for Italy. They're now, well, 40 in-game minutes away. Can Naples hold on? Can he sustain the scoreline? Well, Kepa's throwing everything at this game, but just cannot find the net. If it's not the advertising boards in the background, it's Donnarumma in between the sticks that is just constantly denying Kepa and Serbia.
Yeah, you can see Serbia moving up the gears, trying to push this issue, but Naples seems to be at home at the moment. To at least even get this to extra time, Kepa has to score, and that is more of a psychological advantage for Italy than most players will care to concede. If you know that you've got a goal in the bag, you haven't got to worry about trying to score another one. You just need to nullify.
That one pops right up in the air. Look at this. There's a chance here for Luka Jovic. And where does the ball end up? Once again, into that man's arms. How grateful are Italian fans, both of the virtual game and the real world game, that they have him for years to come. And here's Immobile, maybe to make it two. Will be an Italian throw and a Just a gentle nudge there for Kepa from Naples, saying, hey, I can attack too, you know. Here's Bonaventura. Can he find the man in the middle? Ball pops out now the other way for Serbia to launch their assault. Luka Jovic looked for the first time pass, didn't go for it. Mitrovic tackled, and well, it's bounced back here for Jovic. It's off the bar. Acrobatics. And finally, the stubborn Italian defence falls to that man, Luka Jovic. It's 1-1. It's game on.
Yeah, that was definitely fortune, to steal your phrase from earlier, Harry, to get that ball back in that environment in the first place. But again, Jovic probably should have scored with his first attempt. In fact, he's had to throw an acrobatic finish in there to get the second. As you'll see here, it was a bit of fortune just here. Ricochets around like a pinball, comes back, and he's almost played a 1-2 with the crossbar there.
That's what we'll call it.
Yeah.
Skill of the day, probably not intentional.
Yeah, well, yeah, 1-2 with a crossbar is an impressive skill. But no, in all seriousness, it gives hope to Serbia. Just stretches out that right leg of his. Jovic justifying his inclusion off the bench, but now all of a sudden Naples got to go down and get another goal. And like we said, they've got that luxury of potentially taking this extra time if they want to. I don't think Naples will want to do that.
Well, you can't say that it's not deserved by Kepa. The shot counter just going up and up and up. Couldn't find the target, and when he did, Donnarumma was the man to deny, but Kepa might just smell a winner here to force game number 5. This one will be offside, but he's doing his very best here to, at the very least, force extra time, Kepa. But the ideal situation for him, he wins this and then forces Roxa to turn around his fortunes and turn around his performances, which I know, if I know Roxa, he will be chomping at the bits. He will definitely want to prove the world wrong. All the world that are tuning in now to the eEURO 2020 Grand Finals, all they've seen of Roxa is 2 losses. He wants to be known as the man that wins Serbia the eEURO crown. First of all, Kepa has to get past Naples. Nemanja Matic. Zivkovic, that's a searching ball. Bonucci scoops that one up. And now Bonaventura has a bit of grass to run into here. Insigne with the turn will slow things down. And that's a risky ball to be playing. I was about to note how far up the pitch the Serbian players are willing to remain with that front 3. So Naples needs to watch his P's and Q's.
Here's the issue, though, is that it was that type of passing move that opened up the avenue for Italy to score their first.
Quagliarella went for the pass, could have maybe taken it on himself. Insigne will be able to retrieve. Bonaventura. The ball is going the wrong way here for Italy. Now starts to come back goalward. Florenzi running onto it. Just playing patiently here. Quagliarella. Insigne. Tackled well. And now what can Serbia do from the counter? 80th minute we're in. Nemanja Matic. No one's coming to him. He has the strength. Zivkovic. Can he cut anything back? Just runs out of pitch. And if the pitch is a little bit longer there, the cutback's on. And unfortunately for Serbia, that is not the case. These virtual pitches, Wes, regulation size.
And they're slick as anything. That's why the ball moves so quick.
Kepa now in the final third. Zivkovic on the far side. Gets the lucky bounce. Will come back to him. Zivkovic, who can he find? Well, it's played back into danger. Maksimovic. Kolarov. Zivkovic. Maksimovic. Too far out. Donnarumma saw it all the way. And is there one last chance for either nation here in game 4 of this best of 5? Are we destined to go all the way to 5, or can Naples snatch the win? Quagliarella, look on the far side. Insigne can maybe go for goal. He's come back, double touch, and it's in!
What a goal!
What a goal for Italy! What a goal for Naples! Italy have just won eEURO 2020 with a fabulous goal from Insigne. Naples, he's done it! Italy are champions! Surely now, with pocket change on the clock, Wes, you cannot understate how clutch this goal is.
The coolest man in Italy. What a touch. Brilliant finish. I hate to say it. They think it was all over. It is now.
Call off still of the day, Wes. Call it off. That's it right here. Watch this move. Double touch. Bang. Takes 2 defenders out of the equation and wins the tournament.
And I've got to say, I think that might steal the goal of the day. That might just seal it. In terms of importance, skill, the brilliantness of it. Naples is probably going to be the toast of Italy. There's the final whistle.
And Italy are crowned the champions of eEURO 2020. They win the best of 5. 3-1 against Serbia. What a performance. 2-1, Naples 17. You're right, the toast of Italy. That goal, the perfect way to seal victory.
Had to
We're
be.
speechless. Absolutely
Had
speechless.
Well, you may be. I could go on for hours with that goal. It was that presence of mind. It's been the phrase of the day with the composure that's been shown. And Naples, and the fact that that final was won by a complete team effort. Every single player from that Italy team played their part. And congratulations to Italy. Just a wonderful goal. A wonderful goal to cap off the entire competition.
Well, it's the championship winning goal that I think this entire tournament has deserved. We're going to take a little moment now just to cool off a little bit and maybe look over some of those replays from that match, which has allowed Italy to snatch the championship. I say snatch, they've grabbed it with both hands, really. And the sustained pressure for a large majority of the game, despite Naples going ahead first. Naples did so well to survive it, didn't he, Wes? Kepa came back, but it's just a moment of brilliance in the end.
It's just quick thinking for both of Naples' goals, and again, you would have thought, looking at this, we were looking to be destined to go to a game 5, and Kepa goes close. Then a lucky bit of a ricochet. It's an acrobatic finish from Jovic. But it's all about that goal. It is all about that finish from Naples. And again, you can see it just open up here. It's that ball in there. You can see hand up in the top of your screen there. The president wanted to turn back and then double touch.
It's filthy.
Super goal. Super goal.
Absolutely filthy in the best way possible. I mean, what do you say about this? Just to take 2 of the defending Serbian players in the 91st minute out of the equation. I mean, still speechless. And it's the goal that they absolutely deserve. Congratulations to Italy. And, well, the Serbian fans around the world bitterly disappointed, but Roxer, Kepa, Baskovac and Raka as well. Raka, I am right, second guess myself there. Just put in a pure shift for Serbia. Bitterly disappointing, but again, it's the finest of margins, and it's a piece of brilliance, isn't it, by Naples and Italy that allows them to take home the crown. There it is. It's official now. It's a long old day, finished by a best of 5. You called it, Wes. Italy in 4. I don't think you were quite expecting it to end in that fashion, though.
Well, I expected Italy in 4 because I expected Italy to have that home game in the first instance. I didn't necessarily expect that performance from Kepa in the second game, I will admit. I thought Roxa may have brought something back in the third game, but again, would never have called that at the start of the day, and I would have thought, I think had any of us have picked how we wanted this game to finish, or how we wanted this entire event to finish, for the last kick of the game, let's not have it in a penalty shootout. Let's have a moment of pure brilliance, and that's exactly what we got here. It's a phenomenal piece of skill.
That is what Naples delivered, and well, again, it's the goal that caps off the entire tournament, virtually the last kick of the entire eEUROs. If you are obviously a fan of the eEUROs, make sure you head over to the eEURO2020.com store, and you can grab yourself some fantastic merch. This hoodie is very soft. It's a little bit warm in England for me to be wearing it currently, but let me tell you, it's definitely worth some of your money. Support UEFA esports and grab yourself a hoodie. Very nice and soft. Well then, Wes, let's cast our minds back once more, all the way back to January, when the buzz around the eFootball PES world was focusing on the draws and exactly who we thought might be the rising stars. When Italy announced their squad, there were some big names left out. This is certainly vindication for the Italian national governing body now.
1,000%. I think if any question marks were raised as to the selection process or to the players that were selected, all of those questions go away. You can literally just go, see that over there, that's our eEURO trophy. You just literally, that's just it. You never have to legislate for anything ever again. I mean, that's it. That's all you can really say.
And other national governing bodies now might be looking to maybe mirror the model that Italy have employed here, because obviously it's paid off. The whole boot camp model, the four-man squad, every single player, it was a complete performance. And although there were subtle differences, whereas in some of the personnel being chosen in terms of the team selection, we did see a general idea of how the PES needed to be played, and the strengths of the Italian national squad being displayed fully in that final. And that's something that other national governing bodies might look to employ in the future.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're playing, eFootball PES, there can be almost like a cookie cutter type of formation. I think what was fantastic about Italy was that they took their squad, they took a look at what their strengths were, and they played to them. It's all about hiding the negatives and accentuating the positives. And of course, you can see from the match stats that it only took 2 shots, but it was all that was needed. It was all that was needed. And again, we talk about teams that have been so clinical over the course of the tournament, and it was exemplified in that final game from Naples. And 11 shots on target. Again, we talk about how important Donnarumma was to this Italy team. Again, with stat balancing, it's vitally important to have a brilliant goalkeeper in between the sticks, regardless of what their rating is in the game. If they've got a very good player ID, the likes of which Gigi Donnarumma has, it's something so much more beneficial to have than not have.
Absolutely, you're right there. The match stats, I mean, one of the key takeaways was 11 shots. 11 shots by Kepa, only scoring 1. There were a couple of opportunities where, it was almost half chances, where he's almost at the byline and Donnarumma has it covered all day long. But again, 11 shots and you're only converting 1. That was, well, not the best return for Kepa's investment, and as a result, Serbia now find themselves runners-up of eEURO 2020. I think it's only fair, Wes, to see the damage that has been done. Italy, I think, needed to score 10 goals in the grand finals to at least match France's tally. It's the French who come out on top of the Alipay top 5 goal scorers list. Italy fall short by just 2, but you know what? I'm sure they won't mind. Serbia as well creeping into the top 5.
Yeah, I think Italy will be more than happy for France to have the goal scorers tag, and they'll take the trophy. I don't think they're too bothered. I think they'll be absolutely delighted, as will the Italian Football Federation. They've not had too much to sing about over the last couple of years of competitive football, but they'll certainly have something to virtually celebrate right now with an eFootball or an eEURO 2020 trophy to their name.
And I hate to focus on Serbia. I really, really do. Not the performance we were expecting out of Roxa, who had looked solid previously all weekend long. Where does Serbia go from here? Where do Kepa, where do Roxa? Obviously still on eFootball Pro duty with FC Nantes. Once the season resumes, they'll be back in action there. But it's the old saying, isn't it? Second place is first loser, and that will be playing on their minds. They're competitive players. They don't like to lose, even less so when they represent their national squads. Where do they go here?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a sore one for Serbia to take, you know, but let's not forget there were 55 nations when it started off the qualifying. To be in the final two, yeah, we look at it as first loser or runner-up, but at the same time, they're in the top two of the European countries of eFootball PES. I mean, it's a great statement for Serbian esports. You know, we talk about these countries trying to highlight kind of their esport programs and their esport games. Perfectly, you know, it's perfect for them. You know, it's a perfect advert that they've got to this stage. They've got to represent their country. It just fell short, but I'm sure they'll be back in future tournaments, no doubt.
Fell short at the final hurdle to an Italian squad which really put on a show in the grand finals. If I'm right in saying, I think we have Alonso Greyfox, one of the eEURO 2020 grand champions. Alonso, my friend, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you perfectly. So I want to ask for the first thing, apologize for my bad English because I'm really terrible to speak.
You're okay, my friend, you're okay. Congratulations. I have to ask, were you nervous ahead of the grand final?
Oh, it's a great emotion. It's incredible to have come to this point, to have a win, and it's a huge emotion. I cannot express my feelings in words now. I'm so happy for my teammates, especially for MPK02 that he had a wrong match, but he's a strong player, an effective man, and a good person. So the win is for him too. Especially for him.
That's great to hear, Alfonso. First question from me: what did you feel was the turning point in that final? Because first game went the way of Italy, second game went the way of Serbia. Was it that third game that really turned the tide for Italy?
I think that the game that was decisive in the matches, it was not with Serbia, but with France before, because the win with France give us a major, how can I say, self-confidence in us. We were sure to be a good team and could be one of the favorites for the final win, but winning with France give us even more self-confidence. So not with Serbia, that are a strong team, an incredible Roxa and Kepa are two phenomena in PES, but winning with Usma Kabail and Lotfi give us major self-confidence. For me, personally.
Alfonso, we'll let you go and celebrate in just a moment. I have to say, Alonso, one final question from me. You won the entire tournament, but surely the highlight for you is just representing the Italian national team. How does it feel to represent Italy in a stage like this?
For me, it's incredible because I'm proud to be Italian, but of course, I am proud to be Sardinian too. Then the team is composed by 3 Napolitans and 1 Sardinian person that I am. It's proud for Italy, but even for my land, my Sardinia. It's an emotion incredible, a childhood dream, and it's incredible. I don't know what to say. It's incredible. I can't believe right now. I can't believe.
Awesome. Well, Alfonso, thank you so much. Grazie. We will let you go and celebrate
Prego,
with your
grazie a voi.
teammates.
Thanks to us. Thanks to you. Thanks. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, my friend Alfonso. Grey Fox there, absolutely, obviously on top of the world right now, wins eEURO 2020. The emotions, and you can tell also the brotherhood, really, really strong in Italy right now. And maybe, you know, the squad aspect of it, again, we said it's something other national governing bodies might look for in the future. But you just feel like that camaraderie and that brotherhood maybe is the thing that elevated Italy above other nations here in the eEuros.
Yeah, you think that you feel that bond was there, and some nations who only had two representatives, they may look and think, actually, you may have needed 3 or 4. I mean, you know, most notable one you're probably looking at is France. Could they have used the likes of Kilzu? Could they use the likes of Cams? There's plenty of massive French players. There's Red Mamba. There's loads of players that could have easily been added to that rank, but they went with just the 2. Whether that was a mistake, and it's something they'll probably look at themselves, is another question for another day. But you can see the togetherness of that Italian team, and that Italian DNA runs through that side. It's that game style of possession football, strike when you just need the right amount of time and the right amount of moments, and they found the most golden of moments in that final game.
Well, the brotherhood was strong for the Italians. The brotherhood was strong as well in the commentary booths. We'll bring back in now Lee and Adam to go back through the day. Gents, welcome. What an incredible final we just had. We're going to recap the day now and just go over all the action for those of you who may just be joining us and or maybe tuning in for the first time. A tremendous day, and what a final it was. Adam, just give me your initial thoughts before we start breaking down the day.
Firstly, incredible performance from Italy, and you alluded to it before, possibly that team ethos that ran right through the system and completely went to show that the Italians got it right in their selection. We talked about the likes of Eterito, but possibly too singular for this setup. They went with 4 and they all played their part, and they were all fantastic on the day. Hard luck and commiserations to Serbia, of course, who were brilliant as well. But that team ethos, all 4 playing their part, really did the job.
Lee, we started with 8 nations today, down from 55. We're now down to just 1, the champions Italy. Try and sum up today if you can, because Italy, they had to go through the gauntlet and proved everyone wrong, and took down France in that semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, Italy's quarterfinal was a pretty easy thing for them, really. It was a 1-0 and I think a 4 or 5-0 in the end there against Israel. They kind of dominated that one. France was definitely the task, and we just heard from Alfonso there saying that's where they gained that confidence for them. And then on the reverse side for Serbia, I think it's ironic that with what we just saw in that final matchup, the 11 or 12 shots versus 2, was exactly what happened against Spain. It was their second game. It was Kepa. I think he had 13 shots to 2. Couldn't convert it. Couldn't turn it into the winner. We thought, oh, well, they're just going to play game 3 and smash it. It turned out the Roxa stepped in, and he was the one that was doing a lot of the carrying for Serbia. So it wasn't too surprising to see them in the final, but there was already signs that it was maybe just a little step too far for them.
And Wes, is worth noting as well, Romania, the fairy tale out of the groups all the way through qualification, fell to Serbia in that semi-final. They will surely be remembered in e-football in years to come as the nation that really shocked everyone here at the eEuros.
They were the little engine that could. They kept that train going. I will use that analogy all the way through here. But they were fantastic, and I'm sure they've won a lot of neutral fans over. One of them being in this chair. They certainly won me over and completely proved me wrong, as I called that. I think it was Bosnia were going to beat them in the group stage, and that completely fell apart quite quickly. But we'll forget that, and we'll remember the fact that Italy are now champions, and it's been a tremendous road for them. And the questions that were lingering on those selection issues. I know Adam alluded to it yesterday and today. I think those have all been put to bed.
Yes, they have. So there you have it, the final bracket. It's pretty much done and dusted now. They say pressure makes diamonds, and well, Italy came out on top in one of the most pressurized situations of the entire tournament. Any other takeaways you gentlemen might want to point out? I mean, obviously, we've summed up quite a lot of what's happened so far today. I think it's fair enough that you guys probably want to find out the skill of the day. Am I right? Let's go to it straight away. Let's see the Hisense skill of the day. What's it going to be, I wonder? Me and Wes thought it might be that final bit of skill from the Italians, but I think it will be instead... well, I'm not too sure what this is. Must be MPK.
The back heel.
The back heel.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
It was the manual back heel. It was the fact that, you know, as a manual, you're taking every bit of assist away there. And again, nonchalant almost from Italy to pocket that one in. It was Florenzi who benefited greatly.
Well, there's the Hisense skill of the day, setting up the goal, of course. Absolutely wonderful. Apologies for the confusion there. I saw Croatia in there. Gil Sapricic wasn't part of the clip at all, but a lovely piece of skill there from the Italians. And they were proving that all day long, and even in the final kick of the game, Lee, essentially the virtual last kick of the game, they were proving that they were using skills and they knew their squad to the best of their abilities.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, for the skill of the day, you could have took so many different things that we've seen throughout the weekend, really. There's been so many moments, so many last gasp goals, some absolute stunning ability, a use of the goalkeeper as well. Let's not forget that, because we've seen some stunning uses of the goalkeeper. Sometimes it works, sometimes it goes horribly wrong and you look a fool, but it works very well for a lot of these guys.
Yes, it really does. Let's find out then the Sokar goal of the day. We've just seen the skill of the day. It's time to find out what has been chosen as the goal of the day. We had plenty of contenders and it was so tricky to narrow down the one goal. But here it is. It might be Italy performing the clean sweep. And of course, it's Naples, the final goal. And
you could have...
Go on, Adam.
You could have chosen many, to be honest, for Italy. They scored some incredible goals today, but as you mentioned in the commentary, it was just the timing of the goal in the 91st minute and that wonderful, not only bit of skill, but also the composure to finish as well.
The 91st minute and only the second shot of the game for him as well. Yeah. That's the big thing. I mean, that for the pressure that's been on him.
To the 11 of Serbia.
Absolutely incredible move. And the fact that it takes two defenders out of the equation as well makes it that much sweeter. Gentlemen, I think we're approaching our time here. Thank you all for joining me. Any closing thoughts from each of you? You know what? Let's start with you this time, Lee. We'll go around in a circle so Adam and Wes have a bit of time to prepare what they have to say.
He's going to get the chance to get the first one out, isn't he?
I know you're a pro, my friend. We'll start with you.
For me, I mean, obviously, for me, it's been about certainly for Serbia. I was kind of hopeful that they'd go that extra little step because they've certainly shone through. You know, they took it. Bearing in mind they had a 6-5 against Italy yesterday. That was the very first game they played in the group. So it was no surprise to see these two teams there. But the game against Spain was very impressive for me in the way that they dealt with Spain, who were one of the favourites. But I guess you could say the same with Italy versus France. So some extra special games today.
Adam, how about you, my friend?
For me, it's all about that word ethos, right from the tournament organisers, the likes of UEFA, Konami, of course, the production team that have been working on it as well, you guys working with you, and right through to the eventual winners, Italy, who showcased that in abundance, that team ethos. So yeah, wonderful.
And Wes, we had the pleasure of being in the hot seat for some tremendous games today. Any closing thoughts from you, my friend? Thank you so much for joining me today, of course. What are your final thoughts?
Well, I think personally, I think for me, the comeback from Romania will stick long in the memory against the Dutch. But again, it's memories that make this game, and to see that goal, last gasp, that summed up the tournament as best as we could. And to see Italy overcome France and then Serbia, you'd think one at the start of the day, but to overcome both, it's an absolutely monumental achievement.
It really is. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your hard work all weekend long. The eEURO 2020 tournament is
11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big